it, please.
All right, here we go. Come on, here we go. Come on, here we go. All right, Helmsy's running around the studio. Of course, Greg didn't even look up. Don't even know if Greg knew that you ran by him. I did, though, because of yesterday's conversation. It was exactly 24 hours ago. But I hope I gave you enough, buddy.
I completely forgot about it until I was like,
I was going to see if you remember.
Wait a minute, I got to do something here. What is it?
We start a brand new show together. Oh, yeah, doesn't care less. I mean, couldn't care less. Well, what about when he ran by in his bright yellow shirt?
I just figured he's trying to get to his seat.
That's Greg over there's Helmsy. We got some big day today and ready to go. As we you're funny, Greg.
Really
you're so funny.
What does it matter?
You're a lot like Terry. When Terry gets into her phone or gets into something else, she sees nothing else around her. Yeah. She has no peripheral vision. She doesn't know if you walk by her.
Y'all running by is not really weird. I mean, I wouldn't surprise
at this particular time,
I would say it's different.
It's a lot different.
Especially in that bright yellow shirt. I just thought maybe you'd look up. I wanted you to call him dumb, and this is what you're doing, stupid.
I thought he was trying to get to his seat.
That's so good. Gosh, that's good. All right, so we got the Willamette. That's on the table today. Bible study live today, noon Central Time on the YouTube channel, and then it'll be put out on podcast shortly after that. But check that out today with Rick at noon Central. Did you just ooh the Bible study?
No, I was like breathing out, like, ooh.
Okay.
It did sound.
Why would I ooh the
there was
Bible
two
study?
things. I thought you were either oohing it or you were yawning.
One of those that was just kind of like, ooh.
This is going to be a good day today. I can tell.
Trying to get woke up.
I can tell. You know, there's a couple of stories out today that are pretty funny that we have got to get to. And right out of the gate, we got to talk about Jerry Jones because he had to come out and officially apologize for a statement that he made. And really, if he's having to apologize, then this show's in trouble.
Oh, no.
Okay? So Jerry Jones, the owner of the Dallas Cowboys, issued an apology statement yesterday afternoon.
Release a statement.
Earlier today, I made reference, which I understand may have been viewed as offensive, he said in his statement, and I apologize. Jones was paying tribute to former Cowboys director and scouting guy Larry Lacewell, I believe, when he used what little people of America consider a derogatory slur, the M word, when he says basically he's so short he's a, you know what, created as a label used to refer to people of short stature. I love this. The people won't even say the word. And anyway, we've got a best of with Bubba and a little person at a concert. So he just referred to Larry as a little person, but used the M word, and has actually had to come out and put out an official statement apologizing.
First of all, I'm done with official statements.
I know.
I am. I'm so tired of it. Here's the deal. I mean, offensive or not offensive, and if we want to move away from that word, fine. That's fine. But don't act like he's a horrible person, because let's be honest, that word it wasn't used in a derogatory manner for years.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So he just, I mean, I don't think it's worth an official statement.
No.
And I'm not just picking on that word in particular. I'm talking about a lot of things we consider offensive that really didn't. If you want to go, hey, man, he was a jerk for that, well, then he'll live with that.
Right.
But I'm tired of official apologies. I'm just tired of it. Because, one, they don't mean it.
No.
They don't.
No, what he did is
it's funny what he said,
in his statement, he basically said, hey, I made this statement, and apparently now that I've made it, the backlash is such that I have to send out an apology.
See, that's the point. I don't have if people want to be offended, and look, and I'll be honest with you, I've tried to make a conscious effort to be better about that.
Right.
Because, and y'all remember this beautiful young lady who was a little person, and she was a huge fan of the show, and she said she was offended by it. And I was like, well, you know what? If you're offended by it, well, that's enough for me. And I still mess up. But my point is that being an offensive word has not been going on as long as other ones. So give us time to work on that one before we get it complete. We're going to slip up.
Yeah, and I know that
because that one on the official list, you got to admit it's fairly, because it was a term, right?
And that community's got to get together on if they can use it or not, because there'll be that kind of wrestling on billboards and reader boards, that you drive by. It's like, well, why are they using it? But apparently he's had to issue an apology.
We're going to get to the point where we can. I mean, I don't know how you're going to have a conversation.
Well, this is how, and this is what he said.
And I don't imagine if people call him out for it, that's fine. But I just don't think everybody's got to make that big a deal.
Yeah, and I'm sure Larry didn't mind, that he was calling that.
No.
He said, I'm going to get me somebody, a M word, to stand up there with me and dress him up like Lacewell, who you're talking about, and think Lace is still out here helping practice with us. We all need our props, but here it is to Lace. Really, I am serious about that. That's what he said. I guess what he'll have to say is, I'm going to get somebody to stand up here with Lace's stature.
Yeah,
something
exactly.
like that.
Yeah, that's
just
what it
leave any kind of word out if that's the way we're going to do things.
But again, if you're offended by it, call him out. But
Sure.
it's
And
not.
they have.
Nobody should be boycotted.
Right.
Nobody should have to make a official statement.
Mm-hmm. Well, the reason
you have a right. You have a right to be. If you're offended, you have a right to say you're
Sure.
offended. That's
Yeah.
fine.
Yeah.
But I'm just tired because first of all, these official statements, like I just said, they're never sincere anyway. I don't know why. We just do it so you'll leave me alone.
Right.
So
well,
really,
that the reason I bring it up is because that seems to have been, something that has a history with this show.
we have a bit, and at that time, that term was readily used when it was when that bit happened and when it was talked about.
Do you think it bothered them then?
I don't know. I mean, it was a term. It was I said a medical term, but I thought.
Y'all listen. Please don't forget, I've been called to the table for a meeting because of this.
Because I believe there's a difference between.
I remember that.
There's a difference between some of the people in the little
that
people
was recent
community.
too. That wasn't that far back.
Oh, I
It was
know.
a couple of years ago.
Yeah.
But I mean, I had to talk to someone that was of that stature that was offended.
Well,
And
you
I-
have
and-
dwarfs, you have other
we
people.
go.
No,
Here
I'm
we
saying
go.
there's different categories.
Greg, you don't have to outline
Right,
them.
right.
Okay.
And
We
I
get
thought
it.
that was one of the categories,
Right.
based on your physical stature. I mean, there was
Please think right now about that woman that you offended. Go
little
there.
girl. She was
I
very
know.
nice.
Go there.
Is the correct
Thank you.
is the correct term? Can you say little person?
I think that's what.
Okay, little people of America. There we
Okay.
go.
I mean, fine. But if somebody slips
LPA.
up on their way to work it out, because I mean, if I don't want to,
It says
but I'm just it ain't so much.
LPA, which is Little People of America, considers it
Why can't
a
we just call
slur
them people? I mean,
created as a label used to refer to people of short stature who were on public display for sport. It says
I know. I never
the
took it that way.
65-year-old organization said in a 2015 article that LPA, Little People of America, issues a statement to abolish the M word in 2015. So that's when it really kicked up.
Okay.
But it's a 65-year-old organization.
And again, they have a right to be offended, and I don't know. I'm just. It's just now. It's such a minefield out there.
Yeah, I know.
My
It is.
goodness.
It is. Well, Jerry Jones has had to apologize for using an offensive
And maybe
term.
Jerry will learn something from it. I guess
so. Have you?
Yeah, I told you I made
Okay.
a conscious effort, but I slipped up because it was such an accepted term all these years.
Right.
You got to break that muscle memory.
That's right.
You know.
That's right.
And I think I've done pretty good.
You have, buddy. You have.
Rick and Bubba.
The best thing about summer, the food. There's nothing better than a summer meal, and luckily, HelloFresh is bringing all the summer flavors right to our door with their limited edition Taste of Summer recipes and market selections. HelloFresh's ever-changing menu offers more than 55 weekly options that keep your taste buds on their toes, and the pre-portioned ingredients and foolproof recipes allow us to relax and enjoy the summer. Get 16 meals for free plus 3 free gifts with the code Bubba at HelloFresh.com/Bubba.
Terry was at her daughter's wedding for the weekend when she got a call from Simply Safe. Simply Safe had detected water in her basement just moments after the leak started. Protecting against floods is one of the reasons more than 4 million people trust their home protection to Simply Safe. With Simply Safe's 24/7 professional monitoring, you always have someone looking out for you. Go to simplysafebubba.com and claim a free indoor security camera, plus get $20 off with interactive monitoring. simplysafebubba.com or visit rickandbubba.com.
For nearly 100 years, folks have trusted Blue Star medicated ointment to relieve the pain and itching of almost any skin irritation.
It works on my son's dry, itching feet and their jock itch.
I had this rash on my neck.
Nothing worked until Blue Star.
Blue Star worked great on my ringworm without steroids.
My wife and I have been using Blue Star for years. It's never let us down.
Look for the white box with the blue star in the first aid section. Feel Blue Star work fast, or your money back.
Well, if we're being totally honest, maybe we don't always make the best food choices. The CDC says we should eat up to 6 cups of fruit and veggies a day. Now, there's zero chance of that happening. So that's where Field of Greens comes in. With Field of Greens, you have more energy, you feel healthier, and it can help you lose weight too. Join us and take Field of Greens too. To get you started, we got you a 15% discount on your first order and another 10% off when you subscribe for recurring orders at fieldofgreens.com with promo code Bubba. Fieldofgreens.com or go to rickandbubba.com. Okay, folks, the MyPillow team is offering a huge BOGO extravaganza, and that means buy one, get one free on a bunch of their great products. Now's the time to join millions of Americans who have changed the quality of their sleep with MyPillow and improved their lives with other amazing products. Right now, you get to buy one, get one free pricing on bed sheets, Giza Elegance MyPillows, 6-piece towel sets, a roll and go anywhere MyPillows, and so much more. Go to MyPillow.com/Bubba for our special show savings and discounts, or rickandbubba.com.
If you own a fleet of trucks, if you're an owner-operator, you know how much nonsense comes with fleet fuel cards? That's why you should check out A to B Fuel Card. A to B has no setup fee, no transaction fees, no monthly fees, no over-limit fees, and no credit check required when you apply. You can use A to B to get discounts on every drop of fuel at any gas station or truck stop that accepts Visa. Apply for the A to B Fuel Card today at a2b.com/radio and get a $50 credit when you use their zero-fee card.
Oh, look, honey, the ants are back.
Wow. We leave one itsy-bitsy speck of food out, and they appear out of nowhere.
Yeah, it's pretty hard to believe we used to try to get rid of these guys. Now they're just part of the family.
To be honest, I liked our family the way it was before they came.
I guess it's time to call Cooks.
You don't have to live with pests. Get proven protection from Cook's Pest Control. Call or go online for a free quote.
Cook's Pest Control. Have you tried the innovative Helix Sleep mattress yet? Well, we love it. If you need a new mattress, go to helixsleep.com/Bubba. Take the quiz, you order the mattress that you're matched to, and the mattress comes right to your door shipped for free. For a limited time, Helix is offering up to $350 off all mattress orders for our listeners at helixsleep.com/Bubba. That's helixsleep.com/Bubba for $350 off your mattress order. Or you can visit rickandbubba.com.
There are good and bad surprises. With a protection plan through CarShield, the surprise of your car breaking down is easier to handle. CarShield offers protection plans for around $100 a month that cover more parts than ever before. When you need a repair, you don't have to deal with the paperwork or headaches. You choose the mechanic to do the work, and CarShield administrators handle the rest. Get covered today at carshield.com/Bubba or call 1-800-391-8888 to save 10%. That's carshield.com/Bubba or 800-391-8888. Buying furniture can be a hassle, but allform.com/Bubba makes it simple. It's delivered right to your door in days. We're talking high quality, handmade in America armchairs, sofas, sectionals, and love seats. They're premium products at affordable prices. Allform furniture can customize in all types of colors, fabrics, legs, shapes, and sizes. And it comes with a forever warranty. They offer a 100-day trial, delivery is free, and financing is available too. Check them out today at allform.com/Bubba. Save 20%. Allform.com/Bubba. Save 20%.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Pass the gravy, please.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
We got 21 minutes until top of the hour. Thank you actually 21 minutes after top of the hour, not until. So it is 21 minutes past the hour. Thank you so much for tuning into the kickoff hour. So we've broken down Jerry Jones's apology for using the M word when talking about someone short in stature. He's been in trouble, had to issue an official statement. We've gotten past that. And now, and Helmsy, I'm just proud of you. You're joining my club. This is my kind of hat.
You got a club?
Greg.
The Goofy Hat Club.
He has. He's got one of these sun hats. These.
You know what they're about? Protecting your skin, but
yeah.
they dang sure ain't about fashion.
No, they're not.
Tell you that.
No, they're not. And it's a sure enough good one.
Hams,
I like
you look.
this.
You know what you look.
He knew Greg was going to make fun of this.
We spent a segment trying not to offend somebody.
He looks like.
Here we go.
Here we go.
Yeah.
He can't stop himself.
and it covers the ears. I like it.
Put it
This is the wraparound.
Well, he still wanting to say it. He's not even moving past
I'm trying
it.
to help him.
Put it this way. People are looking, oh.
Okay.
You know.
Yeah.
Greg.
Well,
Burgess.
It's not helping him. He's wearing it real low. You're wearing it real low right now.
He's helping with tennis.
Okay, Greg. I like how it's got the little vents on the side.
Yeah.
That
Hey,
helps a
just
little
go
bit.
ahead and get sunburned.
You think?
No.
How about that? I'll wear that kind of hat.
So I have
cutting the grass, everything.
I have a version of those.
Hey,
So
when
this is
you're
the
bald, you
first
got to.
one. This is the first one that I have purchased.
I had a version of it. I've
actually
lost it.
given
I
to
don't
me.
know where it is.
Yeah.
But
I think I purposely lost it. But
so I wore it yesterday for the first time. So
Okay.
if I'm
Looks good.
wait a minute. So your students had never seen you in this?
Huh? No.
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 I bet they didn't
You
know.
know, I knew I was going to have about a 3-hour period where I was like, if I'm just on the court for an hour and I'm going to then go in and back out, I'll just wear a baseball hat type thing. That form. But
I
was
think
out there
you
for
ought to
about
wear that
3
all the
hours,
time.
maybe a little longer, and I thought, you know what? Today's the day. I'm breaking this out. And so nobody. I mean, they've been around other coaches and stuff that wear them, so it didn't catch them off guard. But I knew it'd catch y'all off guard. I knew you'd
I
have
will
a lot
say
to say
this
about it, Greg.
A lot of football coaches, when we come back in August, you'll see a lot of them wear them.
Yeah, it's we actually have one in
When
the
we
store.
suddenly cared about skincare, when we were coming up,
know.
if somebody walked out there with that on, it would have been, horse laugh.
RickandBubba.com. Click on apparel, and at our store we actually have it. It's the Rick and Bubba bucket hat.
Ooh.
And
Put it on your
that's what
bucket
Helmsy
head.
has, and he knew that you would react the way you're reacting
look,
now.
It ain't about style. He's just trying to keep him getting too burned.
That's it.
Yeah,
That's it.
I
got so many things.
Yeah,
I
I don't know how to wear it. I
Okay,
really
bring it
don't.
to the
I'm
left a little bit.
uncomfortable.
Twist it to the left.
Oh, who's that helping?
Yeah.
Oh, who's that
There
helping
we
with
go.
tennis?
Is this what you were looking for?
Yeah, I knew exactly. I knew exactly the reaction.
I want you driving your vehicle.
I wish y'all would have drove by the
yes.
Pelham Racket Club yesterday
Yeah.
and seen me in it.
I'd have said,
Actually
"Ain't no
teaching
way
and
it's him."
coaching.
I need to bring in one of the ones. You know it's kind of like the
I want you to
straw
wear it the
hats,
whole
but-
show.
You know the
What if
straw
this is
hats.
my new thing?
I
Here's
got
every
one of
day.
those.
Y'all had to deal with this every day.
Yeah.
5
But
hours.
they're huge.
I got a straw hat. It's not gigantic, but it's pretty big.
Yeah.
And
You see a lot of
I wear
landscapers.
it, put it
wearing
this way: when I've got my weed eater on and my strap on, I have to take it off to get the weed eater off. It's so big, it won't. I have to actually take the hat off to get the weed eater off of me.
Oh me. Do you think that like some of your students, clients, they go, "Where's Helmsy? You see that bucket hat over there?
Oh,
you
that's
see that
not
right
him.
there? There he is, right there. That's him. Huh?
No. I keep it in my car and I'll grab it right at the last minute if I
Right.
need it. Sometimes I'll just have it in my pocket and pull
I
it
think
out.
I wear it all the time.
So okay, Greg.
That'd be your thing.
That was so sincere.
all the time.
You know,
with
I'm
Helmsy's
very-
Tennis Academy on the front.
Yeah,
of
I'm very bucket hat sensitive because the bib, or what? I'm not the with the. I don't know what
Bill?
you call
The
the
brim.
bill.
The
What I say,
brim.
the bib, the
brim.
brim. Thank you.
I guess.
That wraps around the ones that are real flimsy. Like if you start sweating, they'll just start to sag.
Yeah.
You know, but some are kind of a little bit more sturdy and stiff, and they don't fall down. You know, so I like to see what that one
And you
is
like
all
the,
about.
you like the air.
I like
flow.
the air. Yes, yeah. Get that head. To
Yeah.
where,
And
you know,
it
a little
looks
bit of
great.
air. Huh?
And
it
looks
looks
great.
it looks real good. It looks real good. Hey, do me a favor. Could you walk out in
No,
front?
I absolutely
now run
not.
by. You run by now.
Yeah,
I'll see.
yeah.
Started to do that
yeah.
this morning.
I'll see you for
and
sure.
completely forgot that I was even doing that. And,
So
I did
what I'd
too.
like
of course,
for
you
to-
wouldn't have seen me.
I forgot.
I'd like for you to get out here and just maybe say something like you're coaching
No,
with that on, so I
no.
can really.
No,
really
I've
feel
gone
it.
as far as I'm going with you two with this
All
hat.
right. All right.
Just the fact that I brought it in.
Yeah, I like it. I like it. I mean, and I guess it has the tennis academy. What does it have on there?
Pelham Racket Club.
Pelham Racket Club. There it is.
Pelham Racket
It's
Club.
an official.
I'm official
bucket
out there
hat.
now, by the way. By the way, had to take a drug test. Y'all took a drug test lately?
Ooh, I bet you glad you put that doobage down.
There was a
You ever had somebody just lately break one out in front of you and just go to town on it?
No.
Yeah.
Have
Really?
you?
Where
Yeah.
you been hanging out at?
In public.
What in the
In
world?
yes. Just tore it up.
Wow. How about that?
It's
I was
been
like,
a while. I've
wow.
seen that, but it's been a while.
Yeah.
You went, that smell, you went,
Yes, that's the first thing I
Yeah.
did.
what am I, at a concert?
Yeah.
What's going on?
Not trying to hide it or nothing. Couldn't have cared less. You just, hey, here I am.
Here I
Deal with
am.
it. Deal with it.
Yeah, I had to go a
So you
couple
might-
days ago. And by the way, I forget
You're just going to keep it on, huh?
You forget. Well, just this segment. I feel like I got to be official.
Okay.
Anytime I tell you what, anytime I'm talking about that world, I'll put it on.
Okay. All right. Yeah. Just yeah. There we go.
So I forget what people have to go through for actually like employment,
right.
and like city employees and stuff have to go through. They have to go through a lot of applications and references, and then you got to go get a drug screening.
Mm-hmm.
I hadn't had one of those, I don't think, since college.
Right.
And for good reason. Probably should have been tested. And you know, you got to go in, and you hold your urine because you got to go, you know, in the cup, and you want to be able to do that.
I know.
And so you go in, and it's like, okay, guys, I've been holding this so I could do it now. Like, hey, come on.
Yeah, I need to
so
go.
I've been sitting in here a while.
Right,
Y'all going to have to come on with this.
Mm-hmm.
And
it's
then I never understand this.
You want to see them label it in front of you, so they don't mix it up.
They told me empty my pockets, and this is what I
Interesting.
didn't understand, and y'all help me out here. So they had the line that I had to fill. Of course, I just filled the thing up and then finished in the toilet.
Did
But
you
they
have
told
your
me
hat on?
They told me not to flush the toilet.
Yeah.
Why do they do that?
I forget.
And it was blue water.
Yeah.
You couldn't even see what I was
It's
doing
something
anyway.
to do with the blue water.
Aren't they trying to make sure that
It's
empty your
my
pockets?
urine?
Yes.
Okay.
Something. I can't. There's a rule for that.
But what would it do if I don't understand why? Is that blue? Is that not a cleaner? Or is that something they're trying to?
I think it's just to show that it wasn't flushed. I don't know.
Well, because if you got the reason why you're
remember. I
emptying
used to know that.
emptying your pockets and all, they want to make sure you're not carrying any
Correct.
with you.
Yeah.
You know.
Or you have one of them Whizzinator. You ever heard about them?
No, Greg, I haven't.
You fill it up. It's called a Whizzinator. It's for people to use other people's urine. Y'all
Well, I
know
wanna
that
be
it
on
seemed like
record.
it was an NFL player got caught with a Whizzinator.
Well, I passed the drug.
Google that.
Hence the hat.
You passed?
I passed.
All right.
We're all
boy.
good. And I look, not on nothing, but I was still nervous. You're
I
still
know,
nervous
I
about
know,
situations
yeah,
like
yeah.
that.
Rick and Bubba.
The best thing about summer? The food. There's nothing better than a summer meal, and luckily, HelloFresh is bringing our favorite summer flavors right to our door in limited edition Taste of Summer recipes and market selections. Now, these restaurant-worthy recipes elevates the dining experience at home while minimizing oven use because less time in the kitchen means more time at the pool. And the complimentary sides, snacks, and apps from the HelloFresh market round out the meal and always please a crowd. Their ever-changing menu with 55-plus weekly options keeps our taste buds on their toes, and pre-portioned ingredients and foolproof recipes allow us to relax and enjoy the summer. Plans are constantly changing, and HelloFresh can keep up. You can skip weeks when you need to or change the address to have an order sent right to your vacation spot, all from the app. Sign up today for 16 free meals plus 3 free gifts at HelloFresh.com/Bubba.
Rob tried to manage his constipation with belly pain, discomfort, and bloating day after day. After realizing it was irritable bowel syndrome with constipation or IBS-C, he found another way and finally said yes to adding Linzess.
Linzess, or linaclotide, is a prescription medicine that treats IBS-C in adults. Linzess works differently than laxatives. It lets you have more frequent and complete bowel movements and helps relieve overall abdominal symptoms, belly pain, discomfort, and bloating. These symptoms were studied in combination, not individually. Do not give Linzess to children less than 2 years old. It may harm them. Do not take Linzess if you have a bowel blockage. Get immediate help if you develop unusual or severe stomach pain, especially with bloody or black stools. The most common side effect is diarrhea, sometimes severe. If it's severe, stop taking Linzess and call your doctor right away. Other side effects include gas, stomach area pain, and swelling. There could be more to your story with IBS-C. Talk to a doctor today. Say yes to Linzess. Learn more at linzess.com or call 1-800-LINZESS. Sponsored by AbbVie and Ironwood Pharmaceuticals.
If you own a fleet of trucks, or if you're an owner-operator, you know how much nonsense comes with fleet fuel cards. That's why you should check out A to B Fuel Card. Seriously, folks, with A to B, there's no setup fee, no transaction fee, no monthly fees, no over-limit fees, no credit check required when you apply. You can use A to B to get discounts on every drop of fuel at any gas station or any truck stop that accepts Visa. And talk about nonsense. Unlike other other fuel cards, A to B has no gallon limits, and A to B is going to help you grow your business. As you're paying on time, you're growing your credit. Apply today by going to a2b.com/radio. For a limited time, you'll get a $50 credit when you use their zero-fee card. That's the letter A to the letter B.com/radio to apply with no credit check and get a $50 credit when you use their zero-fee card. A2b.com/radio or head to rickandbubba.com under sponsor. Have you tried Helix mattress yet? Everybody's unique and Helix knows that. So they have several different mattress models to choose from. They have soft, medium, firm mattresses. They've got mattresses great for cooling you down if you sleep hot, and mattresses great for spinal alignment to prevent morning aches and pains. They even have a Helix mattress for the plus size sleepers. The Helix mattress is a major upgrade and we love them. Plus they come in a box that comes right to your front door and you can try it in your home for 100 nights risk-free. They even have a 10-year warranty, and Helix was awarded the #1 best overall mattress pick of 2021 by GQ and Wired Magazine. Go to helixsleep.com/Bubba. Take the quiz, order the mattress that's matched to you, and the mattress comes right to your door, shipped for free. For a limited time, Helix is offering up to $350 off all mattress orders at helixsleep.com/Bubba. helixsleep.com/Bubba. Visit rickandbubba.com under the sponsor.
Okay, folks, listen up. It's buy one, get one free time at MyPillow. The MyPillow team is offering a huge BOGO extravaganza, and that means buy one, get one free on a bunch of their great products. Now's the time to join millions of Americans who've changed the quality of their sleep with the MyPillow pillows and sheets and improved their lives with other amazing products. Right now, you get buy one, get one free pricing on bed sheets, Giza Elegance MyPillows, 6-piece towel sets, roll and go anywhere MyPillows, and so much more. Great products start with a great company. MyPillow delivers style and comfort with the good old American products from a great American company. And remember, all MyPillow products come with a 60-day money-back guarantee and a warranty. They even have dog beds for your pets. So what are you waiting for? Go today to mypillow.com/Bubba for all of our special show savings and discounts. And don't miss the buy one, get one free specials. Once again, mypillow.com/Bubba.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio.
Rick and Bubba.
Pass the gravy, please.
Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
Rick and Bubba.
I can't start another.
25 minutes until top of the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Rick and Bubba Show's kickoff hour. If you're just joining us, you've missed a lot. Rick and Bubba, though, join us in 30 minutes from now. As we roll through a number of different stories, I've got just a little bit of audio here I'd like to play for y'all. And
a little audio.
And then you guys tell me if
secret audio.
You're going to kind of get an idea of what's happening, but I want to see if you can dial it in. This is some audio of a couple in San Francisco. All right, I'll tell you that. Take a listen. And where is it? There it is.
That don't sound like
store.
Okay, hold on.
Wait a minute.
Time it's open, I've been parking there for 25 years. We came out, we were walking up from the store, and I noticed the ticket on my car. This seems unfair to me. The red stripe is there where it wasn't before, and they had the nerve just to go around my tire.
What y'all think's going on there?
Can I hear that one more time?
Sure.
She's got a ticket.
I can
for
tell
something
neither one
that
of
she
y'all
ain't
were even
happy
paying
about.
attention.
She's got a ticket and she's not happy about it.
Anytime it's open, I've been parking there for 25 years. We came out, we were walking up from the store, and I noticed the ticket on my car. This seems unfair to me. The red stripe is there where it wasn't before, and they had the nerve just to go around my tire.
Okay, parking ticket.
And they re-striped it to make it look like
So
they
they parked in their like normal parking
for
spot
25 years
in San Francisco. And a man is fighting, and you can tell his wife is as well, a ticket for parking in a red zone. But when they parked there, it was not painted. So they're sitting, so that it's parked like they normally are, and then it's not painted because they weren't going to park there if it was painted. So it's not painted. They go do their thing, whatever. They come back, and it had been painted while they were parking there and given a ticket, but it wasn't a red zone when they parked.
Yeah, they made it. That happened to me.
Something
similar.
Okay.
I was meeting somebody to ride. We were coming some training over here when I worked for the power company, and I met a buddy of mine, and I left my truck at this gas station.
Mm-hmm.
And there was a sign against the building that said no parking. But where I parked, it was across from it. I thought it meant against the building.
Mm-hmm.
Fine. I come back, they've hauled my truck off. They've towed it, and they've taken the sign off the building and put it over there where my truck was.
And it was.
Are you serious? That actually happened?
Oh, yeah. I nearly got in a fight with the old man about it.
I bet you were so angry.
Yeah, I had to go find it and
hold on, wait a
get
minute.
my truck
So-
out of.
How much did it cost to get it out of there?
Back then, it's like $40 or something.
Oh,
Probably.
wow. That's
Still
cheap.
not good.
So you pull up, you don't see your truck. Is the first thing you think it's been stolen?
No.
Or how did you figure?
I saw that sign had been moved, and I thought,
Oh, really?
sure enough.
So then you went in and
Well,
talked to
that's
the
my
person?
argument was. He said, well, it said no. I said, well, if it was so obvious, why'd you move the sign? We didn't move the sign. I said, well, yeah, somebody did. I said, because it wasn't there. Now, if you'd have hauled it off and said, hey, that sign on the building meant
Is there a
there.
possibility that
It's been a long time ago.
never mind. I'm not even.
No, I know what you're saying. Is it a possibility you didn't see the sign?
That's
No.
what-
Okay.
That's not possible.
Because you didn't see Helmsy running around the
Yeah, this
studio.
is different. This is back when I paid attention.
That's exactly where I was going, Speedy. Thank you.
No, I did. Because I was consciously going, well, where can I park?
I give you that.
I mean, I blew by you this morning. You had no clue. So I'm supposed to
I
believe.
saw you. I
I'm
just
supposed
thought
to
you were trying to
believe
get
that
your
you
seat.
actually looked for a sign.
Well, yeah, if you're going to park and you don't want your truck hauled off, you'll look for a sign.
I got to know how much heck you raised.
Oh, it was
Did you?
bad.
Were you pretty upset?
Yeah, it was loud cussing.
How
in
did
the
you get?
store.
How did you get to the place to find your car?
A guy that I rode with.
Okay.
He took me down.
He parked in a proper spot. I
No,
guess.
we rode together.
Yeah,
I left my
He
vehicle. I
carpooled.
got in
Okay.
his vehicle.
Yeah, he carpooled. Those park and ride places are very helpful, and
Yeah,
a
they
lot
are.
of them. But you
I never
used the
did
park and ride at a place and thought you were okay, but you weren't.
Yeah.
And so then you walk in the store and go, "Hey, what happened to my truck?"
Yeah, and they said it was hauled off. And I said, for what? And they said, well, you can't supposed to park there. And I said, well, why'd you move the sign? Then
How
he-
long? How long were you? Was it like an all-day thing? You were.
Yeah, yeah. We
Okay.
we were going to Birmingham, and we had this training. So it was like I left it that morning, came back that afternoon.
Did you get out? Did they make you pay the
Yeah, I
money?
did.
Oh, I wish I
Goodness
could have.
gracious.
Gosh, I
Yeah,
wish
I
I
mean,
could have been there for that.
Their word against
Yeah,
my
but I mean,
word.
what do
Who
you
am I
do?
gonna- what am I going to
Yeah,
do?
your truck's not there. You got to get it back.
Yeah.
It's just like this. All right, so this has nothing to do with parking, but it's like you're helpless, so
I'm
you
still
know
mad
you
about
have to
that.
pay for it. It sounds like it.
I
So
think that gas station has been torn down since, and they've built a new one there.
yeah, I don't think I was scammed, but I think I was definitely taken advantage of when it comes to setting up utilities and everything for JC's apartment that he and two other roommates, his two of his teammates, they've got a 3-bedroom apartment for college and all that, and it's about that time. I know a lot of parents that have college students, you're trying to get everything together because kids are about to start going back and all that. And so, as parents, you split things up. It's like, hey, I got power. Hey, I got cable or internet. Hey, I got, this, that, and the other. And so internet, because we're just going to stream, but I'll say cable, but internet service, whatever. That fell on the Wilburns. You're like, okay, I'll set that up. No, not a problem. So I went and I started setting it up, and I've had this service before. And Greg, you're talking about it's like you owe somebody, and it's like you feel like you don't, but they've got what you need. So you say, I got to pay it, to get it back. That's how you were with your truck. Well, they have this, what they call this agent or salesperson that represents this apartment complex for this big company. And hey, here's your contact. They'll set you up and get you going. So I call them, and a little tough to get in touch with them. And it's a big company.
I know who you're talking about, and they're horrible.
Yeah, they really are. They really got to redo how they do things.
Where they
They've
get
been
their
horrible for
equipment back.
years
Yeah.
and years.
Right.
Yeah.
And so I call the guy, and he says, well, for the I guess the setup fee, not the installment, but just the whole setup of
Changing
the
everything
account
over.
fee, it can be waived if you have a former address that you used our service
tied
at or
to it,
whatever. And I'm
yeah.
like, okay, well, when JC was at up in Wallace State, I've got that. We used y'all there. So I gave him the address. Well, he comes back and says, oh, well, it says here you owe $350.
Hello.
And I said, all right, stop.
deadbeat.
I said, stop right there. I did. I said, all right, hold on now. Because I had already pulled up.
So you tried to
on the
save some
account.
money.
No, I'd already pulled up on the account. It said I owed $0. I said, wait a minute. I said, why is it saying I owe $300-something? I said, first of all, it's been over a year, and I know your company. Y'all would be sending us invoices and I'd be getting mail. I hadn't heard nothing. He goes, well, it sounds like to me it's an equipment return problem, like you haven't returned the equipment. And I said, well, I have. I said, I'm pulling up the account now. It shows that I'm in good standing. Matter of fact, when I returned the equipment, they gave me a receipt, which I took a picture of, to send to the other parents to let them know, all right, we're all good. See you, good day. And so I pulled that picture back up. So anyway, he goes, well, I can't waive the fee. You're going to have to pay it. So I ended up paying, like all this, extra money.
Either do that. Or...
And so I'm like, you know what? I don't feel good about this. So yesterday I went into a brick and mortar place of the place. And I walk in there and I've got the receipt where I returned the equipment a year ago printed out, and I've got the account in good standing, zero balance printed out, and I didn't feel good about the account he had set up for us. It was just didn't feel good.
Didn't sit well.
No. So I walk in there and I said, hey, I got two problems. I said, first of all, can we resolve? Here's the account number from my former address. He's saying I owe $300-something. Can you confirm or say I'm okay? Just help me out here. So he goes, okay. He's used to typing. What? I'm like, what do you mean? This is where you want them to turn the monitor around. So, okay, no, you're good, man. It shows you zero balance. So you feel
like the guy scammed you?
Yeah, it's like, okay, equipment was returned here. Okay, no, you're good. Why did he say you owed $300-something? I said, so I don't know.
Asking you,
that
pal.
application fee and all this kind of stuff. He said I was going to have to start paying more. He started trying to add something to the account, and hey, if I do this and wait 30 days and then cancel it, it's going to save me this. And I said, I think he's a salesman that gets bonus points or whatever if he adds different features to your account. And I said, I think I got scammed a little bit. And he looked and he's like, yeah, he didn't even finish setting up your account. This is messed up, man. And I'm like, is it really? And he goes, yeah. And he says, I'm sitting here looking at your former address that you said you had. You shouldn't have been charged this fee because I can verify it's zero balance. You returned your equipment and everything. So we go through the process. He sets me up and he says, just forget everything that person did. So I'm like, but Greg, back to your point, what made me even think about it is the guy's got me on the phone and he's like, well, no, this is what so I ended up paying, everything.
He knew that you would go, because I'm the same way. Well, I'll just pay it because I ain't got time for food.
Well, that's what the guy said. He goes, now look, man, you can call them, but you know how it is. You get put on hold forever. He said, so, I mean, if I was you, I would just set up this new account, go ahead, pay it. This apartment's good, and then handle the other later. So I did. Well, luckily, the guy says, well, I'm pulling up the information here. You're going to be credited everything back. You were overcharged. Big time.
So you went from deadbeat to a hero.
But what I'm wondering is, what if I don't do that? What the heck?
I'll be honest with you. I probably let it go. I just paid the money and went on.
Well, but I mean, I didn't.
No, that would have been the dumb thing to do.
Well, but he said that we owed $300-something.
Then again, I may have pursued that.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely don't want to get some,
on you that shows you stuff.
Oh, and he even
with a debt.
He even said on the phone, he said, well, sometimes these things, I've heard stories where it takes a year, and then all of a sudden something pops up and somebody gets charged something or whatever, and I felt silly. I really did. But then the brick and mortar, the sales rep in there, I walked in this place, and it never happens. There was nobody in there.
So that's perfect.
Nobody in the showroom at all. And I walked in, and they said, hey, man, what's up? I said, well, maybe y'all can help me out. But I went ahead.
I've not paid my bill, and I'm trying to get out of it.
I was hoping he would say at least he showed where I did get overcharged, and I did pay. Because then I started thinking, was this person even with this company?
Yeah, that's what's funny.
Did I really get scammed? My goodness. But they got the guy's name on a flyer and everything saying, hey, here's the agent for this apartment complex. So I know he has to be legit. So I just don't know. I don't know how that happened.
I'd tell on it.
But I ended up paying it, just like you had to pay to get your truck back.
I did. I never did get that back.
I've been fortunate, I guess.
Yeah. Wait, your kids aren't in college yet. You just wait.
Rick and Bubba.
Supper time! Did you know that most commercial dog food has 50 to 64% processed cereal byproducts, even in some premium and organic brands?
I'm veterinarian Dr. Marty Goldstein, and I've saved dogs no one else could with proper nutrition, which led to my development of Nature's Blend, a freeze-dried raw food made with real cuts of meat, omega-3 rich seeds, and superfood veggies and fruit that I created to support your dog's health, happiness, and wellness.
Nature's Blend is made in North America and contains organ meat, some of the most nutritious meats you can give your pet, and it has 0 artificial preservatives, additives, or fillers. For a limited time, save 50% off your first order and receive a free bag of dog treats. Go to drmartypets.com/free treats or text free treats to 511-511.
I guarantee it with a 100% 90-day return of your purchase price.
Your dog will love the taste of Nature's Blend. Text free treats to 511-511 today.
Text fees may apply. You may receive up to 1 additional text. Text opt to opt out.
Message and data rates may apply. Paid for by Dr. Marty's Pets.
They say to never mess with the classics, but Panera did just that and more with our new Chef's Chicken Sandwiches. By using pan-seared chicken, our secret garlic aioli recipe, Parmesan crisps, and pickle chips, all on a buttery brioche roll. Because if no one messed with the classics, you'd never have a chicken sandwich this good. New Chef's Chicken Sandwiches from Panera. Only $1 delivery fee when you order on our app. Restrictions apply. For details, visit PaneraBread.com/delivery info.
Blue Star medicated ointment gets 5-star reviews from our loyal users for fast relief of the pain and itch of almost any skin irritation.
Blue Star soothes insect bites and fungal infections.
It really works on the summer rashes I get every year.
I had psoriasis on my elbows. Blue Star worked wonders.
Amazing stuff. Smear a bit on and the itch is gone.
Look for the white box with the blue star in the first aid section. Feel Blue Star work fast, or your money back.
Texting enrolls you into recurring automated marketing text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
Honey, what's up? You look bummed out.
I'm frustrated with my body.
Why?
I've really let things go lately, which is not like me. Ever since I hit 40, I just don't have the drive I used to.
I know that. So I got you this.
A GH Boost?
Yes. You could be feeling the loss of growth hormone, which starts to slow down as you age. GH Boost safely supercharges your body's GH production at night when it naturally occurs.
That sounds pretty good.
Better than pretty good. Clinical studies show the ingredients in GH Boost can increase your body's own GH levels more than 100%.
Wow.
Yeah, it's a great product, and I got a complimentary 2-week sample. All I had to do was send a text.
Get your complimentary 2-week sample by texting BOXER to 321-321 now. Get GH Boost and get your swagger back at the gym and in the bedroom. It's killing it at GNC, but you can only get your sample by texting BOXER to 321-321. That's BOXER to 321-321. Text BOXER to 321-321.
These products and statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease or illness.
The best thing about summer? The food. There's nothing better than a summer meal, and luckily, HelloFresh is bringing our favorite summer flavors right to our door in limited edition Taste of Summer recipes and market selections. Now, these restaurant-worthy recipes elevates the dining experience at home while minimizing oven use because less time in the kitchen means more time at the pool. And the complimentary sides, snacks, and apps from the HelloFresh market round out the meal and always please a crowd. Their ever-changing menu with 55-plus weekly options keeps our taste buds on their toes, and pre-portioned ingredients and foolproof recipes allow us to relax and enjoy the summer. Plans are constantly changing, and HelloFresh can keep up. You can skip weeks when you need to or change the address to have an order sent right to your vacation spot, all from the app. Sign up today for 16 free meals plus 3 free gifts at HelloFresh.com/Bubba.
Terry was away for the weekend for her daughter's wedding. The morning of the big day, she got a call from Simply Safe's 24/7 professional monitoring center. Simply Safe had detected water in her basement just moments after the leak started. In moments like this, time is critical because even an inch of flooding can cause more than $25,000 in damages. After talking to Simply Safe, Terry called her neighbor, who quickly turned the water off before the flooding got bad. Protecting against floods is just one of the reasons more than 4 million people trust their home protection to Simply Safe. With a comprehensive Simply Safe system and 24/7 professional monitoring, you can have someone always looking out for you. Plans cost under $1 a day with no long-term contracts or hidden fees ever. You can customize the perfect system for your home in just a few minutes at simplysafebubba.com. Go today and claim a free indoor security camera plus 20% off with interactive monitoring at simplysafebubba.com.
Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another. Rick and Bubba. Day without 'em,
8 minutes until top of the hour. This portion of the show is sponsored by HelloFresh.com/Bubba. Attention to all the foodies in our audience enjoying a stress-free summer and getting some chef-created, foolproof recipes delivered right to your door is probably something that you'd like. Well, we got it for you at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. They're bringing all the favorite summer flavors right to your door in a limited edition Taste of the Summer recipes and market selections. It is really nice what they do. These restaurant-worthy recipes elevate the dining experience at home. No more, hey, what's for dinner? Let me run and get to the grocery store. You panicking and all that. You out in rush hour traffic. Don't worry about that. Just let it come right to your door. Their ever-changing menu with 55-plus weekly options keeps the taste buds, and it's always great. Sign up today at HelloFresh.com/Bubba, and when you do, you're going to get 16 meals for free across 7 boxes plus 3 gifts. Just use promo code Bubba or find a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. You heard me right. 16 meals over 7 boxes for free plus 3 gifts at HelloFresh.com. That's HelloFresh.com/Bubba. Use that /Bubba and enjoy some great food delivered right to your door. HelloFresh.com/Bubba. All right, so we're rolling on. We've had a number of things today. Helmsy broke out his new bucket hat to model it for
Greg.
Bucket
hat on bullet head.
and I like the hat. I have plenty of them, especially when you're coaching tennis out in the heat. You need something to protect them ears.
That's it.
I tell you, I'll get in trouble.
Gotta take care of your skin.
I get scared of my dermatologist.
Does she scare you to death?
Hey, if you come in and she can tell you've been burnt pretty bad, and I mean, what are you doing?
Talk down to you a little
You're
bit.
fair skinned and bald. What are you doing? Cover up, big guy.
Cover up.
I got a couple of those coming up. I got one in 2 weeks. My 6-month checkup.
I need to go get scanned.
I do.
Is that what they call it? Scanned?
Well, it's just these full body scans.
Yeah.
I try to tell them just focus on my noggin. Let's settle. Let's settle there.
They want to see it all.
No. And I try to persuade the person that comes out and goes, okay, they call me John there. They go by my first name.
Hey,
there.
Johnny.
Okay, Mr. John. Have you had any spots that have come up that you've noticed anywhere? No, I know my old noggin, my bald head here. We're going to focus there, and I try to get them to just focus on there.
While sitting there in your underwear?
Well, no, I'm fully clothed because I'm just coming in at that point. Okay. But I'm hoping that they'll go, okay, well, I'll get the doctor, and she'll be in here in a second or something, and I keep my clothes on. But no, they go, okay, well, here's the little cover up here, which is that little paper, whatever it is. If you'll just go ahead, you can take everything. You can keep your underwear on. Oh, well, thanks.
Then you think, I wonder if I wore the ones with the hole in the back.
Yeah, and then you just sit there, and then they got that full length mirror that's sitting in front of you, and so then you see what you look like.
Right.
Yeah, it looks good. And then you try to sit cool, like
Yeah,
hey, man,
hey, I'm in my underwear.
Hey, what's up? And then
I'm in my underwear.
Here they come.
Awkward.
And it's just not
between your toes.
Not one guy there.
Oh, I know.
It's just women everywhere.
I'm way due because remember we used to go around the same time because we both had issues, and I hadn't been in a couple of years. I'm off.
Well, I try to do the 6-month deal just like I do with my teeth.
I got a few spots here I need looked at.
And
you said John Calvin. I've asked you this before. Excuse me. Did you ever ask your dad if you were named after the French theologian from the 1500s, John Calvin?
No,
probably not.
I've always wondered that. Serious business. I'd like you to ask your dad if that was part of the naming process.
Okay.
You know, everybody knows John Calvin back in the 1500s, French theologian.
Yeah. I assumed you were named.
Yeah. And you know something else y'all forgot about when it comes to me? Because y'all don't care.
What?
You remember when I was tied down right there and Dr. Petro
you
gave
got a
me
little
Botox in
you
the
look
forehead?
10 years younger.
For the show, I mean, I took that one.
You did.
I got a follow up.
Speaking of noggins,
you got a follow up on that.
I got a follow up appointment on that. They want to make sure everything's good. They check my forehead out and all that. I'm not taking clothes off there. I mean, I'm going. Well, I mean, that's what I'm there about.
Yeah. What are they looking for?
Yeah. Well, they just want to follow up, make sure that the forehead's looking right.
If you're good,
let's
and
see
you don't
here.
hurt.
If you're, I know you don't care, but next Wednesday. Wednesday, I've got a follow up.
Have you had to do that before? Because you've had this.
Well, it was convenient last time because we were right over there
in
next
Vestavia.
to
So
you.
I flagged that one.
I probably would.
Y'all don't care about me.
Well, you're fine.
Well, I mean, if there was something wrong, you
it's
would
not
know
like an eyebrows
and you don't
up
care
over
what the result is.
Right.
You know, I'm sure.
I'm not. I don't see any. And y'all can. Well, y'all wouldn't let me know. Greg wouldn't even notice. Helmsy, you might.
I would say something.
But yeah, I don't see like any issues
kind of
going.
like you're growing a horn.
See, that's what they're worried about. And they've followed up. They've even called and said, "Hey, is everything good? Any reaction? Are you good?"
Yeah, I think you're good.
You know.
Yeah.
What? You don't care about me.
Think about driving all the way over.
I know. I'm gonna have to do something with Helmsy that day.
By the way, I've got a lunch on Thursday.
Ooh, I got a mouth and a tongue.
A mouth and a tongue. That made 0 sense.
You got to taste your food.
What I was going to say to y'all is I've actually got a lunch Thursday.
Ooh, I'm important.
Right there. Y'all,
People
everybody
like to dine with me.
Everybody eat lunch every day.
Go ahead.
I'm going to the city center. I'm going back to the city center.
Oh,
I have not been.
I haven't been.
I have
So
not.
left.
What, Greg? I'm 3 miles.
You've been.
I'm 3 miles. I go in Panera and get smoothies and stuff for kids and all that. But I have not been.
So you've been there.
But I haven't been to that side. That side where we're at.
How about Terry's been there since I have?
I'll be able to walk over there and check it out.
I haven't been there since we left.
She went and saw a movie and with some of the girls and ate at one of the restaurants, set out one of the picnic tables.
I don't think it has changed anything. I think somebody's moved some boxes and stuff in there. Somebody sent me a picture.
Get your
day.
key, see if it works.
And the pizza place it probably would. The pizza place still hadn't opened.
It hadn't.
Will you check the
talk
mail?
about that forever?
Will you check the mailbox see if there's any mail sitting
that's
there?
a good
I've
idea.
still got that key.
Do you
Probably
really?
need to give that back.
Yeah, probably shouldn't have said it. But yeah, we'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
There we go. Bubba, how do?
How about you, do?
Well, you know, I know. No, I'm fine, thank you. I got your text from last night about you watching this new 24 thing. I was at the time I got it, I was in that terrible place called paying bills, and I just gotten back from practice, and I was like,
That makes you want to go Jack Bauer on somebody.
Well, yeah, especially my favorite when I realized that when you get down to it, and I was like, I had all my stamps like I liked it and all that, and then I realized that somebody taking some of my stamps, and I'd rather miss by like 10. And I missed by like 4.
Yeah.
And so now I'm comfortably riding around with those bills and got to find somebody to put them in postage today.
Have you ever thought about one of these little printers where you print your own stamps off?
I have, and I was going to use that thing, what is it, Stamps, whatever, but they hadn't advertised with us yet, so I refused to use them.
Right.
Because they're on every talk show but ours.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Well,
so
then to heck with them.
Well, I said that, I tell you, like I say,
Now,
look,
most of these printers, these little dynamo printers, you can get the labels. They do. You can put 2 different, blanks in there, and one of them you can put like for labels, and the other one you can do for stamps, and it'll print off.
Right.
You buy it with a credit card online, and then it prints it out down to you're done. We do that with like Christmas cards stuff.
Yeah.
So it's primarily when I use it.
Right. It was. It was. I just come from practice too, where this whole thing, it's funny what we go through because, having to coach and going through the different generations, this generation too. I mean, and some of them are wonderful, devoted. I think they'll do well. Now, that's a remnant, okay? There's not a lot of those. I literally had a player show up to practice without his gear. Now, keep in mind, these are kids now that drive themselves, okay? And I think this is the one y'all would have loved. I mean, you would have absolutely. I pictured y'all's faces when I was standing there. So he comes and he said, "Hey, coach," and we have a thing, we have the real lacrosse coach, and he handles all the strategy and all that. And really, he's basically, I'm in charge of discipline and motivation.
Right.
Okay. And so, because he needs to be able to do his job.
Right.
And nowadays, if you don't have that guy,
you got to fill your role.
If you're
cover your lanes,
yeah.
all that.
So he says, "Coach, I just got here and realized I don't have my equipment." And I said, how would that happen? Y'all ready for it? Seriously, I want y'all to be ready. I want all the grown men in here to be ready for this, okay? He says, "You just don't understand the stress I'm under."
Oh, really?
And I said,
how
really?
old is he, 16?
No, 18, 17 or 18.
Well,
and I said, "Really?" And he said, "Man, you just don't know the things I have to try to stay on top of." And I said, "Really?" I said, "Is that what you're going to tell your boss one day? You sorry you missed work because he won't be able to understand?" I said, "Is that what you're going to tell your wife one day? Is that what you're going to tell your kids one day?" I said, "Look, you need to take." I said, "Where do you think I've been all day?" And also, and I said, "So," he said, "Well, what do you want me to do?" I said, "Well, I want you to go home and get your gear and come back." I said, "Now there's going to be a real problem with that."
Yeah.
I said, "When you get back, you're now going to be late, which is going to send you over to Camp Burgess." And he said, "I just got a lot going on right now." I said, "Well, we all do." I don't know how to tell you this. I said, this got a lot going on and a lot you got to do. This only gets, it doesn't, I mean, college is going to be harder than this.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Life's going to be harder than college.
Mm-hmm.
I said, one day you're going to be somebody's husband, somebody's daddy, and you're going to work for somebody, or maybe you may be, right, let's say
responsible for other people.
Yeah. And I said, I got to tell you, it's going to be a little tougher than whatever you had to do today that was so stressful. You didn't even get your gear together for the practice that's been on your schedule for who knows how long. And so then he went back and got his stuff and came back. But then he had to go to Camp Burgess. And hopefully we've resolved that. But I mean, because it had to be resolved for me too. But that line,
yeah,
when you're sitting there looking at men our age and to say, "Well, you just don't know everything I have to deal with." I thought about him again too when I was paying bills. I thought about, man, he's had a tough day.
Yeah, I know it. Well, grades are tough.
I think they are.
But I just personally, I feel like power bills are tougher.
Right. I don't see how you go, "I'm going to practice," and it not cross your mind that I might need my stuff. That's like leaving the house with no pants on.
Look, you forget things. We all do.
Yeah, we do.
And
but I'm talking about
you were going to lacrosse practice. That's where you were going.
Well, you went to school to practice, so you had to remember it that morning when you were leaving.
Yeah, well,
that like we all do. We go, "What am I doing today?"
I try to tell mine the greatest weapon that you have for tomorrow. For tomorrow is today.
It's today.
Get ready today, so tomorrow's taken care of. But
yeah, and
we all do it.
No. To the point. Let me be clear. I forgot my stuff. That ain't the point.
Right.
It's when I got the speech about I don't understand.
Right. I hear what you just said. I forgot it. I didn't make it happen. I'm coming back. Whatever.
Hey, Coach, I messed up.
I messed up.
I'm going to get my stuff, and I'll see you at Camp Burgess.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
It's on me. I'll be right back. I just forgot.
It's the line.
You're the piper, and I'm going to have to pay you.
It was the line to a 52-year-old man with gray in his beard. You just don't know what I have.
Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it
6 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show from the No Name Studio. Hello and welcome. We are glad that you are here. It is a brand new hour, as is tradition. Very, very few exceptions. This hour starts with our national anthem. It is 8.5 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us as we prepare to move forward. The kickoff hour is done. If you're not familiar with that, that's hosted by Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, and Helmsy, as they spend some time together getting us ready for another day. Now Adler has settled into his booth. He'll be showing you the YouTube option live and archiving things for you as well. Bubba and I will now join the team as we go forward, and we look forward to chatting with you. The number I just gave you, 866-WE-BE-BIG. We also have our website, Rick and Bubba, spell out the word and.com. Rick and Bubba content available in so many ways. Live, of course, on the Rick and Bubba Radio Network, the boldest stations in America, bold enough to carry this program in our current time. Thank you for that, all across the country. If you don't have an affiliate, there's the TuneIn app. That is our 24/7 streaming app available on TuneIn. Has the live show every day, and, of course, some archive shows and moments as well, 24/7. You can catch us on all of our affiliates that also offer the iHeartRadio option. That's available to you. You can watch us on YouTube, as I just mentioned, live or archived. You can listen to archives, audio only, on our podcast channel. And you can catch our unique podcast weekly called Rick and Bubba University. Also, you can catch an hour of the Rick and Bubba Show on Blaze TV. So there's so many ways to get the Rick and Bubba Show. Find them all at rickandbubba.com. Let's get him in here, the silver-tongued one. The man with a golden voice, professional lunch eaters, man of the year, the inventor of pizza and a cup, Shakespeare's worst nightmare, and the master of the King's English. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Bill Bubba Bussey!
How about it, Rick Burgess?
Hey, you, buddy. Somebody say, what it is ain't exactly clear. It's time we stop, children. What's that sound? Everybody look what's going down. Somebody say, come on. There's Buffalo Springfield, for what it's worth. So who all was in Buffalo Springfield? I know Neil Young was in there.
One of the
Stephen
Crosby
Stills. Stephen Stills in there.
Yeah.
It's funny if you really think about it. All the bands in history are really just the same people. they presented themselves in different ways.
They just regroup
and under different names.
Because Crosby, Stills, and Nash, you had one from the Byrds, one from Buffalo Springfield, and one from the Hollies.
There you go. See, it's all just a combination.
There's your walk through memory lane.
Well, if you think about it, I mean, it's all just a bunch of all-star teams that keep getting together and putting on new uniforms.
It is.
And then they pulled Neil Young in.
You're right.
Well, Rick, I'm pretty ecstatic today. I actually filled up and was able to do it for under $100, which means I didn't have to run my credit card twice.
Well, that's right, and
I was so excited.
Yeah, and of course, brilliantly, they've convinced you to celebrate paying double what you paid last year.
What a great switcheroo they've pulled.
It's
and you're glad for it.
Look, it's rolled off a little bit. I'll take it.
Sure.
It's a long way from what it was.
That's right. There you go. So we'll deal with that. It was. I was talking about. I got into this, and I was thinking about Adler. Because he's a drummer, and I've dabbled with the drums. Greg, is in between probably those two extremes, and so anyway, you've seen this, Bubba, because you've worked with me for years, and so when I was starring in the soon to be released, I'm sure, short film. That my son was shooting.
Do we have a working name for it?
I don't know the name. I got to find that out, and I'm sure that may not be established yet, but I'll find out. But anyway,
gotta have some kind of name.
But I got. You've seen it. You've done it for years. People have
Mm-hmm.
tried to diagnose me when we got on TV when Turner South first put us on. It was I have to admit there was a certain comfort when we were just pure radio,
right?
Because people couldn't really see how strange and weird we really are.
Right.
So anyway.
We didn't have to dress up like we do now.
So I got in trouble, from the director, young Broderick, both visually and audio for tapping my
right.
And he said, Dad, you're gonna have to stop doing your tapping thing.
Tap.
And I said, and then I was asked by somebody, why do you do that? I said, here's the question: why don't you do it?
Yeah.
I said, life is a rhythm. And I said, I'm keeping time.
Yeah, it's your internal clock.
Because the whole everything, life is rhythm. And, sometimes it's on the 2, sometimes it's on the 4, sometimes it's on the 3, and sometimes it's an offbeat. but it's always a rhythm. And so what I'm doing is showing you this is the current rhythm in which I'm operating. And then he just said back to me, but we don't want you to do it now. And that was kind of the end of it. Right. Yeah, I thought I was really holding court and explaining to some young people about life being rhythm. Everything's a rhythm. You got to keep in. Are y'all not keeping the rhythm? I mean,
you got to have the rhythm of the city.
I'm seeing some people that apparently do not have rhythm.
Yeah,
and
there's a lot out there.
So why don't could we please, those of us with rhythm, stop letting those without rhythm run this thing? Because life is rhythm. We got to get in the right rhythm.
Tap, tap.
You've had days when it's on the 2. I mean, that's double time. Let's go. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And then there's times you just kind of laying back, just saying we're not even going to hit. We're going to go down on the 4. And then sometimes you're like, I'm feeling odd today. I've got kind of an offbeat you didn't even see coming.
My time of
and
reading,
of course on the 3 is just kind of your normal.
My time of reading music in the junior high band was very short.
Right.
I knew 4/4 felt real good, and everything else was a little hurried.
Well, that's it basically. That's it. But I've always you've seen this. And I've noticed that Bubba, and all my kids do it too. You'll see them like we're at the dinner table and they've been getting after it, and they just arrived for dinner. You'll see their knee going up and down, and I said that's keeping the rhythm.
Yep.
I'm in a certain rhythm right now, and I get really out of sorts when I feel like that everybody's outside the rhythm. If the show doesn't have rhythm, that bothers me. All right, we'll be back. 16 minutes past the hour. Then there's that moment where the room was silent, and you thought, well, I wish I hadn't shared that. More of the Rick and Bubba show coming up. Stay close. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
When we were looking back over the Super Bowl, and we broke that down for a few hours yesterday, and had some fun with that, and it was a great game. We all loved it. But this 84 Lumber commercial seemed to be the commercial people were talking about the most, and not positively, more just confusion on what they were trying to say, and then what people thought they were saying angered, and some thought it was great. And so now, from the business side of things, there's the discussion of this as far as a marketing move. Was it good, bad? Was it ugly? Now, keep in mind, 84 Lumber stroked the check for 90 seconds.
Wow.
Bubba.
What is that, $15 million?
That's a big stroke.
It was $5 million for 30 seconds.
Yeah, so there you are. I don't know if they got a discount on the 90, but if you just, they were definitely anywhere from 10 to 15 million, don't you think?
Oh, yeah. Easy.
So anyway, at the end of this tale, the script appears on the screen. We talked about yesterday. The will to succeed is always welcome here. And then you go to their website, and now they've gone to some of the experts in the industry, Bubba. And then you go watch the 5-minute director's cut version that has them entering the United States through a door and a towering border wall. And we all know what that was addressing. Now, I never did understand whether they were trying to promote legal immigration or illegal, and sadly, this story doesn't tell us that either.
So we still don't know.
Yeah. So I'm
going to tell you, the wall in that was impressive.
It really was.
If that's the wall Trump's building, that is a dandy.
They said they said here were some problems, and this will really bother you, Helms, and those of us who know that you get one shot this kind of stuff. Server crashed. So that was a fail.
So much traffic.
Wow. So a lot of people tried to go there and didn't get to see it. They didn't have it. Yeah. They didn't have it ready for the traffic.
Can't happen list.
Yeah, that's on the can't happen.
You knew that was going to happen.
They said there was a lot of social media backlash, and then one of the marketing guys says, and one problem is you don't really know what they do, and they said this is always a chance when you jump out there and you're going to try to do one of these social deals to raise awareness and brand recognition, and this one expert, Alan Adamson, he's the founder of Brand Simple Consulting. Don't miss the word consulting. Don't miss the word consulting.
Right.
He says most of the time when Super Bowl advertisers wade into political waters, they're distracting viewers from their mission, and that is selling the company's product.
Yeah.
And he said he thought this commercial was a miss because, like others who have tried it before, they try to attach themselves to a social issue, and they're not pushing the product. He said, we call this tactic in our business borrowed interest, and he said, frankly, it usually backfires. And now 84 Lumber said the reaction is split down the middle, and they said 50% critical and 50% liking it. And then you love this, because this guy, of course, still wants to keep his job. He says, the agency who did it, about what we expected. I don't know that I want to be sold on an advertising campaign that's going to anger 50% of the people who might buy my lumber.
I just don't know.
I mean,
Did you read the statement from them that they put on their Facebook page?
No, please tell me, because I'm trying to figure out what.
Well, this may help.
Okay.
This actually may help. It says, we do not condone illegal immigration. Plain and simple there. The journey of the mother and daughter symbolizes grit, dedication, and sacrifice, characteristics that we look for in our people at 84 Lumber. Yeah. President Trump has previously said there should be a big, beautiful door in the wall so that people can come into the country legally. We couldn't agree more.
Okay.
So that is a statement that they put on their Facebook page yesterday.
Which we theorized, but we said you needed to have something there at the wall that kind of confirmed that.
Right.
Yeah.
Because we all remembered that Trump said that.
Yeah.
And they're saying we're promoting legal immigration.
Correct.
And we're thinking it's a beautiful opportunity to come through the wall into America through the proper channels.
Correct.
Correct?
Yes.
Okay, good.
I think
that is their stance.
I think they're agreeing with Trump and trying to also be encouraging to legal immigration. I
Correct.
think.
Right, because that's what they're saying.
But when I watched it, I didn't really feel that way.
Well, you
I
heard
agree.
You heard the callers yesterday. They didn't get that from it either.
No, not at all.
No.
But that helps. And then in that story, they go on to say that most of their clientele are small businesses, home builders that they hire hardworking men and women, and so that's their target to promote their values. But yet you didn't really get that in the commercial. It was very
maybe
confusing.
if the lady going up to the giant beautiful door in the wall had like paperwork with an official stamp on it, and she put it in the crack of the door that flew open. That door was easy to open. I can't get over that fact.
Boy, yeah.
The hinges on that thing must be
That's
unbelievable.
nice, isn't it?
It is. I wish we had them on this door over here.
Well, this is
because we can't get that door open, especially on the other side.
I know. Yes.
We got a door here that's just defeated us. We called in the pros yesterday.
Right,
I just can't.
The good news is that no one can come through here illegally. The show 866 we be big is our number, and there he is. If you don't have the YouTube option and you can actually hear bed music, what you're hearing right now is Rolling Stones music, and we meant to do this yesterday and it got away from us. And that is Mick Jagger's latest birthday was yesterday.
Wow, 79.
Now there's somebody
still
else,
on tour.
There's somebody else at 79. That's the current president of the United States of America.
Yeah, that's an amazing comparison there.
Mick's doing a little better than him.
Yes, he is, and
physically and mentally.
And we had a story today about Tony Dow, who played Wally.
Gee, Wally.
On Leave It to
Wally,
Beaver.
cut it out before I take a poke at you.
Give me the business.
There was a fake report or a false report that he had passed away. Now, he is in hospice care right now, and they don't think he's very long for this world, and he's 77. So Wally is 77 in hospice, Mick Jagger 79 on world tour.
Yes.
I mean, the contrast there is just amazing.
You can't, and we didn't mention a celebrity death, by the way. The actor that's best known from Goodfellas, though I can't pronounce his last name, Paul Sorvino.
Yeah, he's been in a lot of things.
He died at 83. But yeah, when you think about we do marvel, and I know a lot of you say, well, here they go again, marveling about how the Rolling Stones have basically told the entire medical field. And everybody who says here's a toast to healthy living that it will extend your life.
Now I'm not promoting.
I'm not either
their lifestyle.
I'm not. No,
and I'm saying they're
no.
the exception, not the rule.
No, I think they may be alive just because God is so gracious. Because He's like, guys, please repent.
Get it together.
Repent before I take you out of this world.
But it is strange when you see how they seem to be defying the common logic and thought on clean living and health and how long you can stay active, you know.
One thing that you will never see, okay, and to me, even worse is Keith Richards. I don't think you'll ever go to your doctor, ever. And if you want to, have some fun with it just to watch the doctor's face. I don't think we'll ever say, hey, have you picked up that book that Keith Richards put out about his, what do you mean? You know, the Keith Richards diet. You know, I just don't think you'll see the Rolling Stones diet, you know, anything like that. But you could say to your doctor, well, everything you just said to me, the Stones do the opposite, and Keith Richards and Mick Jagger they've outlived people that I know that are committed to healthy living.
Yeah.
It's like they can't. It's
a marvel, Rick. I don't know. I mean, you feel like you need to go to the History Channel and look for a in-depth documentary on it.
Yeah, Keith Richards is smoking right now. I mean, wherever he is, he has a cigarette. He's probably laying there asleep with one hanging out the side of his lip.
Yeah, and probably a glass of whiskey or something left over from last night.
Yeah. And then one glass is empty because that's what he took to go to sleep.
All right, I'm going to read this. Y'all say whatever you want to about it.
Yeah.
Okay. Keith Richards is surprisingly healthy. He no longer smokes cigarettes, has cut back on his drinking, and goes to the gym for 3 hours a day, multiple times a week. Includes weightlifting and lots of reps and sets.
At this point, why bother?
Right. And this was a few years ago. So what my point is, I think he's trying to make up over the last few years. Right. He's been trying to make up for all this.
When I remember he had a blood transfusion one time to start over, way back there in the middle of it all. So well, good for Keith.
It looks like he was doing better back in the day.
Yeah, it seems like though when I see the concert footage of him, of course some of that could be not current.
Yeah, I always feel like I see a cigarette hanging out of his mouth.
Yeah, but maybe not. Yeah, maybe I haven't seen anything that's current enough.
Mm-hmm. So is anybody going to see him on the current world tour?
Look, how about this? No matter what they're doing, to be 79 and what's Keith 78, about to be 79. How they still do rock and roll?
Yeah,
even if they're doing it cleaner, how they do it is a marvel.
Rick,
I have no idea.
If they had been doing clean living, working out since they were 14 years old.
Right.
All the way through, it's still amazing that they're doing what they're doing at their age.
Oh yeah, the things they've lived through is amazing, and because they've had some runs with alcohol and drugs, and just their pursuit of women alone could have killed them.
You would have thought an angry husband or boyfriend would have caught up with them.
Or as they said yesterday to Nick Cannon, I am not impressed.
But call me when you're in your 70s and you're having kids.
Here's you another quote. There are kids 50 years younger than me, and they give up way before me. It's the mind that quits way before the body does. My mind won't quit. I'm benching 350 now and deadlifting 500.
That's not true.
That's what he said. That's his quote.
He's not benching 350.
There's no way he's doing 350.
That's what he said. I told y'all react how you want.
I mean, that's not physically possible. I've seen him, y'all. Y'all seen his old flabby arms.
No, the reason. No, can I tell you?
This was in 2020.
Yeah, can I tell you? And of course, he was messing with everybody. Then can I tell you
why? He probably was.
Well, he was. Well, let me tell you why I know. Can I tell you why I know that's true? Helms, and this is going to blow your mind. I actually have a guy in our Sunday school class that is younger than Keith by probably 15 years, maybe even more. He's around my age. So what am I? I'm probably 20 years younger than him. And he just told me that his wife was letting us know that he had broken some sort of bench press record for his age group.
Yeah,
and it was around 350, somewhere in there. That was the record.
Sure.
So I don't think that Keith Richards is broken.
I don't know his weightlifting habits. So.
Right. Well, there's look.
I'm just reading an article because he's doing something right.
Right.
I know that.
Well, I will just weigh in. Keith Richards does not lift that kind of weight.
He does say he doesn't like that. He doesn't run around. Concrete beats him up. He does swim a lot. He does a lot of swimming.
Come on, Keith.
There you go. Okay. And he loves to take his family pet for walks.
Of course, after the 350 comment, I don't believe any of it.
I know. Right. How do you go back?
Yeah.
Where they're all over.
I think he's smoking. I think he's doing everything.
It looks like they're currently in Sweden right now.
Isn't that amazing, y'all?
Just to do that every day.
Oh, they still sell
Forget the
stadiums.
workout stuff. Just to have the energy to do that. It's amazing.
And if you've seen them, I saw some video. I don't know when it was, but I know he was deep in his 70s at this point. Now, I will say this. Keith and Ronnie Wood kind of stand around.
They do.
But not Mick. Mick gets out there, and he still does the chicken dances.
I saw a video of the current tour. the current that was in Atlanta, and somebody went and they put it on their phone, and he's moving just like he always.
Yeah,
does.
I mean, guys, they're so old in the movie Elvis. They were referred to. Okay,
funny.
Yeah,
That's great.
In Las Vegas, they said now the younger crowd's going to see the Beatles and the Rolling Stones. The older crowd's going to see Elvis.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, so they were just hitting it.
Bubba made the great point. The Steel Wheels tour when it came to Birmingham, we were making fun of them then. They were in their 50s.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah,
And we
I
were
mean-
like, man, they're really. And who would have thought
That was
they
a
would
long time
still
ago.
be going?
Well, the joke on it, if y'all remember,
They call it the steel wheelchair.
yeah,
story.
the steel, and they were in their 50s.
They were young whippersnappers.
Oh my gosh! Fire alarm.
That's not a pleasant sound.
Maybe I hope
in
there's not a
the
fire.
world?
Just in time for the break.
Well, that's a terrible sound. I don't know what I don't.
There's
Hey,
nothing we
Rick,
can do.
you think you can hear it on air?
Can y'all hear that? You know, remember though at the old studio we go, y'all may not hear that on there. I bet y'all can hear that.
I bet you hear that.
Rick, for every cigarette you smoke, God takes an hour away from your life and gives it to Keith Richards.
That is so good. That is
If I could have heard that, that'd have been great.
Do we need to see if the building's on fire?
If that's a fire alarm, probably so.
Yeah, I just hope the sprinklers don't get us.
Oh wow.
That would be bad.
All right, well, we'll be back. Bottom of the hour. 866 We Be Big.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Let's go to this though. This is where you got to watch the artsy fartsy. These people that want to be creative, that's their ultimate goal. Is that people think, wow, that was creative. That's fine as long as you clearly define the message. And I think they missed.
I do too.
Because they tried to be so creative, they missed one thing that we needed, intentionally telling you what their message was. And in marketing, you can't miss that.
Right.
Now, if you want to go over and put your commercial up in a museum or an artsy place where people can say, wow, look how creatively that was done, and can you tell us what it means, that's fine. But if I've got $10 to $15 million wrapped up in this spot, one thing I can't have is people not understand what we were trying to say.
Yeah.
You know, and
it does go on to say in this that, he talked about the mother and daughter symbolize grit, dedication, and sacrifice. It says this is supposed to coincide with a national hiring campaign that they're about to start now.
Okay.
So
are
again,
they saying
I don't
we
know why they
agree-
couldn't have just said that.
We agree with Trump, but we need a lot of workers? I mean, so we are trying to appeal to the people that would fill the kind of jobs that we need. I mean, it's just, I don't know. It's still just confusing. I don't know.
they got 300,000 views within minutes. The server did crash. There were 6 million attempts. And then they said the guy who's trying to, keep his job after this,
sure,
from New York with Steve Raddick, and he said, look, to ignore politics and say we can't talk about anything controversial because we can't take the risk of offending anyone, we then end up with a really bland message. I hear you, but
you sell boards.
Yeah, but one of the,
lumber.
But one of the things
Isn't
that
it?
you missed on, we had a guy called the show yesterday saying he'd never buy another piece of lumber from you again, and
because he thought you were supporting illegal immigration.
Yeah, he didn't get the message because you didn't explain it right. Even in your video on your website, you never really explained it, and so, some people were saying, well, big door means pro legal immigration. Others saying, well, it sure did open easy. And so
What are we supposed to do with this?
I saw a coyote.
Guys, I got to tell you, if I the coyote didn't help either.
No,
because that means that lends itself to an image of illegal immigration.
But see, they passed the coyote. They didn't follow it.
Oh my God!
Oh my goodness!
You gotta look deep in this thing.
If I got 15 million, I need my message to be clear.
Thank you for being part of the Rick and Bubba family.
Yes, do want to mention this obsession, and that's one of the things we've laughed about, and I know that it was a tough scene and all that, but at the end of the day, animal life and human life, they are not the same, and we've talked about that for years, but this obsession we have with Harambe the gorilla.
or Rick, any food thing. We have these stories all the time where somebody sees the Virgin Mary in their toast.
Right.
Yeah.
And I just.
But Bubba, up to now,
I don't know.
Up till today,
please look at this.
Yeah, up to today, Bubba, most of these food things, which are bizarre, revolve around something of the spiritual realm,
right?
Or Elvis Presley,
and
some people think it's the same thing.
It would be more. I mean, if it's a door or something, like that, I at least see the interest in it. I've never understood it with food products either.
My pancake looks like Jesus.
Yeah. I just think if Jesus was trying to communicate with us, he wouldn't use toast.
Probably not.
We've had a lot.
I mean that's
not trying to limit him.
He could do whatever he wanted.
Right.
But that's just my interpretation of it.
But Bubba, now
I hope he finds that.
We've elevated to I see Elvis in this. I see the Virgin Mary in this. I see Jesus in this. We're now to I see Harambe the gorilla and a Cheeto.
Who is thinking about Harambe to the point you would notice him in a Cheeto, Rick? It's a Cheeto.
I mean, a Cheetos.
I will give it this. It's kind of like clouds. You can make them look like something you might.
Correct.
You could make me see a gorilla, but I don't know that it would actually be Harambe.
I'm trying to
I
figure
don't know
out
how
what
you
else I see.
can tell. You know what I mean? I mean, because the whole Harambe thing is you had some people that were upset about it. But what you have now are people who take it and run with it and are putting it in. Well, he got 15,000 votes for president.
Yeah, I was about to say, y'all do realize Harambe drew 15,000 votes.
I mean,
that was slightly more than the Green Party.
Which by the way, that's a double. That's a double whammy. It's a double whammy because first of all, you're voting for a gorilla, and you're also voting for a dead gorilla.
Right.
So that one has all kinds of
and
problems.
Quite frankly, Hillary could have used the vote.
Yes, she could have.
She could have, but people are doing it now, and it's really funny. In fact, the zoo there banned the memes people kept. People were, the important.
Well, how can they ban a meme?
They've got.
Pass the gravy, please.
Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
Rick and Bubba.
I can't start another.
Rick and Bubba.
35 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba show, so we did discover, nobody panic. I'm getting all kinds of emails and people telling us to evacuate. So the guys found the source of the issue. Somebody was testing the fire alarm. Was that in?
That is what we were told.
Right. The old live radio and TV show information probably needed to get to them, but kind of hard to do one with that going on. But anyway, so we did find it. It was just a testing going on. I'll tell you one thing we all know, if there ever is an issue, you can certainly hear it.
Yeah. Well, what was kind of strange, Speedy and I were looking for the source of it, and we went outside to the lobby, and all these doors were closed that we normally don't have closed. They were double doors that basically were blocking us in.
Oh, really?
And then you go into the lobby, and they were double doors that's closed on the way to the bathroom. I know only two more set of doors to open to get there. It seems almost amazing, doesn't it?
It's almost it splits the building.
And
like in half,
a big metal curtain was closed on part of it too.
Yeah,
it was. I've never seen it like that.
Well, I'm about to go to the bathroom in the next break. If I got an adventure ahead of me that's bigger than what I've been accustomed to,
maybe they're opening all of it up. I don't know. I don't know if that was part of the test or what.
I've never seen that closed up. I knew it was there, but I didn't know they closed it up.
That freaked me out a little bit. I'll be honest.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that with the alarm going off.
You think you're in a different part of the building or something? I was like, what is going on?
Well, this is. But here's the thing. I guess it threw me a little bit. I mean, they got to do what they got to do. We're not the first radio show in this building. There's been several up and down this hall in here. It's been in here for years.
Oh yeah.
So I mean, you would always know that. Hey, just FYI, there's going to be people. But I guess in that case, when they're playing music, these are all jock shows where you play music and you have breaks where it's just music going. You're not on the air. So I guess we are the first ever talk show that talks for hours on end.
And I'm sure whoever the building people are doing this, they're trying to get it done before office.
Of course, understood. Kind of hard to beat us, though.
Yeah, they got to get here early.
Matter of fact, they're going to have to go between 4 and 5 a.m.
Yeah.
I bet they'd be thrilled to hear that one. How you like that, alarm tester? I do want to pass along that Raycon, the emails continue to come in. BuyRaycon.com/Bubba. As you heard, thanks to his children, Greg has now joined the BuyRaycon.com/Bubba family. And, when Greg's out there trying to do just a little bit better, he can be listening to, Greg. I love him. Do you choose music only? Yeah. You don't go listen to any kind of podcast or
right now I'm just listening to music.
Music only.
But I'll get to the podcast.
Yeah.
Page.
Did you listen to what we said about letting it maybe choose a music list for you?
I haven't done that, but Speedy showed me that.
Yeah, it's kind of a cool thing. But
they're awesome though. I love them.
Raycon's everyday earbuds. They look and they feel and they sound better than ever. 3 sound profiles match whatever you want to listen to, and of course from our show and all the different ways you can hear it to your favorite music, whatever. It's got a noise isolation option. An awareness mode if you do want to hear what's going on around you. You can choose whichever you prefer. So go to raycon.com/Bubba and get yours. About half the price of the other premium audio brands, and we're getting you an additional 15% off by using that URL. Buy raycon.com/Bubba. Also look for that link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. All right, so Tony Dow is near death. Mick Jagger is on tour in Sweden.
Yeah, I know.
And
dancing his heart out.
Yeah, and
dancing his heart out.
Bubba referred to it, but on Tony, it hit social media that he had passed away, and he's suffering from cancer. That's why he's in hospice care. But apparently, his wife thought he had just passed away. Told the management company. Management company sends out information about it, and then they have to pull it back. Son comes in and says no, he hadn't passed yet, even though he's very close, unfortunately. But so they had to kind of back up everything and say he had not passed away. So that's why there was confusion on if you saw that notification come through, which I did yesterday, I guess afternoon. I saw, well, he's passed away. Wow. And then the retraction came in afterwards.
That's nothing but going to school when I was a boy, coming home and watching Leave It to Beaver reruns.
Oh, yeah, almost every day.
For
really.
sure.
He didn't do a whole lot after that, did he? Did I miss?
He was in a few.
Not that I.
But he was in Star Trek too.
I saw that listed on there. I don't remember that.
One of the Star Treks.
Yeah, Tony. All right, listen to this. Listen to this. I can't remember. I got it. I think I can do it because they would introduce the cast to you.
Yeah,
Hugh Beaumont.
Barbara Billingsley.
Barbara Billingsley, Tony Dow, and Jerry Mathers as the Beaver.
That was it.
Yep. And because
Tony Dow.
If I'm not mistaken, when you and I first started messing around in bands, didn't we donate something to Hugh Beaumont one time?
We did. I forget what that was. We had something to do with Hugh Beaumont,
which played.
I will say this:
Beef's dad.
I love that show when I was growing up.
Oh, absolutely, I love it.
It's still fun.
Eddie Haskell.
I hadn't seen
Eddie
it.
Haskell's the greatest ever.
Oh, you talking about Murph?
Remember Rick? Remember the rumor that Alice Cooper was Eddie Haskell?
Yes. I do remember that. I do remember
Of course, it wasn't true. But.
No. Yeah, I can't. I wonder, would that show still hold up? Would I still think it was entertaining?
I think so.
Cut
it out.
Eddie Haskell alone.
Quit giving me the business.
Would make it.
We all knew an Eddie Haskell.
Yes.
That was
still refer to him today.
Yeah, and I know that actor went on to be a policeman, correct?
Yeah. In real life, sure.
He's passed away. He's not with us.
Yeah, but isn't that right? Didn't we have a time where people were getting pulled over by Eddie Haskell and freaking him out?
Imagine that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And him of all people being in law enforcement.
What about old Jerry? Is he still with us?
Did we interview?
Yeah, I think
we interviewed Jerry Mathers, didn't we?
We did.
Yeah.
I think I was here.
Were you in on
that? Nah, probably not.
I think you might have been.
No, it was the Little Ricky. I remember him coming to the studio. The guy that played Little Ricky.
I Love Lucy. Yeah,
he was actually in the studio.
Well, Jerry Mathers was actually
in
radio, right? I mean, he spent a time as like a DJ or something. Yeah, I think he had a.
He's 74.
I think Jerry Mathers had a run in radio, if I'm not mistaken.
Or are you thinking Danny Bonaduce?
That's probably who knows.
You're right.
Who knows?
Well, Danny would do it.
Yeah.
Danny had a good radio voice.
Did we interview Danny Bonaduce too?
Yes, we did.
That was before my time.
Did we? I don't remember.
We did. It's been a minute.
Did we interview Eddie Haskell? It seems like maybe.
I think we.
You know who else we had in the studio?
I think do we have a liner from Eddie?
I don't think so.
Okay.
Do you remember Biff off of
Back
to the
remember
Future?
that.
He
was
brought
a
his
nice
guitar.
guy.
He had a good.
That wasn't too long
He was
ago.
a very nice guy.
Yeah,
For some reason, I had him in the Biff character coming in.
Because he was doing stand up and he was.
Yeah.
I think he was playing here and
He's very funny.
Oh, he was really into it.
Oh yeah. Well,
he didn't like Speedy. I don't know what it was.
Yeah, I don't know what it was. Do you realize that we interviewed Jerry Springer?
Yeah. Oh, I remember that. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. So
We interviewed his bouncer, who now hosts the show.
Steve?
Yeah, Steve.
Did we interview Steve?
is now the host of that show.
Is that still rolling?
I saw it the other day when I was flipping by. I thought,
Didn't we have like a lunch with Steve?
You kind of shake your head and keep going.
Y'all making that up.
We had like a lunch with Steve.
By the way, Ken Osmond, Eddie Haskell, 28 years in law enforcement.
Wow.
I'd love to be arrested by Eddie Haskell.
Not just pulled over. You want to be full blown arrested?
I mean, what a story. I got cuffed by Eddie Haskell.
Is that one of those things y'all sent me to have lunch with Steve? Because y'all don't remember that?
I don't recall that at all.
It was over there by where our studio used to be.
You know,
on
Speedy,
the bluff.
it kind of rings a bell.
Mm-hmm.
That we maybe went to a place we used to go eat.
I thought we had some listeners with us too. Like it was some type of deal.
I'm sorry, I have no recollection of this.
Rick.
I'm not saying it didn't happen. I mean, there's many things I don't recall.
Oh, my goodness.
Yeah.
Oh,
I don't have any recollection of this.
I love when you just come out. I said I don't have it.
No, I mean, none. It's not even, there's nothing fiery. No. I barely remember interviewing Jerry Springer, but I do remember that.
Yeah.
I mean, I know that it happened. I don't remember the details of it. And we've got some liner.
We ran into Jerry in the bathroom in Chicago at the TV station.
I remember
we were doing
that.
Jenny Jones.
I remember that. Yeah, I remember that.
And he was very nice. We met him, talked to him for a second. He was very nice.
Flipping through all the celebrity liners over here over the years, you remember a lot of things.
Right.
Do you realize that we have one here that's just labeled Destiny Child? I mean, it's not Beyonce, is it? Who is this?
I guess she was in it.
Well,
then, right?
see who it is.
You want to see who it is?
Yeah, see who it is.
What's up? This is LaToya from Destiny's Child, and you're checking out Rick and Bubba.
LaToya from Destiny's Child.
You know what I would like to do because we
a little lesser known. Was she the third one? Because two of them became pretty
It was
well known.
kind of like that one we got from Eric Bice, Bo Bice's brother.
Who they say owned it at the World Games? Bo.
Oh, I always liked Bo. I thought he was great.
So here's what I would like to do because we can't remember anything.
LaToya Luckett.
I would actually like to play a liner from a celebrity and see if we can remember why they were on.
Okay. Did you go to lunch with them?
Did you hear?
Yeah.
Her name's LaToya Luckett, and she was in Destiny Child.
Okay.
Yep.
Or is that the one? Do we say that's the third lesser known one?
Yeah.
The fourth. Adler says it's the fourth.
Are there four of them?
Are there four of them? I thought there were only three.
So
of them.
Was she a replacement?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, there she is on the right.
Mm-hmm.
No, I'm kidding.
Oh, there.
She got kicked out.
Oh, of course.
Or they just went to 3. I don't know for what reason, but yeah, LaToya was the 4th member. You can see some old Destiny's Child videos, and there's 4, and then they go to 3.
So she got booted out before they got real
She on
famous.
the far left.
I think it's her on the far right. I think that's
right
LaToya.
there. Yeah.
And I think these
That
3
doesn't look like
stayed.
a picture.
Kelly Rowland is one of them, and then another one's in. I don't know. I'm no Destiny's Child expert.
Yeah, you are.
No. I don't want no scrubs, Greg. Okay.
I think that's a different group.
Scrub. Get out of here, you scrubs.
That's TLC.
He told you he wasn't an expert.
The Best Friends Ride? That's not Destiny's Child?
I don't think so. No.
Well, quit chasing waterfalls, and y'all would maybe get some more answers.
We'll be right back. More Rick and Bubba coming up.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
We put them on their website.
Oh, I see.
People were sending them to them and stuff, and they were like, "That's it. We're
Those
done with Harambe."
Those of you that may not be, as obsessed with Harambe, this was the gorilla that, the toddler got into the exhibit, and Harambe had the toddler and was dragging it around and had to be shot. So and then
I kind of like an intern named Harambe.
Yeah, and then people.
Yes. Well, we may have that.
Oh no,
Keep
I'm
that
so
on the
sorry. I
short
shouldn't have
list.
brought that up.
We got a new intern today. Hello, Harambe.
Let's let it be. Let's let it be a male.
Yeah, I'll
intern
give you
we
that.
name
And
Harambe.
by the way, you need to tell
I just didn't even-
Twiggy
No,
that flipping
no.
the light switch doesn't say power. It only burns the bulb out quicker.
Okay, so I was right by saying that. Okay, good.
I don't think
when
you
you do it
exactly
that
said it that way, but
I sounded
No,
smart.
she
you
wanted
did sound smart.
She wanted to compare, like saving energy bill. Now, if she wants to do that, she can shut the heat pump off, and we will see a difference.
Yeah, you'll knock a few $100
Yeah,
off
she
there.
wants to make
that
an
light bulb
impression.
ain't gonna do a whole lot of good.
But
on the phone's Harambe.
But
Think about it.
But I know that's a good one.
Guys, people have taken this Harambe thing and run with it, and it's hilarious.
Yeah.
Well, to Bubba's
I mean,
point,
it's hilarious.
To Bubba's point,
They blame him for stuff.
I've got a bag of Cheetos, okay, and to me, at my age, Cheetos are no longer worth it because the mess that comes with
your
it.
hands get orange.
I kind of like Cheetos. I
All
don't know.
of them.
Now it is apparent that Donald Trump eats them quite often and wipes his face. but
Okay.
But anyway, so who sees a
I love that one.
who sees a Cheeto and says not, "Hey, that looks like something." It looks kind of like a gorilla. Who says, "I got to tell you, I think I found a Cheeto that's Harambe"?
Yeah.
No, Rick,
How do you look and go,
it
"There's
even
a
gets
Harambe"?
stranger because right now it's up for sale on eBay And the high bid right now is $100,000.
You're making that.
But how does that work? I mean, you can jokingly bid that, right? I mean,
it's not real, is it?
If you bid that, I mean, nobody's obviously going to come make you pay it, right?
Well, is it?
I mean, I don't know. I've never bought anything on eBay.
Yeah,
Right?
I think
Have you not?
I think you're obligated to some degree, or you'll get bad feedback.
Really? Oh, you don't want people to be mean.
So whoever has put this bid out
be
really
mad
would
with
have
me.
to pay that money?
Well, they'd either get a bad rating under that user ID that they've created.
Well, they're probably going to. That's what it is.
And if you buy stuff a lot, that
Right.
matters.
But somebody like me,
or sell
who never buys anything off eBay, if I went in there and trashed my reputation on eBay to be funny, it'd be worth it, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
In fact, I may
Right.
do it. I may up it.
Now, I don't think
I'm going 150.
In this day and age, you could get sued over it. I don't know.
That's what I was wondering. Is there
but
big
I don't know the
repercussions?
answer to that.
You know, I kind of see an owl face on that Cheeto. Yeah.
It looks to me like a tooth.
You know how Greg said.
You know what it
can
looks
kinda-
like to me?
Look, you not see the
A
owl? It's
Cheeto.
like looking at you like it's going.
It looks like a Cheeto to me.
It also
see the owl.
How's the owl going, Speedy? Can I see that one more time? Okay.
An owl. An owl.
You see it? Look, put it back up.
It's pretty good, Rick.
I don't really see the owl.
There's an eye. There's an eye. There's.
Well,
I got it. You're right. It does a little bit. I don't know why the owl
This
has
is where
arms.
we need a laser pointer.
They're saying it's profile because there's a run base.
Greg, we know why they think
But
it's
Speedy sees an owl with kind of a big butt.
Yeah,
right?
yeah,
Is it-
yeah, and it does
Well,
not
a lot
lie.
of owls have big
and
butts.
it's got
and
arms
they
legs
don't, and they
too.
cannot lie.
But I like to fly.
And your other brothers can't deny.
And with a little
looking
barn
like.
owl.
Where you on Cheetos?
I like
I'm not a
them.
big fan, too messy.
I like the
I
taste
like
of
'em.
Cheetos, but I don't like what they do to my hands, and I don't like what they do to my
I've
teeth.
never historically been a big Cheeto.
If
What
you
about
go-
a giant cheese puff?
All right, when
Oh,
you,
now puffs would get me.
that's what I'm talking about.
Still messy.
Yeah.
What about when you go into that work? Because to me, I was very, very, very minor cheese person on this. There was the cheese puff, which was the airy
Right,
cheese,
right.
Yeah.
and then there was this like a rumba here.
Cheese balls.
And what is that called? The crunchy ones? Because I remember
Cheetos.
That's the Cheetos.
Yeah, the
That
Cheetos
makes-
is the
and the
crunchy.
cheese
That's
puffs
the hard
are the
ones.
Yeah. and you got the puffs. And I
I
don't like
prefer
the
the hard ones.
Yeah,
These are some kind of flaming Cheeto.
yeah. If
Yeah,
I'm gonna
yeah.
get,
well.
What it is. That explains the rainbow back.
Yeah.
That face, Rick, that explains that face Speedy made.
Yes, it did.
That's just what I saw.
What'd you see? Show us one more time. So it's an owl doing what?
Right, it's going.
It's looking back at it.
if I'm gonna get
don't
my
see
hands
that?
dirty, guys,
Yeah.
I'm going nachos.
Sadly, I do.
Doritos, nachos.
Doritos.
If
Yeah.
I'm gonna
Can't
get my
beat
hands
it.
dirty,
I'll have
that's
a
what I'm
turkey
going with.
sandwich and some Cheetos. There it is.
You know what's good?
So you still like a Cheeto?
I'll go Cheeto.
I
I'll go
do.
Cheeto,
Do you-
Dorito, but the cheese puffs are I like them the best.
Yeah,
Do you
that-
find
Now they're a mess. I mean,
What
you gotta
about-
be home and
What
you,
about
so
the
you-
balls?
Yeah, the big bucket of cheese balls.
No,
I
that's
hate
just
those.
air.
9 minutes to the top of the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us today. All right, so as we return, let's start, this. How many people in the audience saw the movie Dave?
I did.
I did. Anybody see the movie Dave?
Quite a movie.
Well, the concept of the movie, if you're not aware of it, is the sitting president becomes incapacitated, and they find a look-alike to go around and pretend like the president is okay, hopefully until the president recovers from his situation, and it involves something seedy, so they didn't want the world to know, if you remember.
Right.
And so
And then he does a pretty good job at it, gets a little too good at it, and eventually they have to close this thing out
Right.
and say the president has died, so they have to do a swap-a-roo between the fake, who is healthy, and the real president, who is incapacitated.
Yeah, it bottom line is there is a concept established in a movie that if you have a president that is going to really freak out the country, that they can no longer fulfill their duties,
you find a lookalike, and there's some weird video. I'm not saying that's happened. Don't hear me say
Well,
that. But,
Rick, you can't help but
don't
think
they
that.
need one?
Yeah.
If I was in the Biden administration, I'd be looking for one. And I'd be watching the movie over and over again and just kind of saying,
You might be calling Walter the Muppet.
So, the president has tested positive for the latest whatever, even though he's fully vaccinated and boosted, and because of all that, it'll be just fine, we are always told. But anyway, he put out, you have to at some point get him out there, and it all got weird. We haven't heard from his doctor. We keep hearing from the official COVID ambassador or whatever he is.
Well, you know why the doctor don't go out there? He doesn't want to be asked about the other parts of his health.
He doesn't. And so but you want America to think the president's doing great, and we certainly hope he is. But Adler has told us the videos are weird. So Adler, set this first one up so I kind of help us to set these up. What's going on here?
This is from his Twitter account, Joe Biden's Twitter account, the video that we're about to play here, and I don't understand why they put it out. It doesn't really even make sense, and it doesn't even really seem relevant. But that's not the concerning part. The weird part is he doesn't blink the entire video. It's about 20 seconds long, and his eyes look like a completely different person.
Now, yeah, most of the time he squints.
Very much so.
Squint.
Yes,
I'm there. I understand.
And so they put out 2 videos yesterday. He's wearing the same clothes, and in this video here, he's wide-eyed, doesn't blink, looks bizarre. And then in the next video, we're going to go back and forth. One is about the insurrection, and then another is about gas. And in the gas video, he looks like normal Biden, and in the insurrection video, he looks like Dave Biden here. So it's just bizarre, you guys. Here is the insurrection video, and I guess okay, here we go.
You can't be pro-insurrection and pro-cop. You can't be pro-insurrection and pro-democracy. You can't be pro-insurrection and pro-American. Donald Trump lacked the courage to act. The brave women and men in blue all across this nation should never forget that.
What?
I don't.
He never blinked one time.
Not one time. Not one time.
I mean, how do you do? My eyes would be hurt. I can't not blink that long.
There is a cut in the middle.
I saw that.
Yeah. Okay.
But I mean, the cut was obviously for editing because he couldn't keep it together to say the 2 lines together. So they're like, all right, we'll just try the tail end. That's just how I would assume this all went down. But why does he look like that?
Can't be pro-insurrection and pro-cop. You can't be pro-insurrection and pro-democracy. You can't be pro-insurrection and pro-American. Donald Trump lacked the courage to act. The brave women and men in blue all across this nation should never forget that.
All right, and we can go to the other video here now.
Just that video by itself's weird.
I think we're supposed to blink like every 3 seconds, just in case y'all are wondering.
Some of us take mini naps when we blink.
Yeah.
True.
1 to 3 seconds, I think, is for adults.
I like to see how
Could have
long
made that up, but I think that's what it is.
I like to see how long we could go without blinking.
Did you know Keith Richards does not blink? Keith Richards does not blink.
Right as he's benching 350.
Yeah.
And so here is the 2 videos they put out back to back yesterday. This is kind of normal Biden, and then he goes to wide-eyed Biden. It's just weird.
Folks, as we fight inflation, you can't be pro-insurrection and pro-cop.
Wow.
Bringing down gas prices is a big part of the job. You can't be pro-insurrection and pro-democracy. You can't be pro-insurrection and pro-American. And here's the good news.
Look, see how
gas prices have
he's
dropped
moving
every
normal?
day this summer. That's more than 40
squinting
days
like
in a
that is
row.
weird.
Donald Trump lacked the courage to act.
And his voice is a totally different octave.
Look into his eyes. His soul is different. Look into his eyes in each
Brave
video.
women and men.
Yeah, I'm not sure
all
that's
across this nation.
one person.
Should never forget that.
Now look into his eyes here. Normal. See, there's life there.
Yeah.
There's personality there.
Right.
Y'all. That's
What's that computer thing, Bubba, where you can change your what's it called?
Deep fake.
There we go.
Hey, that's weird.
Yeah.
Guys.
Thank you for because I was moving on to other videos, and you were like, "No, guys, I'm telling you, you got to look at this." So that's weirder than I thought it was going to be. You see the difference inside the eyes?
Yeah, the color of the skin is different.
One of them looks like. Can I just say this? I'm not calling body.
More hair in that one.
I'm not calling body double because the lighting's different too. I get that, but the eyes is what is the key. But I will say this. If you press me and said, well, then why should I be concerned? I don't know whether you can be concerned or not, but the video about the insurrection It looks like he's been given some sort of drug,
some kind of stimulant,
to
like a B12 shot.
Well,
no, I think it
beyond that.
Yeah, I think you got to go up the ramp a little bit.
I'm talking about one of those things that gets you wide awake, like you won't sleep for days, kind of thing.
Yeah.
And
what's the stuff the pilots take?
Adrenaline or no?
I mean they've definitely perked him up, and they over perked him. You know how you can overdo it,
right?
And look at that, guys. I mean,
and this is from Joe Biden, his Twitter account. This is not like from some other place. And people put a weird filter on it or anything like that. That's from his Twitter account.
Like they want us to see this video.
This is what they put out.
And when you compare it to the other video, that it doesn't. It's weird by itself, but when you compare it to the other video, boy, it really shows some difference there.
Speedy, you mentioned the deep fake technology. Did you see and how scary that is? Did you see the one with the president of Ukraine on there telling his troops to surrender to the Russian troops? It looks just like him saying
Wow.
it was put out. You can't believe anything you see now. But there's something.
That's weird.
I don't know what it is, but there's something totally different about those two videos. I don't know what the deal is.
Look in his eyes. It's like the first one. There's no.
I've never seen him that wide-eyed before. He's usually a squinter.
And it looks like there's nothing behind those eyes. In the other video, it looks like there's a person there, personality, style, alive.
Can't be pro-insurrection and pro-cop. Bringing down gas prices is a big.
He looks younger in the other one.
You can't be pro-insurrection and pro-democracy.
That's weird.
Yeah.
Concerning.
Top of the hour.
There'll be more analysis of that today.
Raise your hand if you're concerned.
I've been concerned. Top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Well, hopefully you have been hearing us talking about realestateagentsitrust.com. You've made the move. Our team has, introduced you to the real estate agent preferred in your market, and everything's going great. Now, I was just hearing yesterday, Bubba, the old, hey, my house is for sale, and I got 15 bids on it right now, and they're all wanting to overpay. That window, that window is closed because now more than ever, you're going to need a real estate agent that knows what they're doing for you to get the most out of your home. Also, interest rates are moving around. You're going to need some help with that.
The potential is still there.
Oh, yeah.
But you got to navigate the waters.
Yeah, you need
a professional.
Yeah, more now than you did during that run. Yep. So let them help you, and we'll be that neighbor that says, let me tell you, you need to call. Go to realestateagentsitrust.com, provide us with some basic info, and our team will contact you. They'll make an introduction to our preferred agent that has been vetted out, no part-timers, no beginners. These are seasoned veterans that have great track records, and you'll be in good hands. realestateagentsitrust.com, some basic info, and let our agent contact you wherever you get the Rick and Bubba Show.
There's nothing but air.
Well, do you see things in your
air too?
In
Well,
your
but it
Cheetos?
gives it a little bit more texture and a little bit more solid than
I do like the bucket. I do like the
Cheeto
bucket it's in though.
Oh yeah.
I like that.
Yeah.
Do you
How
see,
you
when
do
you
it?
eat Cheetos, Speedy? Do you see things like this in the shapes?
I haven't. No, I used to eat them.
Well, I saw one that looked like Winston Churchill, but it didn't stop.
No. Right. Away she went.
Yeah. So this obsession with Harambe,
it's hilarious.
Combined with this, my food looks like fill in the blank.
See, I had forgot about Harambe till we started talking about. Oh yeah, the
There's some
gorilla
people.
that you
Harambe, I mean, it's the center of their world.
It's so funny.
Bubba, as we make our way back 18 years ago today, Brooks Burgess, my third child and second son, came into the world. It was a dicey day, and praise the Lord, it all turned out well. And he and Sherry were fine, and he is 18 years old today. For those of you that are being wow. So happy birthday, son! I know on the way into to work today. Thanks for the blessing you have been to the family, and for the things that that you have taught me. And I appreciate the impact you've had for our family, and looking forward to your continued impact on the world.
Man.
And like I say, I was talking with him the other day, and I was saying, you always try to talk to them. They all got individual things. I said, you do a lot of things that don't get trophies, that people don't know about. I said, but I got to tell you something. I love your heart, and I love your servant's attitude, and the way you treat the least of these, and you're an example that everybody in this family can follow in a lot of parts of your life. So appreciate that, and thanks for always continue to mature and grow, and looking forward to the man that God continues to make you. Happy birthday, 18! Wow,
and I think he's got a little bit of your sense of humor too.
Yes, he does.
Sure, yeah, absolutely.
Yeah,
I've seen some classics.
I'm talking about. You talk about, like I say, they all have their different gifts. Then there's they all have different gift sets in different areas, and I got to tell you. That one did not fall far from the tree when it comes to fun and all that.
We're not going to talk about it here.
No, but boy, some good. I tell you the thing.
I love the team prayer when he was little.
Yeah.
That's one of my favorites.
But he decided, my goodness, why am I limiting you?
Yeah. He wanted to go for the laugh, but he did.
He did.
He got it.
Yeah, that was good. And he said he had that one, and that involved various bodily functions. And then the one time when he was little, he was asked to pray, and he said, "Lord, I just want to help us win this game." And he stopped me because, well, I mean, I'll tell you what, how about just win the championship?
Oh, that's good.
While we at it.
Yeah, so anyway.
As long as I'm asking.
Yeah, look, well, I got your attention. But anyway, so he has a little bit of dad there when it comes especially to. But he's getting it all locked in. And one of the things at the house we talked about this week is, when you're getting some body work done on the vehicle, because I've always thought it was wise when you have one that starts to drive. Some of you do it, and it's your prerogative, and if you got the money to do it, then, whatever. Just because you have the money, though, doesn't always mean it's wise to give a person who's never driven before an automobile that's expensive. A lot of you do it, and that's your thing. It doesn't work for us. We try to find one that if it gets a dent here or there, it's not the end of the world.
Yeah.
So we finally, even after years, after he's gotten to be a better driver and all those funny stories, we thought, well, we'll go back and fix some of these dents and things that have fallen off on various learning curves.
Mm-hmm.
And this was the point that was hilarious. So my wife says, well, I think I'll just let him drive my car while that car is being fixed. And I said, and let's stop just a second.
Yeah.
You do know what's happening to his car, right?
Repaired.
There's dents,
right,
and parts of it that on bumpers that have to be put back on for things.
That's been suggested at my house. I said, nope.
Gas station, the gas station thing, learning where those white poles are.
Yeah,
that kind of stuff.
that's so important.
Yeah, and I said, so you're gonna toss him the keys to your car? You know what I mean? And it was like, then that reality came over her face.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So anyway, happy birthday. We were discussing. Six minutes now past the hour from the No Name Studio. Another hour. We're ready to go. Here we go. Well, are you ready? Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler, all here. And welcome back. There's Bill Bubba Bussy.
Rick, glad to be here. Thank all of you for being part of what we like to call the Rick and Bubba experience.
So we continue to. Bubba couldn't even believe this next video.
Y'all, this is a joke. Right?
It's not. It's
got to be a joke.
And what you're gonna love is.
Come on.
I can't imagine what it would be like. Can you imagine getting in trouble? And somebody's saying, well, what's going to happen? So you're going to be punished here. What's going to happen? We're taking you. You're going to sit there and watch The View. And you're like, no. I mean, you'd be screaming, no! And after this, when it's over, all these ladies are taking you to lunch. And you're going to hear what they have to say about everything that you hold dear. But anyway, Whoopi Goldberg makes a statement. Now, what you're going to love is all the little Viewites that sit out in the audience, well behaved with their mask on because they want to protect the View staff and each other from the latest variant. they're going to just take. Now you can't see their expression because they have 2 or 3 masks on, but they are about to just erupt in delight at what Whoopi Goldberg suggests. And I want to see Bubba's face, and I want you to watch it. All right, so here we go.
And Dr. Jill becomes a Surgeon General, his wife.
Yeah,
Joe Biden's wife, because he would never do it, but she's a hell of a doctor. She's an amazing doctor.
She's a doctor and
PhD.
Yeah, I
I could be wrong. I thought she was
I think she's a teacher, but
Did you see Whoopi? She was shocked.
Is this recent?
I don't know. I thought
Rick, first off, the guest from ABC could not believe.
You
see the look on
he
his
didn't know
face.
what to do. He's like, if I call the View stupid, will I be fired?
And then down on the other end of the table, they go PhD. They're trying to get the point across. She's not a doctor. Take your temperature, doctor.
She's teaching English.
Yeah.
I love that Whoopi doubles down.
And then she looks shocked when they say that. Did you see it?
yeah. You're right. The guest is my favorite.
He's like, how did I end up in this mess?
I love in the audience just a minute. Yes, yes, Whoopi.
All right, so I remember.
Sorry.
I remember us talking about this in 2020. Did she do it again?
That footage is. Remember when she had that? I think she was in a movie or something.
Because the Daily Wire on Twitter just put it out a day ago.
Yeah,
like it just happened again.
Well, it's almost like the Daily Wire says we don't want Whoopi to forget this. We're bringing it out again.
Right. Yeah.
So, Rick,
I'm glad they brought it out again.
Yeah. Amen to that.
If you are appointed Surgeon General, most of the time you have medical training of some degree.
Right.
You have to be a member of the U.S. Corps of Public Health Service.
Yep.
You have to have specialized training or significant experience in public health programs.
Well, it's just like Dr. Jill.
And you don't have to have a certain amount of time that you're in the public health service. But nominees traditionally are appointed as members of the public health service and as Surgeon General, by the president and serve a 4-year term in office. So at least you have to be, I don't know that you have to have so many doctorates by your name, but you do have to be a medical person.
Yeah.
Well, this coming from a doctor.
Yeah.
Dr. Bussey.
I guess I could be Surgeon General.
But don't forget
if Whoopi would okay it.
Yeah, Whoopi say you're a hell of a doctor.
How about that?
I mean, really, hell of a doctor.
Yeah, that's the point. She's bragging about how great a doctor she is, and she doesn't even realize that she's a professor.
Well, again, in this apparent best of moment from 2020, but still, it's worth a look again. But what I'm saying on this is to what you guys are saying. Whoopi, which ought to tell you everything, pretends to have personal knowledge of how good a doctor she really is. Yeah. That's what that's about. Oh, yeah. I mean,
it's unreal.
Yeah, and then everybody's like, well, I think that's a teacher. Of course, in all honesty, watching her take care of an Alzheimer's patient, you may start thinking she has some expertise. Because we are clearly seeing that.
So yesterday must have been something about Surgeon General because it was all over Twitter yesterday. Okay. So I don't know what anniversary or date it was.
It was worth.
Look, I enjoyed it. I forgot all about it.
I did
good stuff.
It was worth a watch and a listen.
Heck of a doctor.
So is the.
I mean, you can't believe it.
Heck of a doctor, y'all.
Now here's one that was out everywhere yesterday too, and I thought it was just pretend. And this is the Kamala Harris.
Oh yeah.
If you're not totally, some of us are just sitting in this fake world right now, and we honestly keep thinking we're going to wake up from a coma or something. That this can't really be going on. So here is the Vice President of the United States.
She's at a meeting. I think it's with some folks representing disabled Americans, and that's the only reason I can imagine she's going and telling everybody what color her suit is. Right? Would that be? I'm trying to figure to get some logic to this because it's so bizarre.
Well, when first of all, don't forget the part that we know is not up for debate, and that is her making sure we understand her pronouns, and she wants us to know her gender as well, as if we don't know it. But
why should she say she's a woman?
I know
she should just say she identifies as one.
But here's what I want you to know: this is the world you now live in, confusing. And this is the vice president. This isn't some celebrity out there trying to be sharp, that's an actor, or actress, or a musician. This is the vice president.
This is
of the United
a historic vice president.
Yeah, it is. But I guess unless
first female, if she
Isn't it sad
if she
that
thinks she's a female?
Right? Isn't it sad that you
Who knows?
you finally climb your way to be the first woman to ever hold the office of vice president, and nobody will let you really claim it? You don't even get to really celebrate it because then you make people mad if you go too far with it.
Right,
You call yourself a woman?
Yeah.
All right, so here we go.
Good afternoon. I want to welcome these leaders for coming in to have this very important discussion about some of the most pressing issues of our time. I am Kamala Harris. My pronouns are she and her. I am a woman sitting at the table wearing a blue suit. And
what's that mean?
Okay, in the story, her self-description of her attire is for those participants that are visually impaired.
Wait a minute. But what's the matter with color suit you got?
I don't know. It was to Bubba's
Why stop
point,
there?
But he mentioned it.
Well, I'm just trying to figure out why you would say that because
it makes about as much sense as saying your pronouns.
Right. Well, don't forget, too, she also lets us know that she's sitting at the table.
Right.
Wearing a blue suit.
Sitting
in a red chair.
Right.
Wearing I drove here in a white car.
It doesn't appear. Maybe it's for people who are going to see the video. I don't know because it doesn't appear.
The color
that any of
doesn't
the people
matter.
Sitting there.
And I hate to say this. I hate to go. Because I want to represent. I want to represent the all-caring current left. I mean, it's really kind of mean that she didn't clarify that she identifies as a woman. Yeah. I mean, she called herself a straight-up woman, and to me, that's offensive to so many. She should have clarified that's what she identifies as.
Right.
Not that she really is
Forget
one.
the
Because
XX chromosome.
well, because
That
that would mean that they exist, and you can just declare that you are.
Right.
That's not a very fluid comment to make, frankly. It sounds very, very.
She's referring to what she was assigned at birth.
Right. And what she should have said, if she wants to get it all right, I'm Kamala Harris. I'm double-masked. My pronouns are she and her.
Right.
I identify as a woman, and I'm wearing a blue suit if you see blue the way I do. I identify this as a blue suit, and I identify this thing I'm sitting at as a table, and I identify what's holding me up, a chair.
Yeah. We covered all bases.
You may see them as something completely different.
And I'm in a room with very little soundproofing.
Right.
Yeah. Slight echo.
The blue suit I don't get.
Well, it's blue
Unless you
to
had to
some
look.
people. I mean,
Is
you
it?
know, some of us who are colorblind, it might be
Does
a
your
gray
dad
suit.
care, Speedy? Because I know he can't see, and so does he wonder what we're wearing every morning?
No, he doesn't ask that. Now, what bothers him is watching a ball game when the announcers get off chasing rabbits and talking about something that has nothing to do with the ball game. He's like, "Could somebody tell me what's going on, please?"
Yeah,
you know.
right, yeah. He's not concerned what color their shirt
No,
is.
not at
No,
all.
I've seen it. Baseball's the worst. I've seen baseball do some sort of backstory. They start chasing, and there'll be like 2 or 3 people bat.
Yeah,
It's
like, hey, as you're telling the story, maybe give a.
You can have an inside the park home run and a triple play.
Yeah.
Well, wait, you just missed 2 batters.
Yeah.
I mean,
why's the crowd cheering? Could you let me know?
I think that guy was safe.
So Rick Fauci is back, and I, for him to be so dang smart, the question he gets asked yesterday, and he doesn't have much of an answer for it.
We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
JC, real quick, he drove home from, having his permit now. You try to drive as much as you can, but you try to be strategic on what you introduce him to. And
I got one of those going too.
And for some reason, it seems like, and I told him this yesterday, every time you seem to drive, it's during rush hour traffic.
Right.
I said, so first of all, let me apologize for that. But picked him up from baseball, and some of his teammates needed a ride. He said, "Hey, Dad, you want me to drive?" And you could hear them, No, you do not drive. Whatever, I'm driving. And so I want to apologize to the trauma that those baseball players had to have in the back seat. When halfway there, I apologized. I said, "Buddy, I'm sorry," because I'm going, Stop. What are you doing? What's doing? No. Right. And I look behind them, and they're all just kind of sitting there, pale-faced, going, "Oh, my goodness."
It gets intense.
Yeah, they couldn't get out of that car quick enough, and we parked.
I feel sorry for JC because I can't stand to ride with him.
No, he's terrible.
He's the worst backseat driver besides my wife.
Yeah.
That I've ever been ridden.
That's why I have to drive with you.
He's pretty bad.
Yeah.
Who, drama?
Yeah.
Can you imagine?
Seriously, Rick, when we go anywhere together, us three, it doesn't matter what vehicle we're in, Speedy will drive.
Oh, yeah, because I'm not going to hear it. I don't want to hear it.
And Greg will go as far if we take his truck to sit in the back seat.
Yeah, I don't even want to be close to him.
Yeah.
Okay, now we're exaggerating.
I may ride in the
now
bed.
we're
You know
exaggerating.
you got that exit coming up.
I guess I smoke too. Huh?
Wow, you almost hit that. Slow that. I'm like,
Oh God, I don't.
You can be a little dramatic when it comes.
I think. I'm just
can.
saying when it came to the JC thing,
right?
It was funny because I didn't have to say much, but they were.
Yeah.
Even Riley, one of his buddies from the back seat, was telling him, "Hey."
Yeah. Well, it's a
it was a group effort, and then it got to be a joke halfway there about him. Even he would take a turn a little hard, and he'd start laughing. Hey, that's a little much, wasn't it? Yeah, buddy. Might want to let's get smoother.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah. Everything needs to be.
And you just got to drive more, and you won't be because like right now, brake is.
Right.
You know, it's not. Hey, be smooth with it.
Yeah. Well, that was the thing when Sherry was talking about driving her car. She said, "Rick, those things happened early on. We just never have, got them fixed."
Yeah.
And I said, "Okay." I mean,
I tried to warn you.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
That was early on. He's much better now, and I said he is. He's a good driver. And then his other brother, I've gone too far. I think I'm just tired.
Yeah.
Like he had to tell me when I was letting him drive too. We went hunting this year. And he finally had to remind me, Dad, I don't know where I'm going. And I'm like, oh yeah, that's right. You're in the next new driver, aren't you? Yeah, up here you want to, So I've gotten almost too relaxed with that one. But I will tell you, in our family, the driving with Dad and driving with Mom, we've talked about is two completely different worlds.
Absolutely.
They'll almost just beg Dad, please drive with me.
Yeah,
because I've got a little more, just a little more steady.
Yeah.
Because one thing that makes a driver drive worse is if you're hollering at him the whole time.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Well, that tends to make what is bad even worse.
Right. Yeah. And you just got to, but I'll tell you one thing. Don't you ever want to be a driver's ed teacher and have that brake over on your side?
Oh yeah.
But you got to get it done.
Yeah,
but you got to get it done.
Yeah.
We talked about these weird things with Harambe looking like a Cheeto. And then Bubba, and then we talked about chemtrails came up, which that comes up, maybe once a quarter?
Yeah, I'd say. Yeah, that's about our chemtrail average.
Program. And
population control.
And for all we know, we don't even know what happened to Trilateral Trade, Tommy, and Conspiracy Eric. They've disappeared off the face of the earth.
Mm-hmm. Well, under the Trump administration, Rick, nowhere to run, nowhere to hide.
Right. Saw the Trump impression in the break, by the way. Pretty good.
Yeah.
So anyway, you brought up one of these bizarre things, and I know
here we go.
My youngest son knows this because he's a conspiracy theorist like his uncle. The Simpsons predict the future.
Oh,
Rick,
on so many fronts.
There was a story last night I caught just the tail end of it on Inside Edition.
He's screaming at the radio right now. Dad, I tried to tell you about this.
Yeah. And so I got to looking it up and reading a few of these. There's a story on Yahoo News called 11 Times the Simpsons Predicted the Future with Eerie Precision. And I look at this story on their – we'll just watch this and see what you think.
Okay. All right, here we go.
Did Lady Gaga get her inspiration for her Super Bowl halftime show from, of all things, The Simpsons? With uncanny accuracy, 4 years ago, the show actually predicted she'd fly through the air. Just look at the similarities from the 2012 episode. Gaga flies over concert goers, just like the real Gaga flew over football fans Sunday night. And look at the outfits. Gaga wore boots with her Versace costume, just like her Simpsons character. Gaga sat at the piano during her show. Once again, same as The Simpsons. Even the dance routines look similar. All this has folks asking if the Simpsons writers have some sort of crystal ball. You may recall that they predicted a Donald Trump run for the presidency back in 2000. Gaga isn't saying what her inspiration was, but all signs point to The Simpsons.
Minutes now past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. So we continue kind of going over the audio and video of the day from around the world, and some of it best of moments, like Miss Goldberg. All right, so Fauci, that's anecdotal. Remember, I'm smarter than all of you. It's anecdotal. Anecdotal. Anyway, he sounds like my Aunt Martha. But anyway, so Fauci has retired, but not anytime soon. And so everybody's now, he's made his way back in. Anytime you get a little rise in cases or a new variant, Fauci gets to.
I'm here if you need me.
I'm over here if you need me. It's an Omicron.
Now Rick,
anecdotal.
Dr. Fauci is the highest paid civilian we have on the taxpayers' payroll. He is a physician. He's a scientist. He's the director of the Institute of Allergy and Infectious Diseases, the chief medical advisor to the President of the United States. So he has accolades as long as your arm. He was asked a question yesterday that all of us had been asking since the early days of the pandemic about why was mass antibody testing never part of the COVID response? And you get to hear his answer.
All right, here we go.
Dr. Fauci, why was mass antibody testing never part of your COVID response? Why was natural immunity never taken seriously? And do you consider that to be an error?
Well, you got to be careful. What do you mean by natural immunity never taken seriously? You're making an assumption that I can't answer the question because I'm not sure where you're going with it. What do you mean by not taken seriously? We were always aware that if you get infected, you have a degree of protection against reinfection. What was not clear then, but what is very clear now, that the protection against natural infection, as well as vaccination, wanes over a period of time. That is very, very different from some of the other infections that we deal with, such as measles and polio and the ancient smallpox, where when you get infected or you get vaccinated, the level of protection is measured in decades, if not a lifetime. So the people who were talking about natural immunity were making an assumption in some part, and not everyone, that once you get infected, you were essentially protected very, very well for an extended period of time. Then we found out that if you get infected and vaccinated, that hybrid immunity is much better than infection alone or vaccine alone. These were all things that evolved in our understanding of them.
I will give you this. We always evolve in our understanding of any problem as more time goes on. We know what's going on. But he never really tackled her main question. He kind of sidestepped it and saying, you got too many variables in this. It's really not.
I don't understand the question.
It's really not. Why did you not antibody test? Right. Not antibodies. Why didn't you test for it? Because that would give you a good idea of how long it took it to wane.
Right.
Either naturally or vaccinated. That would have given you the information that you said it took years to understand. It would have given it to you a lot quicker. Right. Well, the point is they didn't want to deal with that. They wouldn't talk about it. If you brought up natural immunity, you were taken off social media, right. You were run out of time. They didn't want to talk about it. And you can't say that Anthony Fauci, with all of his degrees, was not aware of that and should have tackled that early on. That should have been part of the equation. Natural immunity and vaccination, and how long do they last? Well, you know how you find that out? By antibody testing, because the vaccination gives you antibodies. That's the bottom line. It's not about vaccine. It's about antibodies it produces. It's about antibodies your body produces. That's the measuring stick, not what you did to get there.
Well, and really the bigger question, which he wants no part of, is in the beginning when we had a shortage of vaccines and we had people that were more susceptible to hospitalization and death, they were 100% wrong because he won't answer the question that he's really being asked. Your point, Bubba. Why didn't we tell the people who had already been infected, y'all don't need a vaccine right now, but we're going to vaccinate those?
Sit still. We'll get you some later.
But we didn't say that. We took natural immunity, totally acted like it had no play whatsoever.
And just gave it to everybody.
Everybody has to have a vaccine. Everybody needs to be vaccinated. Well, that's just not very good. And the thing you look at, did it cost us lives?
Well, yeah.
Because some people who needed a vaccine couldn't get one, when really, if you had already been infected, We don't know how long it'll protect you, but we knew it was, if we have, just from what we know about natural immunity of viruses, you have some protection. So you are not as susceptible to maybe someone who hasn't gotten it yet. So let's go vaccinate those people.
Or have comorbidities.
Yeah, comorbidities. Yeah,
morbidities.
But if you have already had the virus and you're,
you know what I mean, you might die sooner.
And you're okay, we're not going to waste a vaccine on you right now because honestly, it's not necessary.
Right.
You're getting about, which we now know, you're getting. He says the hybrid's even better. I think that's something you say when you don't want people to ask you why you were vaccinating people who already had it.
Right.
But I don't believe that. I don't think that's. I'd like to see the proof of that. But you have to say it, because what you can't have is we were vaccinating people we shouldn't have vaccinated, and we should have given it to people who needed it. But that's really what she's trying to ask is, why were natural antibodies and, Bubba, the testing of looking for those, why wasn't that in play from the beginning, if for nothing else, like you brought up, just the knowledge we had about viruses in general?
Yeah, now
and I understand this one has been different. Now, of course, we have our opinions on why.
Yeah, if there was a problem with the testing, or you couldn't get the test out, or what, just say that.
Right.
Just say that and tell us what it is. My biggest problem with Fauci, above all of this, is when all of this started happening, he did not come forth and tell us that our own tax dollars was funding gain-of-function research at the Wuhan lab. That should have been piece number 1A of evidence of where this came from. Not bat sandwiches, not the wet market or whatever it was. You should have come forward with that and looked at that. I'm not saying it even happened that way, but we should have known that. We should have known that gain of function was going on with this, and it had been moved out of the United States because it was illegal here because it was too dangerous to do, and they were doing it in Wuhan. And we were paying for it.
Do you think a bat is like everything else? It's probably better fried?
I would think everything is better fried, Rick.
Has to be.
Yeah, don't you think?
If you can deal with the cholesterol, it's better fried.
I bet if you get the cornmeal and the coating, the breading right, I bet I'd eat a bat. I mean, if you could, if you fried it to perfection and it's golden brown, I bet it wouldn't be bad.
I don't know if there's enough meat on it.
Well, that could have been a mystery meat. Would never known till we ate it.
Yeah,
I feel like the wings would be more like potato chips.
That's what I was thinking. You ever eaten a fish tail? I think it'd be like that. After it's been fried, it tastes like a little potato chip.
You got to get it good, though. You don't want any leftovers.
We'll be back, bottom of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
So, and they've gone 11, like 9 other times other than these two?
That's what they're saying in this.
I don't think it's a stretch to predict that Lady Gaga would play a piano, dress scantily with boots on. I mean, that's not a big stretch to predict that.
Well, like they said,
if I'm doing a parody of her in concert and doing all that, that's because that's what she does.
What about coming down from the roof with 2 ropes like that hooked up?
Coincidence.
Well, I would go the other way. I would say it's not predicting the future. I would be Lady Gaga saw that and said that would be a good idea. And when she got to the Super Bowl, she was like, "You remember when the Simpsons did that thing? Can I get up on those cables?" You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Not only did the Simpsons
She had the
predict
information.
a Donald Trump presidential run,
Now, that's funny.
in a show called Bart to the Future, Lisa, who's Bart's sister, becomes president, and in a scene where she is addressing her inner circle, she says, "We inherited quite a budget crunch from President Trump."
Wow, that's funny.
Okay,
I mean, yeah,
that was in the year 2000.
That is funny.
Okay. Here's one too. Well, that's from Science. Y'all don't hear that one.
Well, that's fine.
There's one episode. They predict Greece's economic collapse back in 2012. On one episode where Homer is on a news talk show, there is a little crawler on the bottom of the screen, and it says that Europe puts Greece on eBay.
That's funny.
That's good. So
there's several of these episodes. They had 2 German flamboyant lion tiger trainers, and one of them is eaten by one of his lions. Was that a prediction of the Siegfried and Roy accident?
So they did that before he was attacked?
Yes.
Then you ain't seen anything about us on there, have you?
The NSA scandal was predicted in 2007.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
All right, so have we gotten this figured out yet, Speedy?
Yeah, we're good.
Because we had a big scare.
We couldn't find you, sir.
Yeah, had a big scare here at the plaza. Big scare.
Yeah.
People bring us some of their homemade delicious dishes, and they are always fantastic.
Yes.
And,
We appreciate it.
right. And normally, and for some of you for your kids who work here, you may not want to hear this. We usually have the interns eat it first. Right. And so to try to make sure that there's nothing wrong with it. So this time I walk out, normal routine. If you decide to partake of some of the delicious things that have been brought here, you walk out and you say, "Who made this?" And people say, "Well, over here," and then you say thank you and hey, that really is good, and you make a fuss over it and you try to be gracious. And so I walk out with this dip that was put in a crock pot, and it's a little hamburger type dip that you can dip in, and I love a good dip. And, there's a lot of things here I can resist, but then there's those you can't. For me, it is sausage balls, dips are are a struggle. And so anyway, so I come out and said, "Man, this is good. Who made it?"
Right.
No response from the golden ticket seats.
And that tends to give you a little concern.
Nobody
on who
here
brought
has
it.
anything to do with that.
No, he just came in.
We got it.
Yeah,
we figured it out.
We got it.
Yeah. So I looked up, and this is the one that bothered me.
We're in there elbow deep in it already when somebody brings it up.
Oh, you think Chubbs had done found it?
Yeah,
but here we go.
Sure.
But what I'm
He's trying to do better.
What I'm saying is,
I'm gonna eat one bowl instead of 6.
right there you go. That's getting better.
It is, by the way. Good job.
This scared me even more. He's not here. I said, "I'm sorry. The person who made the dip is not here. He went out the door."
He laughed.
And I thought, as if he was waiting for us to taste it.
Yeah.
And then
got him. Boom.
And then as I was eating it, I swore I had just a hint of antifreeze coming off.
Just
of
a hint.
Yeah,
Just a hint of it.
And
so
just a little antifreeze.
and then you start tasting things in it. And then it made it worse when the first guy walked back in and you said, "Did you make the dip?" He said, "I didn't make no dip." You know what I mean? And I'm like, okay, where's the dip guy? Right. Because if he's left, we're done.
Yes.
You know what I mean? And
leaving it.
And so finally, we found the dip guy, right? You're back.
Yeah, he's good.
Okay.
He's back in.
And by the way, he's the guy that says he will be here every day this week.
That's awesome. Good deal.
Right, so that makes me feel better, too.
And I quickly scanned The Simpsons to see if they had an episode about radio hosts being poisoned.
Right, dip. Right, yeah. So, and then
good dip, by the way.
And then it didn't help. We've got this story today of this crazed woman that has pleaded guilty to killing her husband with antifreeze.
Yeah.
I mean, we got that story today. 47 years old.
Her name is Jamie L. Baker of Smyrna.
Mm-hmm. 35 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. All 10 lines are available. You can get in right now. The real Greg Burgess moves to the phones. Minions, don't get bogged down and you want to talk to Greg about something. What you want to comment on, what you want to talk about, where you're calling from. Let's get the basic information because this is troll format, meaning 30 seconds, the buzzer grabs you, and we move to the next caller. No meaningless shout-outs, no shameless plugs. Those will get an instant buzzer. You have to ask yourself a difficult question. If you were catching the program and you heard your phone call, would you be informed? Would you be entertained? Or would you have to be honest and say, I find myself annoyed? Let me tell you about helixsleep.com/Bubba. Got an email yesterday, or day before yesterday, from a listener of this program. They said, I'm in. I've heard you guys talk about the Helix mattress, and I put it off all I can. Every time I hear Greg talking about him and his wife and how they love it and how they're sleeping good and how they'll design it the way you want it, I'm in. And so they ordered their Helix mattress 2 days ago, and they should be getting it shortly. It'll be shipped right to their door. They answered a few questions. Didn't take long. Do you like, a soft mattress? You like medium? You like firm? Do you sleep on your back, your side, a combination, your stomach? They want to know how you sleep, and they want to know your preference, and they'll design it just for you. It'll come right to your door. You got 100 nights to sleep on it to make sure you love it like Greg and his wife do. And we'll get you $350 off by going to HelixSleep.com/Bubba. Also a 10-year warranty. HelixSleep.com/Bubba, or just simply go to rickandbubba.com. You'll find that sponsors button, and the link you need is right there, too. All right, to the phones we go. Let's start with Mike from the great state of Alabama. Trolling.
Keep them phones a trolling.
Here we come, phone trolling, phone troll. Mike, go ahead. You got 30 seconds, buddy.
Hey, guys, y'all were talking about when your fire alarm went off earlier, all of a sudden you had doors that were closed that were usually open.
Yep.
That's because it's part of a rated assembly. When you go into a structure, depending on the construction type, occupancy type, certain doors are in firewalls, and they've got to close. Well, they don't hold opens. If you look on the back of that door, you'll probably see a metal tag. When it goes to the alarm, it releases a magnet, so that door closes for fire protection. Also, if I was...
Okay. All right. That makes sense. Now, these that are closed right now that haven't opened back up, do I now have to work through those? I've never
really
seen
sure.
Because the potential for me to be locked out of the studio and not able to get back in is increasing by the week.
It's never been higher than this morning.
Yeah, we could probably prop those back up, open, I guess. I'm not sure.
Brad and Coleman. Brad, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Thanks for listening to ZZK. Go ahead.
Morning, guys. I need to hold court real quick in Rick and Bubba land.
Okay.
Over the weekend, I cut one in the car on a weekend trip with my fiance and her little brother and sister. It's so bad that I had to pull over. Little brother throws up everywhere. For me, it's a great accomplishment as a man. I'm in a lot of trouble, and I told her, we're going to call Rick and Bubba. We're going to hold court because a part of me does feel bad, but the other part is very proud to have produced.
I got to tell you, the problem with this whole situation, sir, is the word fiance. You can't be barking off like that to a woman that's not your wife yet. I mean, I know she's standing by, and you guys are headed in that direction, but you got to be careful throwing this kind of stuff out there when you don't have the things solidified.
You don't have the paperwork.
You don't have the paperwork. She could easily find that so foul and repulsive. She can change her mind. I got bad news for you. Engagements are not like breaking off marriages.
No.
I mean, she could say I think that's a real iffy move at this stage of the relationship. Agreed?
I would be careful. And
in front of her little siblings, too, that you're trying to get them to like you. And
well, they may like it.
Yeah.
He may have gone up
that's true.
with them.
That's true. That's a chancy move.
Yeah,
it is. There's, that usually comes along later. Let's start with Smiley. Smiley, welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show. We'll get back to the phones. Go ahead.
Hey, I was just going to let y'all know that when we first come out with the virus, I heard on a radio station out of Nashville a doctor saying that Fauci owned one of the proteins or one of the patents of one of the proteins that was in the virus, not the antivirus, but the virus. And I just thought that would be something to throw out there that somebody could look into because.
Yeah, we've heard all this patent stuff before. I'll be honest with you, I really don't know.
Yeah,
I don't know.
You can't believe half of what you see and read.
Right.
I think what we have to learn to do in this particular case, even with the virus and the response and the things that we know, there's some logical conclusions that you can come through by just your own clear, logical thinking. And use some of that. Now, I wouldn't chase things that no one can confirm because all you're going to get is somebody saying, well, that didn't happen. And you say, well, yeah, it did. And they say, well, no, it didn't. And that's not really going to go anywhere.
Yeah.
But I think you can look around and make some logical assumptions about Fauci's position in this and how what Bubba and I have questioned all along, why he is given by anyone this responsibility, because I think like lawyers that step away and go, look, I'm too close to this. I can't be part of this.
Right.
He should have, if he was a strong man of character, he should have stepped away and said, hey, I didn't do anything wrong.
Be transparent.
I got to be transparent with you. It doesn't look good for me to be in the position I'm in, considering what I was doing in China and considering what I was doing here until, like you said, Bubba, it was deemed to be too dangerous.
Right.
I'm doing this research. I'm involved in the research, so I really shouldn't be in this position.
And
because we got other people that could do it.
There is an argument and a logic that there needs to be gain of function research, but it has to be done in the right way, and you have to be 100%. I mean, you can't have an error. It's like handling a lot of other things. And the thing, and it really brings up a broader topic I won't take a whole lot of time on, but when we give money to these institutions and these scientists to do research and sometimes spend, millions and millions of dollars, when they come up with something that they can patent, they get the patent, not us, the people, or the government, or the people who funded. Yeah. And this has been a long-running debate that probably needs to be looked at, too.
We continue. Let's go to Matt. Matt, welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show. How are you, Matt? I'm trying again. Matt, go ahead.
There he was.
Hey, Matt, you're on, buddy.
Hey, all right, man, thanks. Yeah, that guy that called talking about he broke wind in front of his fiance, and you guys are like, yeah, you don't have the paperwork in hand. I did something when I was with she wasn't my wife at the time, but it almost was a deal breaker. I was out eating with her and my future mother-in-law, and I was eating chicken wings. And the way I eat chicken wings, she told me later, years later, was almost a deal breaker for her.
It was repulsive. Wow. It was kind of repulsive.
Oh, yeah, man, I get on it, you know what I mean? And I was eating the chicken wings, and she didn't tell me right away, but she said later on that was almost a deal breaker.
Wow.
That's a tough food to eat early on in a relationship. That corn on the cob is another one.
Yeah, I mean, the guy took a chance. He even told us what he produced had a foul smell. I mean, if it was all just racket, he could laugh it off. But the fact that it was followed with the discomfort of the fumes, and they have to get it out of the car and all that, I'm telling you, I think that's a turnoff. Yeah. Here's what I would say to him: reverse the roles. Yeah. What if she barked one off in front of your little brother and sister?
No doubt.
And it was foul.
Yeah.
Right.
Would you look
That's
at
wisdom, Rick?
Right.
Remind me, and it can be next break. I had a situation at lunch yesterday, and you know how I am with socially awkward moments.
You made it to that lunch.
I did.
Okay.
Terry's mom was celebrating her birthday yesterday, and so we met them for lunch. And just let me get back to that.
Okay.
I tried to give a guy a heads up and was signaling to him. It just didn't work.
I saw. By the way,
I was a mess.
I want you to know that I'm toting something that's socially awkward right now, and I'm keeping it from you on purpose.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
Your connection to this one too, I think, is more than you can overcome.
Really? Oh, wow. All right. Well, we'll discuss.
We got some exciting segments.
Right. I can't talk about this one.
Wow, Rick.
I don't think so.
You can't bring that up and not do it on air.
Well, maybe we'll see. Huntsville 100.3 The River. Brandon, go ahead.
Let's go, Brandon.
Yeah, we need to stop calling this a vaccine. We've pretty much proven or come to the conclusion that it's not a vaccine. It's just a shot.
Yeah, we've talked about that a lot. Yeah, we've talked about that a lot. But you're right. Let's go to Randy in Alabama. Randy, go ahead.
Hey, guys. Hope you're doing well.
Thank you.
I don't know if you know or not, but the fire alarm or the doors crashing is a direct result of a fire in Montgomery, Alabama.
Really?
Back in 1965, it was a Dale Spinhouse fire. And the reason that fire got so wild, according to my dad who fought in it, was that the doors in the stairway were open and it created an airflow that fed the fire.
So that's why we have that now.
That's a good call, by the way.
That's very interesting.
Good call.
I didn't know that.
I was going to ask Randy if he knew we didn't have a band.
Randy in Huntsville. We got no band, Randy. Go ahead.
Biggins, how are y'all?
We're great.
good.
We're good.
Hey, if y'all have already covered it, I apologize, but there's a video from a church being robbed while they're live streaming their service.
No.
A recent?
Yeah, armed guys come in, rob the parishioners, and the preacher. They take his bishop ring, his cross necklace, and their arm. But it's on video because they were live streaming it while they were having their service.
So you have seen that, Speedy?
Yes, and Adler's showing it now. But and I want to say they took a pretty good amount of jewelry.
Well, he's got it
in value.
Well, he's got plenty of jewelry.
It to take.
Yeah.
Supposedly there was
wait a minute. Is he having to get on the ground? They've come in on the live stream,
right?
Right.
Yeah.
And what do you think about audio?
I don't know the exact. I think it's okay, but is my
you kind of went out of phase a little bit.
Am I crackly now still?
You're good now. Okay now.
But yeah, like Speedy was saying, this pastor dresses very flashy. He wears designer clothes, as does his wife. Evidently does a lot of people in the congregation as well. So they supposedly made out with hundreds of thousands of dollars worth of jewelry and clothing.
Do you think God right here is speaking on the health, wealth, and prosperity gospel?
I do.
That guy in the back left is just as composed as can be. He's just hanging out in his chair.
Well, he's probably in on it.
Inside job.
I mean, I'm not saying that's true, but I mean, it doesn't look good.
Why? Yeah, everybody else is down on the floor. Why is he just sitting there?
I don't know why this preacher does. If he'd had enough faith, this wouldn't have happened to him. We'll be back. More Rick and Bubba coming up next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Where is
looks
that at?
good.
In what state is that?
Say Smyrna?
Looks like it's not Smyrna, Georgia.
No, I don't think it is.
The area code looks further away than that.
Yep.
So anyway, it doesn't say up here. Whatever happened on the date line where you're supposed to put where you're writing from? But anyway, she has pleaded guilty to second-degree murder. How can that be second degree?
Well, I guess first degree would be like, more direct and quicker.
Well, I thought it was just
Like with a gun.
premeditated. She had to premeditate this, right?
I don't know.
So anyway, that she was, poisoning her husband with antifreeze, and found him dead there, and determined the kidneys contained a substance suspected to be the things that are in antifreeze.
Yeah.
And
it forms crystals in the kidneys and shuts those down. Of course, when they're down, you're gone.
And then in a cruel fashion, she was just little small dosages.
That's why so many pets, they're real, make a big deal about, disposing of your old antifreeze. Don't let the pets get into it, because I understand it has a sweet smell and taste to it.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, really?
Mm-hmm. That's why a lot of them will start lapping it up.
Note to self.
Yeah.
But so the
this was in 2013.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. Now she's good. Guys, are y'all looking at the picture?
Yeah.
Rough.
Boy.
It didn't.
But
it makes,
did she claim he was abusing her? Is that what it was?
And maybe that is. God love her. I don't know. But when I first saw the picture, and I don't mean to be cruel.
She's 47. The husband was 42.
All right, that picture's not well.
Yeah, that's.
Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I got it.
It has a little bit.
It looks like
Bruce Jenner.
Yeah,
like
it looks like a man with long hair.
It does. It looks like Bruce. There it is. Bruce Jenner.
Does.
That's what it looks like. Yeah.
Oh wow,
that's fair.
Boy,
Rick, it says a lengthy investigation ended in March 2014 with Baker being charged with first-degree murder and possession of a deadly weapon during a felony, which in this case was a syringe and a bottle of antifreeze.
No my. I'm telling you.
look at her picture. She has that look on her face, like, yeah, that's right.
I don't.
Yeah, that's right.
I bet they'd been married for 21 years and had 2 daughters.
Oh no.
If you lined people up and said, pick the one who poisoned her husband, we would have picked her right out of the lineup. Just the way she looked.
Wow, Sherry.
She had, a lineup up there.
You realize Sherry and I have been married 21 years this Friday.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, she makes a special meal for you.
Again, note to self. But yeah, this thing, it's different now. More men cook than in the past. I think you see more of that now. But let's face it, you don't want to anger the person that's putting food on the table. You know how they talk about restaurants? You don't want to anger people at restaurants?
Yeah. Love you, honey.
Yeah, if somebody's preparing something that you're going to consume, you got to stay in a good relationship with that person.
No, do not make them mad.
Speaking of that,
Rick, apparently she poisoned him by putting antifreeze in bottles of steroids that he took as a medication.
Oh, boy, got him on his medication. Oh, man, come on.
Come on, man.
Speaking of that, I hope the golden ticket says, y'all happy? Y'all need anything?
Yeah. I'm going to give him some merchandise.
Everybody happy?
How about the dip guy? Is he happy?
Get him a hat. So do you like the show?
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Chat about that.
He's a man with a Mayweather plan. He's a mighty James fan. He's a mighty good weather man. He's the man, Rick and Bubba's biggest fan. He's a Mayweather man. He's a mighty James fan.
Hello, James Spann. How are you today, sir?
Hello, gentlemen. How are you? I'm doing very well.
Well, I know that today there could be some severe weather, but I understand you will have someone shadowing you today, one Hunter Bussey.
Yeah, I got a creeper with me. In fact, he's in the car right now. I'm listening to all this.
Now, James, where are y'all headed this morning? Are you going out to entertain at a local school?
Yes. It's a severe weather day, and a lot of times I will postpone the school because of that, but we think under these circumstances it's okay for the morning. So we're headed to see some students in Blount County, Alabama, in Aniana.
Oh, yes.
And, yeah, it's going to be a hoot. And Hunter's Day is going to go right down the tubes. I mean, this might be one of the worst days of his life. You know what? He'll remember it.
Yeah,
well, he can run the kid cam for you.
Yeah, he can. I tell you one thing, he's got his eye on is that birthday cake.
Yes, yeah.
Yeah, no, I'm about to say, I do get a cake at every school, so he probably can suck some of that down for me.
Chip off the old block.
Yeah, well, he's training. Remind him he's training. He doesn't need to be eating too much of that.
So James, I guess, we're having some fun, and obviously we love having one of the members of the show, with you today. But all kidding aside, some of it could be dicey today. What are we looking at? It's 8 minutes now to the top of the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. Don't forget Wednesday Bible study back today. We're walking through the book of Genesis today, chapter 28. It'll be live on our YouTube channel at noon Central, 1 o'clock Eastern, and then archived for your consumption either on the YouTube channel or the podcast channel on your own time if you so desire. So, Speedy, you were telling us you can't just leave that laying out there. We were getting up against the break. I know that you struggle with socially awkward situations, secondhand embarrassment.
Yeah.
The only person I've met that's got it worse than you is Andy Blanks. But matter of fact, he deleted a text from me because he'd have to. He couldn't go back and look at it.
Right.
But anyway, so tell us what happened.
Well, all right, so we're at lunch. Let me set the scene. We have Terry's parents. We're there. It's a nice little area. Actually, Greg, I took you there. It's in Helena. It sits right there on the water.
Ate that big old burger?
Woo! And that's what, Terry's mom said, hey, this is where I want to go. And so it had a nice little sitting area outside. And so I went and grabbed a table, and there was some other tables around, but the bigger ones were all full. This was the last one. And then they had some smaller ones where two could just sit, like a couple or whatever. So we're sitting there, and then I noticed a young couple had come and sat down beside us. And we're talking, and I don't know what the condition's called, but there's, I'm sure, a number of initials that could go by it where I can't focus on one thing at a time. It's just like I'm dialed in, and then I'm seeing other things, and I'm socially awkward when it comes to that. And so I'm reading in on different situations, and then the guy that comes out and keeps calling the numbers for the families, and nobody's paying attention to him. Number 25, and then, he goes back in. He's trying to find everybody. I'm dialed in on that. I've just got so much going on.
Well, that's that side of him that wants to get up and help. You want to do something.
Yeah. And then the guy comes back out and screams it again. Then finally the person goes, oh, yeah, that's me.
Oh, 25.
And he had already been calling for you.
Yeah.
And so then I noticed this nice little couple. They were young, in their 20s. They're sitting down, and I couldn't tell if they were a couple, if it was a first date or coworkers, but there was conversation going on, and their food comes, and I noticed the guy asked for some more mayonnaise. And because the waiter's like, hey, before is there anything else y'all need? Ketchup's a go-to, but mayonnaise was it. So they brought some, and he just unloaded the mayonnaise on the. He had a big old burger, Greg, one of those.
Oh, that place.
Oh yeah, like
burger.
a double. And so I mean, and there was this awkward, quiet moment, and I know I should have been paying more attention to Nanny and her birthday than that, but they were right beside me.
You were there.
And he takes a bite of the hamburger, and the amount of mayonnaise that squirted out on his face, it was from, and he had a little bit of a goatee.
Oh my gosh!
And it went from this nostril all the way over to mid cheek.
Wow.
And I thought, well, he'll get it.
Oh,
no.
I
He'll
did not
get it.
know that.
Oh no! Oh no!
And then he went to wipe his mouth, and he had no idea it was all up in there. And when she looked up, I could tell she saw it, but she didn't say anything.
So you completely checked out of y'all's table.
Right. So now
Nanny ain't got a chance.
No.
Nanny's telling him.
Oh, Nanny! I almost turned my chair and joined him.
Yeah, right.
And so I kept looking at the guy, and I think he thought I was staring at him, and I guess I was.
Well, you were. Yeah, you were.
I think that would qualify.
Right. And I kind of went like, I kind of pointed with my index finger, like I kind of pointed.
You tried to hand signal the guy.
Like,
you got to wipe your face.
Well,
off?
first of all, I kind of looked at him like, you got something, and he just looked right through me.
And then I could tell she kind of looked
You want to know
up.
what your problem was?
She kind of looked up, and I think that they kind of were, I don't know, maybe early in their relationship, because I think if it was on into their relationship, she would have said, "Hey, you got mayonnaise."
Oh
all
yeah,
over
my
your face,
my
you
wife
know?
would have said, "Get that off your face."
Right,
Oh my
right,
gosh,
right.
I would have got a whole speech on it.
Right. And so she never said anything, and I could tell mayonnaise, he had asked for too much, and he put too much.
But he needs to dial back on his
and
mayonnaise.
even if
watch
he,
the condiment.
even if he likes mayonnaise, if you're on your first date or whatever, you just pull back. I mean, but he is unloading packets of mayonnaise all over the place.
Was it
And
gross
instead of-
enough to alter the relationship?
Well, I don't know. I could tell that he squirted his mayonnaise behind the burger to hide it, and in the basket they were full of fries too. And I noticed he went fries to mayonnaise, not fries to ketchup.
Oh no,
guy loves some mayonnaise.
Man, he's obsessed with it. Bub.
And
I
so-
bet it's hard for you to hear it.
So he takes one bite, squirt, and then she looks up and he continues to eat, and it's there, and he's holding court with mayonnaise
And
all
he
over
has
his face,
no
and he has
idea.
no idea. And he keeps looking
Why
at me.
didn't she say something?
I don't know. I wanted her to say. I almost said mayonnaise.
Did you get up and go over and wipe it off your
Right. Well, so then I kind of, now I'm kind of scratching my head, like trying to get his attention, and like I'm
Are
pointing.
you getting any grief now from Terry that you're not
No,
paying attention to Nanny?
no, and I'm kind of Terry where I was looking through Terry
She couldn't
to
tell?
him,
Right.
so she kept thinking I was staring at her.
Okay.
Which I mean I'll take that.
Yeah.
And so finally he just by luck grabs some more napkins and just wipes his mouth, but wipes it in a bigger area. And so he only grabs half of it, and then the rest of it just smears all the way to his ear. Yes. And so now his beard looks like it's got a little gray in it,
Oh, no.
And so I'm still looking at it. That's all I'm mesmerized with this guy.
Well, heck, I don't know how
Boy,
to
you just can't get it.
And he
worked.
caught me staring about 5 times, but the guy apparently didn't play baseball because I was giving him signals.
Right, yeah.
Okay. I was like, hey, right here, and nothing ever. So they continued to talk, and there was one point Terry asked me a question, and I didn't really hear what she was saying, and I kind of got
check
through
that
it,
mayonnaise
and
out.
I'm really focused on him. And there was a couple of other wipes that he kept getting a little bit of it, but when we left, he still had white all over his face.
No way.
All over his face because they sat down after we
I
did.
blame the
but my
person that's
entire
waiting.
lunch was ruined because I can't dial in and focus. Because Terry didn't notice it, her parents didn't notice it, but I have this curse where I notice things like this.
Yeah, you
And
tried to pull away and concentrate on your meal and
Yeah,
couldn't do it.
and
But
I couldn't focus on Nanny because I was focusing on Manny.
Can I tell you
Oh,
that,
Nanny?
where I think you're a little bit
Nanny, I'm sorry.
I think you can persevere. This is where I always say you have the same problem that Andy Blanks have, but your ability to adapt and survive it, he doesn't have. He would have left.
Yeah.
He would have left the whole restaurant.
Well, I wish I could have changed seats at least.
I mean, his
with
car
Terry.
would have been driving off, and he'd be thinking about how do I get back, get my family.
I was so uncomfortable.
He
It's like
exits.
I had mayonnaise on my face.
Yeah.
And I haven't had to tell myself that's not you.
Right.
You know?
How many times did you wipe your face to try to get him to see it?
Well, I was trying so hard.
Come on, pal.
I wanted to scream mayonnaise.
That could have altered the relationship, by the way. She won't get that vision out of her head.
No.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
All right, so, Bubba, we mentioned it yesterday. The Blaze socks are back, but now we have a bigger selection than ever before. And there's all kinds of cool Blaze socks. If you haven't seen them, they're out. I know Blaze has put them out on their social media. A lot of the different hosts have put them out there. You can see. We'll get them out there for you to see, too. And a lot of you liked it when they came out, and they just, they had the Let's Go Brandon socks. I know a lot of you love that. Well, they've come back with a whole variety of these Blaze socks now. Do you want to see the lineup? Just go to Blaze, BLAZE, socks.com before they are gone. And I know yesterday, Bubba, you and I were looking at some of them.
Yeah, they're funny. And you know what, Rick? You need to go ahead and order now for the holidays. Avoid the rush. You know there's going to be a panic.
Yeah.
And go ahead and get this for your favorite conservative on your Christmas list.
Yeah, they're even already up to date on the World Economic Forum guy that says we're all going to be eating bugs as proteins. Do you remember that guy? They've even got him in the mix already. So if you want to find out more, by the way, they're all everything from start to finish, the materials, the production, the packaging, all 100% American. Even the men and women that are packing and shipping these socks, they are people who are citizens of our country. So if you want to know more about it, you can go to Blaze. BubbaSocks.com. Now, here's where you're going to save some money. If you're a subscriber to Blaze TV, you save the most money, okay? And they're going to ask for that email you used to log into your account. But your promo code, if you're a subscriber, is BlazeSub. Now, if you're not a subscriber, then use the promo code BubbaSocks. So there's savings. Now, obviously, if you're a subscriber, you get even more privileges. So you might want to think about subscribing to Blaze. Go to blazesocks.com to check out the full line of socks. They're perfect for gifts. You might even want to stockpile for Christmas coming up. Again, blazesocks.com, promo code BlazeSub for subscribers, Bubba Socks for those that do not. Can tell you
It's really deep.
Might explain what we keep trying to explain.
They have. There's a documentary that was done lately on them when they're touring South America, and I mean stadiums. It's in other countries they're just as huge as. I mean, it's unbelievable, and they're mid-70s.
Allow me to introduce myself.
Oh yeah.
That might explain everything. Yeah. Weird beats in the background.
Well, they're still.
Well,
still bringing it.
We got a lot to cover today. We've got a major ruling we're waiting on from a 3-judge panel dealing with Trump's travel ban.
Yeah, I thought we might have that before we started, but
we also got a major whistleblower who has come forward to shed some light on something in the government, and it's not Eric Snowden this time.
Yeah.
We'll get you an update on that, and a sci-fi star may have checked out. I can't announce it, but one of y'all can.
All right, we'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
So as we make our way back, Bubba cannot say it because we know he's had a history with a couple of celebrity deaths that were a few years late.
So I have a ban on that.
Well, we weren't going to ban
announce.
you when you were missing by weeks, but when you start missing by years,
well, no,
that's when we had to stop.
It's a self-imposed ban.
Right.
But Greg, do you mind just reading that headline?
Right, because and I don't even know.
Battlestar Galactica star Richard Apollo Hatch dies at age 71 after battle with cancer. Now, this isn't the fat gay guy that won Survivor, right? Wasn't his name Richard Hatch, too?
Yes. Thank you, Greg, for clarifying. It's not the same guy.
You may be correct, but
no, I know. But you know, this guy didn't do a lot after Battlestar, did he? I don't remember him.
Yeah, he was on All My Children, I think, for a while. You know, just little stuff. I mean, nothing like the role of Apollo. I mean, nothing.
I honestly don't know who this person is.
Yeah.
I remember Battlestar Galactica, and I remember the two main guys. I just never really watched it that much.
Right. Dirk Benedict, isn't that the other guy?
The only thing I remember about Battlestar Galactica was the toys. That's it. I don't remember anything else. Didn't you get the ship?
I think I had one of the ships.
Now, I'll tell you, of all
the guys were orange that went with it, the little action figures. Their suits were orange, weren't they?
Of all the robots.
Wait a minute, that was Space 1999.
Was it?
Yeah, you're on the wrong one.
See, I don't know which one's which.
Of all the robots.
Didn't watch space shows, didn't like them.
In sci-fi, the Battlestar Galactica robots were that, and the one off Lost in Space was by far my favorite.
That was all about Lost in Space.
I love the robots. I mean, you grew up as a kid, you thought that was the coolest thing ever.
Those slinky arms kind of bothered me.
Well, that was a different thing, though. But
okay, it just dawned on me that I thought Space 1999 was Battlestar Galactica.
Yeah, two different things.
Yeah.
Think about it, 1999.
I know. That was way in the future, you know.
Oh yeah.
Gosh, I don't even have the right.
Or
show.
20 years behind us now.
You know that weird feeling hits you when you're like, I've been picturing the wrong thing.
Speedy, you got a picture of the robots?
That's a pretty cool
Can you
ship
pull up
I
one of Battlestar Galactica?
99.
And Rick, the other time I have seen this robot was funny. We were at a concert in Atlanta in my teen years. Where Planet Patrol that sang Planet Rock, and they had a couple of these robots on stage with them. Isn't that funny?
Planet Patrol.
You remember that song? That's Planet Rock, Planet Rock.
Oh yeah.
I might have spun that.
Were you bringing it?
Oh, I loved it. Man, what a concert! Roger and Zapp was there. Gap Band was the headliner.
I saw Roger and Zapp open for the Commodores.
They dropped the bomb for 45 minutes on their encore at least.
Did you think? Well, this is where it all ends.
I got what? Don't get any better than this. They might as well just retire.
Right. Yeah.
Charlie Wilson's still touring. You know the maid.
So is that one of them?
Yeah.
Yeah. What other went on in, didn't he?
The eye kept going back. The red eye would go back and forth, and they talked with that robot voice. Of course, they were out to destroy mankind. It was machines versus
Well,
the man.
that's pretty standard in all.
Yeah.
Aliens
You
rarely
gotta
come
admit,
here to be
that's
friends.
That's a cool looking robot, though.
Especially
I
for
mean,
that time frame.
Yeah.
What if
I think more impressive than stormtroopers by far.
Yeah, stormtroopers are not that impressive.
A lot of Trump updates here. We're going to have these every day.
But if you try something, will you mind fine? Deal or no deal? You get what you need. I don't wear a toupee.
We. From the No Name Studio, a brand new hour here on the bleeding edge of technology. We start a brand new hour. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler, the gang is all here for a brand new hour. 28 and a half years, rocking mic number 2. Welcome back, Bill Bubba Bussey.
Rick, glad to be here. Thank all of you for being with us. We appreciate it.
All right.
We only ask for 5 hours each and every day.
It.
I think that's, I don't think that's
reasonable.
Too much.
Very reasonable. All right, so
especially if you're enjoying Buffalo dip,
right? Yeah, right. Or you got mayonnaise streaked down the side of your face. So
awkward.
Yeah,
the visual there, I just couldn't hardly think.
I'm
about
sorry you had to go through that, Bub. That was hard for me to watch you watch that. Anyway, we do want to thank some friends that follow the show from the Frozen Goat down in Chilton County. They brought us some chicken salad and pimento cheese and some goodies today. So you always have us if you bring food.
No,
So that's good. And also, I'm making a note of that now we're also set up for lunch. So that's good. Thank you guys so much down in Clanton, Alabama, the Frozen Goat.
That's it.
So Speedy, you and your little bride down there eating.
That's where Tyler and Mabry got married, and so we spent a lot of time. We already do, but
they got married at the Frozen Goat.
Mabry's parents told us about it's right around the corner from the church.
I thought that was the church.
Yeah.
And told us
Frozen
about
Goat
this,
Baptist. No, they don't know about
the
it.
Frozen Goat. So we went and we had a blast.
Throw the goat,
and it's good.
Throw the goat.
Well, it's
the Frozen
I had to break it to them, Bubba, that Sherry and I are opening up a restaurant down there called Throw the Goat. And so
Throw the goat.
Hey, let me
There's a
tell
few
you.
goats down there to be had.
Yeah. Hey, little little Miss Gwen go. And she loves that chicken salad. So anyway, all right. So Bubba, we have another one of these. What is this one?
Mega Millions Lottery.
Oh
Rick,
She's a big one.
They have not had a winner in 29 straight drawings. Wow. So the winnings now have gone into the billions of dollars.
Wow. Is this
a
the
little
biggest one there's
over
ever been?
one, believe it or not, no.
Really?
Third largest. Can you believe that?
No, I can't. I thought I didn't know there were others that hit the billions.
Actually, the largest was 1.537 billion.
Okay.
And then there was one close to that in Tennessee. Now that is if you take the payout over 30 years. That's what you get. If you take the cash one-time payout, it's 602 million.
I think I'll go with that.
There he goes again. I knew you were going to say that. There wasn't no way to stop you from saying
cash in
that.
hand is worth a lot.
Yeah,
You know,
Cash is king, baby.
You don't like the security
tax
check
man's
coming in
gonna
over
get-
30?
I believe I'll be good with that big lump sum.
Yeah, you watch yourself. You'll pull a Mike Tyson.
you know, you could
No
probably
way.
borrow against it and have that pay back the loan and work it out.
Yeah.
I believe we're good.
Mm-hmm. So
that's just
So
a
that's
lot.
a lot.
isn't it?
Yeah,
that's
that's
a
a whole-
thousand.
Where is it?
For those of you who
It's a multi.
Bunch of
it's a
states
multi-state.
together.
You can go to Georgia,
Yeah,
you can go-
that's a little over 1,000
The mega.
millions.
the
You could
mega.
make 1,000 people a millionaire.
Well,
That's
CEO
a lot. That's a lot of cash.
Raising Cane's Restaurant, he decided to buy all of his 50,000
heard
of
that?
his employees a lottery ticket, and they plan on splitting whatever winnings they get if one of them wins.
Well, that's got to increase your odds a lot. Now you got 50,000 tickets.
Plus, you can also hit some 4 out of the 5 or whatever.
Yeah, here are the undercard numbers for the last one. While there was no big winner in the big jackpot, 8 people won $1 million each after matching 5 of the numbers. Another winning ticket in Ohio cashed in $3 million because it included the optional Megaplier ball that you can purchase for an extra $1.
Mhm.
I don't know how this
Mega
works.
plier.
Yeah, I don't either. But that would be me, though. I'd finally win something and have to split it with 49,000 other people.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's so it continues till they get a winner right on the biggie.
Yeah, I think so.
Right.
So. I love those shows where they show you behind the scenes what people did that won the lottery, and sadly, a lot of them don't go very well.
No,
But,
they don't.
There's
No.
some of them that do, and that's good.
Yeah, there's a show that we'll flip through and see. It's called Lottery Homes or something like that.
Yeah.
And it's kind of these house hunting shows where someone's won the lottery and they're looking to buy a house. It's always interesting to see how they won it and what they won.
Well, it goes back, and I like I say, I've seen some of the documentaries and I've seen some of the specials about the ones that go badly.
Yeah. I think you see more of those than you do any of them.
What I'm wondering is, this is you and I have been talking about this, and I think it's gone beyond a theory because I think it's getting close to maybe being law. And we've discussed over the years. Now, remember, always the factor in this is a radical spiritual change after one has repented of sin, left authority in self, and placed authority under the lordship of Christ. I'm taking those people and I'm putting them out because that can change anybody from anything. But if you haven't done that at all, and you're just kind of the person you've always been, in most cases, this kind of wealth just simply amplifies the good and the bad that you already are.
Yeah, I think it's
So
always an
if
amplifier.
you're bad with a few $100s a month, you're going to be bad with a few $1 million a month.
Yeah,
you're just going to elevate it to a whole new level and mess that up too.
Yeah.
Rare is the person that says, I've always been really, really bad with my decisions in life, and the money made me suddenly make better decisions.
Yeah. Today I got real smart.
Yeah, a couple of
and
times.
gained self-control.
Most of the time, it just allows you to make bigger mistakes.
Right.
Yeah, much bigger.
Yeah.
But it is interesting seeing how what happens with some of these folks. And I haven't seen one of those shows in a while, but I always love seeing them.
I'll tell you, I'd like to see what it'd do to me.
You'd like to test it out.
I'd like
one
to
time.
test run that.
So
you'll meet a lot of family you didn't know you had.
Oh yes, by the racket club.
I always struggle. To understand these numbers, and something that I've been coming back to here recently as we talk about these gigantic numbers is this here. I have it on the screen. 1 million seconds is 11.5 days. So if you got $1 per second and you were getting $1 million, it would take 11.5 days to get that $1 million. If you got $1 billion and you were getting $1 per second, that would take 32 years.
Wow.
See, that is a huge.
She gives me a headache.
And then a trillion is 30,000 years. A trillion seconds is 30,000.
No,
years.
it isn't.
30,000 years.
Think about our debt now. Think about our national debt.
Yeah.
I'm real old.
The way they blow through that.
Wow.
Man. All right.
Now we're just whistling for fun.
We're whistling. By the way,
So somebody just give me $1 a second?
Yes, yeah. If you got $1 a second,
I'm just
Speedy
thinking.
likes the thought of that.
I'm sorry, I'm
I'll
thinking
be good
about
with
it.
that.
Speedy, it's kind of like you going to lunch with somebody.
So, and Rick, we've
You're
always
gaining.
said
So they're
if
still giving me money right now.
I mean, poor frozen goat. You done got free food out of them.
Rick.
But Rick, we've always said that if somebody wins, I don't know, $700-800 million or up, and they want to tip the show $5 or $6 million here, $1 million ahead.
Sure,
We'll take
right,
it.
sure,
right.
Yeah,
For good service over the years.
Yeah, absolutely.
We'll take it.
Yeah, I don't know how good an investment we are, but we'll take it. If you're going to be foolish with it, you can be foolish with it with us. All right, 15 minutes past.
Let us help you be foolish with it.
866-WE-BE-BIG is the number. We'll come back. We'll continue. Your phone call's coming up next. All 10 lines are available, and we'll chat with you. 866-WE-BE-BIG. Speedy goes to the phone. So we'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
We have the Trump update. Bubba, there is a marriage that has busted up over Donald Trump.
22 years of marriage has gone into the trash can because Gail McCormick found out that her husband, who she thought was supporting Bernie Sanders, actually voted for Donald Trump in the general election.
We have a package for us to watch and listen to. Here we go.
Gail McCormick, the fact that her husband mentioned he was planning on voting for Trump during the primaries was a deal breaker. Now she's separating from him after 22 years.
I was incensed. I said, I can't believe that somebody that I would be married to would vote for someone whose track record is so obviously poor in terms of civil liberties, his feelings about women, how he treats people in general.
Her husband ended up writing in Newt Gingrich in the general election, but the damage was already done. Even months after the election, many Americans say emotional wounds are as raw as ever.
Unbelievable.
A recent Reuters Ipsos poll found 39% of Americans have argued with family and friends over politics. 16% said they have stopped talking to a family member or friend altogether. Still, there's a flip side to all this division. Our poll found 21% said they became friends with someone they didn't know because of the election. As she settles into her new home in Bellingham, Washington, McCormick says she's deeply concerned.
I think that women's rights are in jeopardy. I'm really frightened at his cabinet choices.
And while politically and physically apart, in many ways
Women's
the couple remains close, with no plans to divorce, but plans to vacation together.
I think we've done a marvelous job in doing that and maintaining the friendships that we've made together. I'm very proud of that. I'm scared. I'm really scared. I'm scared I have to find a new dentist. I have to find a new doctor. You know, those are things that
Why?
They don't seem like much, but when you're 73 and you have diabetes and you've had a stroke,
Got a box full of toys.
It gets scary to find new people, you know, and
About a new
starting
husband.
over.
A long-term marriage changes shape as Americans adapt to a changing political landscape.
Well, that's stupid.
Wait a minute. I am
Oh,
so
my
confused.
goodness.
Why has she got to change doctors and all that?
I think didn't she move? Or
She had to move because. Well, how about this?
Well,
if you
how-
don't want to do that, just stay with the
Hey,
guy.
How far did you move?
Yeah, really. She don't want to be in the same state with him.
Yeah, I'm telling you, there's more to this story than we know. And
Well, you heard it.
Greg, you may be on it. Honestly, this may be his way of just getting out of this.
Well, they tried to interview him, but he was out celebrating.
Yeah, they couldn't get him to come out of the bar he was at.
Yeah, woo! He made it up. He really didn't vote for Trump.
Look, I don't want to see.
Well, if he wrote in Gingrich.
I don't want to see. I don't see any marriage in, but you know.
Oh my God!
Well, there's
Did you notice her opening her box where she was? It had a bunch of toys in it.
Guys.
Tigger. Did you see the Tigger? Now, granted, I got Pee Wee Herman house. I understand.
I was about to say, who you to judge?
Yeah.
I'm not making fun of her, but she's obviously out to lunch. You know, what I'm talking about? She ain't with us. There's something. She's got one. Something's wrong.
But don't miss, they're not divorced.
Did you see that wig?
Yeah, they're not divorced. They're separated. She said, well, they're still going to stay married. They just can't live in the same house because he said he wanted to vote. Yeah, he wanted to vote for Trump. Didn't even. Wrote in Gingrich.
But here's what makes me mad. We report this story like this is some legitimate thing that people are having to deal with. That's a crazy person doing something crazy. You know what I'm talking about? They gave her credit like, hey, look what this election's done. No, that's a crazy person.
She's one of those people that always looks like she's angry because of the.
That's
I mean,
not
she's
normal.
Just, like
Nobody
looks like she's always
divorces over that.
frowning.
Well, what you're saying?
She acts like that. You know what I'm saying? They're portraying like it's a normal story because of the divide between everybody's political opinion.
Oh, great.
This
she's
represents
crazy. This represents what's going on with society, and this is what Trump is caused. No, what this deserves probably is some compassion for somebody that's got some issues and is confused and probably acts zany. If you, as Bubba mentioned, you saw what she was unpacking out of a box at 73 years old.
Mm-hmm.
It's possible she may have a zany view on a lot of things.
Right, but
You
y'all,
know,
there's
I mean-
there's some
She
some
doesn't
people
look like
that's,
she'd be fun,
that's
Rick.
way out there. I mean, we have a story today where colleges are offering up free counseling centers for
Still?
people that are having trouble dealing with this whole Trump thing. Still, and
Where
and
was
so,
the counseling for us who had to go 8 years Obama?
Hey, let me
was our
just tell them, we
Yeah.
made it. You'll get over it too.
Right. Where was our counseling when we saw?
We were holding our nose. Y'all get over it.
Right.
Little millennials.
Look,
You're all right.
we had to live in an attempt to turn us into Europe for 8 years.
Yeah.
Pass the gravy, please. Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
It is 21 minutes now past the hour of phone calls. whatever you want to talk about at 866-WE-BE-BIG. You can join us now, and we'll chat with you. Some things you need to be aware of. Crestview, Florida. Coming up, Man Church excited to go there and speak on August the 6th. That's on Saturday, August the 6th, Crestview, Florida, First Baptist Church, Crestview. You can go there, and you'll see all the information. Really, just join us. Now, there is sometimes these gatherings are ticketed, sometimes they're not. One that is ticketed is August the 12th, and that's in Finger, Tennessee, Henderson, Tennessee area, Old Friendship Baptist Church. Rich Wingo will be speaking there. If you never heard Rich, man, what a great opportunity for you men in this area to go hear a great Bible teacher and a powerful man of God. Anyway, so that's coming up on the 12th there in Tennessee. Look for that at themanchurch.com. It is a ticketed event, and they do need to know if you're coming. And then on the 21st of August, also ticketed, I'll be at First Baptist Church on the Square in LaGrange, Georgia. You can get all those details also at themanchurch.com or rickandbubba.com under upcoming events. So LaGrange, Georgia, August 21st. All right, if you want to join us, lines are available at 866-WE-BE-BIG. It's just a normal phone segment. It's not a troll, but the lines have been made available to you, and you can get in now if you make your move. Cowboy is out of Sweet Home, Alabama. Cowboy, welcome to Rick and Bubba. How are you, buddy?
I'm good, Biggins. Hope you're all doing well.
We are doing great.
So, now, Bubba has an honorary doctorate from Jacksonville State, correct?
That is correct. That is correct.
Well, according to Whoopi, that means he's a perfect candidate to be the new Surgeon General.
That's correct. If you follow Whoopi's logic.
He's a heck of a doctor.
We made that point.
And also, do you think the left is going to use Biden as being vaccinated and quadruple boosted as, hey, I got vaccinated, I survived COVID, you should all get vaccinated too? Do you think they're going to use that as a ploy to push the vaccine more?
I think
they're already doing that.
Yeah, I think that ship is already sailing and is gone over several waves.
And vaccine 2.0 is about to come out. That's based on the Omicron, so they've updated it to try to catch up to the variants.
Yeah, I think what you're talking about, though, I mean, we already live in a society that, the unvaccinated are the scourge of the earth. At one time, remember, we had all kinds of politicians, Republicans and Democrats, saying that this pandemic was a pandemic of the evil unvaccinated. That, of course, they had to eat those words because it turned out it really isn't. So now the new play is, well, yeah, it's true that people who are fully vaccinated and multi-boosted can still get the latest variants, and they can get sick, but the reason they don't die is because of the wonderful vaccine. Now, they will ignore that there's a lot of people that are not vaccinated that are also getting it and not being hospitalized, and they're just kind of sick for a few days, and they come back just like the vaccinated, but that's inconvenient, so that has to be ignored. Right. So really the narrative is, yeah, but some of these vaccinated people would be dead now if they didn't have the vaccine. Now, we can't really prove that.
No, that's anecdotal, as Dr. Fauci likes to say.
So what you find is when the unvaccinated get the latest variant and they don't have any problems with it, that's it totally ignored. Now, if an unvaccinated person ever dies, that's headlines. Yeah. Okay? Now, if a vaccinated person and boosted person dies, no talk of that. Now, when, like you're talking about, Cowboy, with President Biden, who with comorbidities and his age, and he's doing great, which I hope he's doing great, then that, of course, will be a mark to the brilliance of the vaccines and the boosters. So, yeah, we don't if we would just talk about all of it and say that, hey, man, for some of you, your best bet is to probably have that shot because that shot will help you. Now, we know it won't keep you from getting it. Will it minimize your chance to get it? We don't know. Some people say yes. Some people say no. So it's but the propaganda you speak of, Cowboy, it's not coming. It's already here. So this will just be added on top of that heap.
Well, and it kind of goes back to the earlier discussion about antibodies. Shouldn't we be testing antibodies?
Right.
To see where you're at, what your protection level is. Hey, if it's dropped below this, maybe you do need the vaccine. If it's above that, maybe you don't. I mean, shouldn't that be the end barometer that we're looking at?
But here's the problem, Bubba, and you had a real life example. We know people that had their antibodies tested, the antibodies were through the roof, and they were still told to get it.
I know.
They didn't say you don't need to get it. They told you still need to.
That's when we were just blindly shooting at everybody.
Right.
But that's the point, though. Shouldn't we be making a scientific decision on who should get vaccinated and not based on your antibodies?
Too late for that because it's been politicized. So that I'm afraid that ship is over. You just heard the COVID ambassador, whoever this guy is. He just said. He's already done it. He said the reason why the president's doing okay is because he's been double vaxxed and double boosted. He literally said that. Thanks to those things, he's doing fine.
And maybe it is.
Maybe
we don't know. You can't. It's not a double blind.
Well, that's
test.
my point. We don't really know because I can come to you and produce to you cases of people with comorbidities that have gotten the latest variants and they're doing fine too, and they're not vaccinated or boosted.
Right.
So what do we say about them? What helped them?
Well, again, a real key in researching this would be to know what their natural antibody level is to it.
Right.
They may have been exposed to it, developed antibodies, and never got sick.
Did you see the story we didn't even touch on the other day because they're trying to just do a catch-all now? Even those people like one of your kids and my wife, and all of us have them, that have never gotten any of it, they've gotten it, you just didn't know it. That's the news story.
Well, if we get an antibody test, we could figure it out. Then you'd know if they'd been exposed to it.
Right. Well, I will say this. My wife did have that, and my wife has been tested several times, and it came back that she's never had it.
Yeah.
But neither stories. Yeah, she did probably.
Yeah.
So.
Hey, that's one of those cases. Those people, those are the ones who we need to be looking at.
You took the words right out of my mouth.
Why are they going through this unscathed? They haven't had it, haven't had a shot, don't have antibodies to it. Why are they not getting it?
If I'm trying to find a way to fight this thing, should I not have the people in here and be studying the ones that it doesn't seem to affect? Yeah. Wouldn't we want to know everything about them?
And
doesn't that make sense?
It does.
If it's science.
Yeah.
I mean, Sherry should be studied. I hate to say that.
Lisa's the same way. She's been exposed several times.
Yeah, that's the thing. Don't think these people we know haven't been exposed. They've been exposed. Sherry's been exposed so many times,
and it's probably a little more in depth than just blood type. I know that's one of the quick checks we like to do on it, and it is interesting.
Yeah.
But what is Sherry's?
She's O.
What do you know what Lisa says?
No.
But I'm not sure if it's negative or positive. But Sherry's O. But the problem is, I know some people that are having a similar experience as Sherry, and they're a different blood type.
Right.
So
I'm not saying that.
But we got to throw it all in there. Though.
Yeah. Look,
let's get them together.
Scientific method.
Let's
we're
get
just
a
checking
sample.
things off. Yeah.
Yeah. Let's gather a sample that we can find, and let's look and see what they have in common. Let's see what they don't have in common. I don't know why you wouldn't want to spend your science on people that are walking around in this pandemic and it's not affected them. Or the former
amazing.
Pandemic, the now whatever it is now. But
some of them probably did have a very mild case and never knew it, but some of them haven't because they don't have the antibodies. So, but you unless you test. You got to test.
But I don't know why. It's almost. Are we afraid to find out that maybe there's something about them that would be real helpful to everybody?
And those are the people you could make the monoclonal antibodies off of. And go a long way.
Yeah. All right, we'll come back. We'll take more of your phone calls. It took a little longer for y'all to get in there. But we'll come back and we'll take your phone calls at 866-WE-BE-BIG when the Rick and Bubba show continues.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
I mean, and we got through it okay.
We survived.
Gosh.
It took us about 48 hours to do a lot of those executive orders, but we got
I'll go this far. As a matter of fact, it didn't bother me as much as probably it should have. I mean, I kind of just...
it's because you have a life, Rick.
Right. I was not deemed...
The government is not going to be my life.
I never found myself so stymied I couldn't function.
I know.
I thought
need to talk to somebody about it.
I thought about it and talked about it when it was appropriate, when it was time to talk about it. But prayed about it and kind of moved on.
How about speaking of Bernie? Let me mention this. I got an email from Christy Latham, and I'm out of the loop on this story. She says she proudly hails from the great state of Mississippi. She says she is upset about Bernie Sanders and Danny Glover coming to protest in Clanton over the Nissan plant. Nissan employs hundreds of Mississippians. People travel across the state line to work there. Why do they stick their noses in places they're not needed? You can check out the article in yesterday's Clarion Ledger. Love to hear your take. So I'm kind of out of the loop on it. Do y'all know?
Yeah, what's their beef?
I don't know. I don't know what that story is. What's their beef?
I tell you, they probably are unhappy that all those car makers moved south.
Is that what are they doing? I mean, what's the protest about? I don't know. Anybody know what that's about?
No, we can look at it though.
So anyway, here's a woman who says that even the suggestion of her husband that he might support Trump when she was with Sanders, which tells us a lot.
Now this is the same Bernie Sanders that just closed on his third home. Remember?
Well, again,
unbelievable.
When I'm a socialist, I don't. If I'm in charge, that's the place to be. Now, living under the socialist government is not the place to be. Being in the government is not so bad. But back to this again. She claims that she's concerned about women's rights. Where's any evidence that
the woman who ran Trump's campaign was a woman? I know he said some locker room comments. That nobody's nobody's okaying that. Poor Billy Bush. I'll say that.
Yeah. You don't think Bill Clinton had some crude things to say about women?
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. And he acted. We have action on his part. I just don't get it. I don't get it.
Was if you look at his eyes full at the inauguration.
Yeah.
Oh, well, let's go back to this again, though.
Yeah, he was getting low.
If you want to say that Donald Trump is a man who's shown even at a very late age that he would say crude things about women, that's an accurate portrayal.
Yep.
I don't know who he is today. That wasn't as long ago as you'd like to see, since he was in his 60s. That was a little old for that kind of talk, in my opinion. I bet it's not appropriate talk no matter what your age is. But at least if somebody was, in college or a teenager, you'd go, what an idiot. So I don't like that, never have, and haven't tried to dodge that at all. But trying to prove that his business dealings and his administration will be bad for the women's freedoms and advancement. They're just
rights. No history.
There isn't any evidence of that. And then you want anybody to sit and listen to you say that Hillary Clinton was better for the plight of women than Donald Trump? Based on what?
It's a hard sell.
Based on what?
I know.
We're
marching about it.
We're
marching about it. Don't forget that.
We're marching. This is the party that gave us Ted Kennedy, that gave us Bill Clinton, that gave us Hillary, who instead of going after her husband, probably did privately, but publicly standing up for women, she went after the women and said that your treatment is not as important to me as the advancement of the Clinton brand in political circles. Now, we got into a conversation in this show that's no longer on television, but in the days of Apple TV and Netflix and all that, you can go back and you can watch all these shows. Park and Recreation, Park and Rec.
It's gone. It's already off there.
Yeah, it's no longer on the air. It is.
I remember when that came out. It was funny.
One of the greatest TV characters, and there's been some great ones, is Ron Swanson.
Oh, boy.
Now, I will tell you this. It was difficult because I know this actor's done other things, but to me, he's Ron Swanson.
Right.
I don't even know the actor's name. I just know him as Ron Swanson. It was difficult to watch him in the movie The Founder, watching Ray Kroc take advantage of him and his brother because he played one of the brothers.
Really?
Yeah, and I kept thinking Ron Swanson wouldn't tolerate this.
And I brought it up. I actually saw a big poster on a wall yesterday of a friend of mine in his classroom, and I got to laughing looking at it, and I was telling Rick about it, and we printed it out this morning. Isn't that excellent, though?
Well, and one of the sad moments, and I just had a text a minute ago, and they said they're starting with their group an over and under of how many times the real Greg Burgess has to drop the mic after he said something on the program, and they enjoy Greg's commentary. For Greg Burgess to not know Ron Swanson or who have ever really watched,
I've never watched that.
It's based
sad.
on Greg.
So I need to start watching it on Netflix.
You were in a show.
Yeah,
and it's got the funny guy from Hangovers who plays it.
Yeah, no,
that's the picture.
He's in there. No, this is Nick.
Is that not his picture?
No, this is the guy who plays Ron Swanson.
Oh, it looks like
Nick Offerman.
I've never
is
seen
his
it, but
name.
that looks just like that.
Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
Let's go. It is 35 minutes past the hour. Rick and Bubba Show, Wednesday Bible study back today. Fired up about it. Genesis 28. Hey, have you ever thought about, I want to be part of the show. I want my product. I want my company. I want to team up with Rick and Bubba. I want a national campaign. I want all the platforms. I want to hear those guys talking about me. Well, you know what? If you would like to find out more about how to get that done with our national sales team, you can by going to Rick and Bubba at syndicatedsolutions.com. Rick and Bubba at syndicatedsolutions.com. If you're not interested in a national campaign, you want to know something about maybe our local market, we can get you in touch with the local sales team too. Just reach out to us and we'll hook you up. But if you're looking for something that would be national right here during the show and all that, Rick and Bubba at syndicatedsolutions.com. All right, so some more calls were standing by. Let's go to Crestview, Florida, where I'm going to be on August the 6th. Kind of fired up about that. Chris is standing by, and Chris said he has, Speedy told us that tough story for you, Bubba, I know, because it involved mayonnaise, about seeing a guy who didn't realize he had mayonnaise all over his face out on the date with a young lady, and Bubba and Speedy didn't know how to get the signal to him they need to wipe his face, and it apparently went on for quite a while. Chris in Crestview said he has an embarrassing date story as well. Chris, go ahead.
Hey, thanks, and Rick, I will see you in Crestview too.
Good.
So, me
Looking
and my
forward
boys
to it.
will be there.
Oh, good.
So, a bunch of guys. So, yeah, I went on a date, and this was several years ago. Then we had gone to a restaurant in Destin. It was an Irish place, and they served burgers, all different kind of burgers. And I thought getting a peppercorn burger would be a great idea until they got stuck in my teeth. And the girl did not tell me until the end of the date that I had peppercorn stuck in my teeth.
Oh,
and this was
she told you?
Date, so I went through at the end of the day.
No,
and,
Chris, tell me she did not. Not the goodbye. Was it the goodbye? And she said, "Look, I have to let you know you got peppercorn stuck in your teeth."
Was you going in for that good night sugar, and she told you or what?
Yeah, it was like, oh, by the way, you've got peppercorn in teeth, and you've had it since we've been at the restaurant. It was hilarious.
Here's the sad part:
if
you're going in for the kiss, and she says, "Look, I got to tell you, I got to deny you on this, not trying to embarrass you, but I hate peppercorn."
Hilarious.
Well, did you get a second date, Chris?
No, I did not. So
Peppercorn
I
did
was
it.
I felt like an idiot.
Oh yeah.
Yep.
I tell you the worst one.
Peppercorn shut you down.
Yeah, that was it. Yeah, I guess so. I tell you what's worse. You ever and you? I know
Did it go good, or was it? You think it was just the peppercorn?
I think it was a peppercorn. I really do. That was the downfall.
Well, that's kind of on her for not telling you. Right?
But you know what it is. She saw it as a peppercorn sign.
Yeah.
Chris, look. You know what? It wasn't the lady for you. There you go. Thanks, Chris.
Well, I've been married for 20
there
years.
You go.
A wonderful wife. So
See there.
It really worked out.
Does she like peppercorn?
That's a great question.
Peppercorn probably saved you a lot of problems.
Does she like peppercorn as your wife? Do you still try to boldly go into the peppercorn world?
No, I've never even gone there. I've just gone a totally different angle on there, and I've stayed away completely.
Well, that's making an adjustment. He realized peppercorn cost him, so he got rid of peppercorn. Now he's been married 20 years.
Does he sound a little bit like Charles Billingsley for some reason?
He does. I didn't think about that. Now you've planned that in my head.
When he started talking, I thought, is this Charles?
By the way, Charles, he
could you sing, Chris?
No, not at all.
Okay.
No.
He does sound
Charles.
like him,
He does.
He does.
I'll see you on August 6th, Chris.
Chris, will you say, Rick, don't make fun of my shirt?
Yeah, say, Rick, don't make fun of my shirt.
Rick, don't make fun of my shirt.
He does. He does. He really does. Yeah.
Wow.
Thanks, Chris.
He went
You
over.
ought to try singing if you haven't.
Charles went over to St. Andrews for the British
Yeah, I've been
Open.
watching
Did y'all
his
see the
pictures
video
online.
he put out about him making that 100-and-something foot putt?
Yeah,
that was
I
amazing.
saw that.
Oh, that was he tampered with that.
That wasn't real.
That's I need you going that route when
Wasn't
next
real.
time he's on.
Done.
Okay.
Rick, he's got pictures made with all kind of landmarks.
Yeah.
I've been watching that online.
How cool is that?
Good for him.
Let's
Almost died with COVID, so good for him.
Yeah, right. Early
I
on.
forgot about that.
Let's go to Road Trip John. Road Trip, go ahead.
I'm calling for the Bubba Sci-Fi show. Is this the right right channel?
Yeah, this is it. Go ahead. You're on, sir.
Bubba, hey, I got a question for you here in a minute about some of your friends. But first of all, I'm a little worried about you. I just feel like you're going down the path to where you end up being a flat earther.
No, I don't think you got to worry about that.
Oh, no. Don't say things like that. That's over the line.
Well, I mean, I was just getting concerned talking about aliens, all kinds of stuff, But hey, Bubba. All right. So I know it's Wednesday.
Hey, Bubba.
But I want you to imagine it's Friday.
Yep.
Okay, you got it like you like it.
Mm-hmm.
You're in your pontoon. It's early fall.
Mm-hmm.
You see the ice cream boat. And you look over to your left, and you can only see one of these four people, and I need to know who you're going to bring. All right? You got your buddy Gene Hallman.
Right.
You got Old Man Taylor's boy. You got Dr. Burks,
and then it's followed up by Mama June. Which one do you think?
You know, that's quite a diverse list. I think given that scenario, what was the first? It was Gene.
Gene Hallman. That's tough right there.
Gene Hallman.
I don't know. Gene probably would not be available because he would be flying cover over some ball game that day. And old man Taylor's boy, if he's back from Skinwalker Ranch, he may get the nod.
Yeah, I think it's going to be because he's new. He's like a shiny new dime. Thanks for the call. Let's continue. Let's go to John. John, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Hey,
John.
I like peppercorn. Back on the president. I had COVID in January of 2020. I was at the hunting club, and I was down, couldn't move for 5 days. Lost my taste, lost my smell, very lethargic for a couple of months. Got my first vaccine in March, second vaccine in April of 2020. Got COVID again in 21, January of 21. I was down for a day. I'm 48. I'm a hunter. I was in the woods a couple of weeks ago putting out some deer cams. Never had poison oak in my life. Now I'm eat up with it. So what do you think? Is there something going on there?
Something changed.
Well, I will say this, being someone who used to be highly allergic to poison oak and ivy, and now I'm really not. I think sometimes as we age, of course, you're going in the opposite direction. That is kind of weird. I don't know.
I can tell you on poison oak, poison ivy, there's certain times of the year it will get you and certain times of the year it will not. I've been in it several times accidentally, and I've never had a problem with it. So doesn't mean I won't always. So I don't know that you can judge that because depending on the time of the year, it acts different with people.
Yeah, now if you start seeing that you start getting sick more often and you start having problems with things you never had problems with before, you're going to need a little longer list than just I got poison.
And I think everybody does that to some degree. Like our taste will change over time, and some people like allergies will get worse or get better depending on things. We're just constantly changing.
I don't want to mojo myself, but I don't think I've ever had poison.
If I have, I may have had it. Now you're going to get it.
I may have had. How about this?
Don't you think the way I said it was better?
It was.
Buddy will go out in the woods and come to the house, and Lisa will pet him, and she'll get poison ivy off of Buddy.
Can I just bring this up? I think he's mojoed himself on what did you do yesterday?
What are you talking about?
Didn't you and your little buddies get out?
Yeah,
we got y'all got out in the woods yesterday.
I know what poison oak looks like.
Hey, see what I'm saying?
Here it goes.
He just said, Rick, he's never had it in his life. Never
now
dealt with
that
it.
I think back, it seems like when I was in the tree crew, but that was because we were probably cutting it with a chainsaw.
Yeah, thank you. You change it. So I don't get it often.
I haven't had it much at all.
By Friday, it'll be showing up on you.
Rick used to get it bad when we were kids. He was like a monster.
I did. Really
I used to laugh about it.
Greg, that's used to laugh
Your
about
little
it.
brother? Yes, I did.
He did.
You should have seen him.
I like a monster. I would get like a monster.
I couldn't. His eyes were like this.
There could be a fire in the woods and I'd catch it.
That's
Steve,
bad.
But now I get it, a little bit, but it doesn't. No big deal. Steve in Indiana, go ahead.
Yeah, I figured out why Lisa and Sherry didn't get COVID. Because after being married to you and Greg for so long, they can take anything.
COVID can't touch
You
it.
may have answered that.
You may be dead on.
He may have solved the problem.
You did it. Anonymous in Birmingham, go ahead.
Stephen, go ahead.
Anonymous in Birmingham.
Yeah, listen to the radio, Goody.
Anonymous.
I'm sorry.
Hey, Goody, you're anonymous, but you're listening to the radio.
Yeah,
Can't wait to hear my sound.
Let's go to.
I can't even give my name.
Let's go to Steve in Trustful. Steve, go ahead.
Hey, Rick. So my wife and I, and none of our 5 kids ever got COVID. If we did, we never knew it. And I work in houses all the time because I paint. But I have a 13-year-old, a 10-year-old, an 8-year-old, a 5-year-old, and a 3-year-old. None of them we never got sick. None of us ever had the vaccine. So we'd probably be one of those people you want to stay
Yeah, I mean, we got to bring your family
there's-
in, Steve. I mean, and I do think we'll find like we do with a lot of things. Now, I don't know about this, But we know this for a fact, and some of it is genetics. There are these people that seem to get everything that comes along, and then there's those people that seem to get nothing.
But see, this is opposite on Lisa because she normally
the Lisa one throws me.
She normally
a huge
catches
curve.
everything.
Yeah, that I really did think, hey, we need to get her protected because she seems to be one of those people that catches whatever's coming around. And the fact that this has not gotten her, and as much as she's been around it,
and
it's really
and
pretty
she
amazing.
has been tested, and she didn't have antibodies either.
Yeah,
like Sherry.
I don't know.
Strange. Maybe that caller's right.
Maybe the caller's right. 14 minutes to the top of the hour. 866 We Be Big is the number. It's just there's a lot of things about this we just don't quite understand. But Greg said he did see where there's some group of scientists that are trying to study.
Yeah,
those
and they're
that,
saying a lot of it is genetics.
Yeah, they think genetics is the biggest player. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Nick Offerman is his name.
Greg,
Do y'all realize he
Greg.
has a wood shop? Like that's the thing he does.
Greg, you'd love it.
Really? Yeah, he's really good. Like he's
Well,
well
he's got-
known.
he's got-
He's well known for his wood shop. His woodworking
He's
skills.
got woodworking things on his chart.
The real guy?
Nick Offerman.
Because in the
yes.
character, Ron Swanson does woodwork all the time.
absolutely.
Too.
The real guy.
Okay.
Yes.
He's legit, guys.
Absolutely
He's legit.
I have never watched that show.
Oh, Greg, front to back, watch the whole thing.
Okay.
Front to
It's
back,
all you.
watch all of Parks and Rec.
Is it on Netflix?
It's incredible.
It's kind of like The Office.
It's as good as The Office. I was just about
Watch
to say.
out.
It's as good as
I thought it was
I think
too.
so.
I thought it
I
was
think
too.
so.
Screaming at him, hey now.
What's that
So
sound?
you wouldn't go that far?
Buzzing you. No.
Does that sound mean you're correct, Adler? We love you. You're awesome.
That is not as good as The Office. Now, if you want to say Office is 1 and this is 1A,
Okay,
but you got
to go there.
You got to
careful.
Yeah.
The thing, okay, front to back.
Don't make statements like that.
Front to back, the whole series. Parks and Rec is it's a book
funny.
from beginning to end. It's awesome. The Office to me, once Michael Scott left, it was not good.
Okay. Are we just going to compare? If you want to compare it to post Michael Scott, I'll allow it.
Okay.
How was
But
James Spader in there,
but you
by the way?
cannot put this up there against Michael Scott.
Now we're brothers, Rick. Now we're
Okay,
TV brothers.
okay.
How did Spader do when he was on there?
Fantastic.
It's
Ron,
still
California. Golly.
Still funny.
Still very funny.
Still
but
funny.
Michael
actors.
Scott
Yeah.
left a huge gulf.
It did. Okay.
Right.
So now we're on the same
Okay.
page.
I thought you were
remember-
comparing it to Michael Scott.
Do y'all
years.
remember the episode where they turned the spare room downstairs into like a disco? I thought that was hilarious.
Cafe Disco.
Don't get me started on that show. But this one has those kind of moments. But Ron Swanson, Greg, this is your guy.
It is a little bad
Guys,
that you don't
I
know
can't.
it.
I can't even participate in this. I know
All right,
nothing about
do you have? Can we play this?
The Swanson Pyramid of Greatness.
Greg, you got to hear.
it. I
it.
don't
Now
even know
there's
what that
6
means.
seconds that we can't play.
I want a 6-foot poster of this to put in the conference room.
I want to put it by my John Wooden poster.
Just look at his pyramid of success. But you're about to hear a little snippet of it when he's talking to a rec league basketball team.
Right.
Okay.
And I know what we can't play, and so just keep it raw.
Oh, I know who this guy
I'll come out of it, but here it is. Take a listen.
Under my tutelage, you will grow from boys into men, from men into gladiators, and from gladiators into Swansons. Behold, the Swanson Pyramid of Greatness. I've been developing the Swanson Pyramid of Greatness for years. It's a perfectly calibrated recipe for maximum personal achievement. Categories include teamwork, very important. Equally important, selfishness. Take what's yours. America, the only country that matters. If you want to experience other cultures, use an atlas or a ham radio. Cursing, there's only one bad word. Taxes. Haircuts, there are 3 acceptable haircuts. High and tight, crew cut, buzz cut. Are the scissors broken in your house, son? Animal proteins, 4 to 8 servings daily. Cow, pig, chicken, deer. Fish, for sport only. Fish meat is practically a vegetable. Friends, 1 to 3 is sufficient. Capitalism, God's way of determining who is smart and who is poor. Skim milk.
Avoided, sir.
Physical fitness, honor, facial hair, living in the woods.
All right, coming out of it. Just give me 6 seconds. It's rolling. Hang on.
Skim milk. That's right, it's on here twice. Avoid it. Masonry, stillness, torso, intensity. Old wooden sailing ships. They're beautiful.
That's so good.
He belonged in the office. He really did.
He belonged in the office. I can't remember all the details, but
Okay, what's the
What about BO? Did you see that one?
Yeah, where you said
cultivating a manly musk puts your opponents on notice.
See, I love that.
He's got you. That's pretty good.
Well, what about masonry? I like that. Building walls makes you strong. Defending them makes you stronger.
Right. Well, and the whole thing is he wants to avoid really human contact with most people.
Mm-hmm.
And on his birthday, when they finally got it, they got him a giant steak, and they put him in his office with no one, and got him a giant steak. And got him I think a certain whiskey that he liked, and then they set it up for him to be able to watch. What is the movie? I can't believe I can't think of it right now. I love the smell of napalm in the morning.
Oh, Apocalypse Now.
And he's sitting there watching Apocalypse Now, and it's like that was the greatest birthday he said he ever had. So it involved no people.
Greg,
Apocalypse Now and a steak.
I think that character's based off.
I do
you.
too.
Is there some
Could
connection?
be, Greg.
Do you love the top of the pyramid of greatness? Honor. If you need to define it, you don't have it.
You don't have it. So this guy. I mean, for you to miss.
It is 9 minutes to the top of the hour. Rick and Bubba, thanks for being with us. Will it meet and play for another week? Hasn't happened yet this week. Just FYI. All right, so as we make our way back, here's a story, believe it or not, that after we're done with it, it will go all the way back to Calhoun County. A lot of you that may not know this, here on the program, 3 of us are from Calhoun County, Alabama, which is near Birmingham, near Atlanta, near Perfect. And that's where we grew up, and that'd be Greg, Rick, and Bubba. And then you have Helmsy just north of there, Etowah County. And then Speedy, his roots go back to Mississippi, but he spent a lot of time in Calhoun County because he went to school at Jacksonville State University.
Or he's like those great wrestlers, parts unknown.
Yeah, parts unknown. And Adler's always been, he came from Texas to Birmingham, so he's never experienced
San Antonio.
He's never really experienced life in the county. But anyway, so believe it or not, this story will find its way there before we're done with it.
Right.
Aaron Rodgers, who seems to get weirder by the day, all that's missing for him to get to the maximum weirdness is to start dating a Kardashian.
Right.
But anyway.
It's about the only one he's missed.
Yeah, that's right. And he's like the one now, isn't he dating a witch now or something, some mystic
Well,
or something
she
like
came
that?
out and said she wasn't a witch.
Right. Well, that's what witches always do.
Right.
But
very few admit they are.
Right.
That's right.
Well, and it didn't help either that her sister, a house fell on top of her. So let's.
Is that the one from the north?
Right.
Yeah.
Let's go to this video. Apparently, Aaron Rodgers has shown up to training camp, so I guess he's staying with the Packers.
Yeah.
Oh, yes.
Okay.
Yeah, he's showing up.
Remind me, I have Packer news too. I need to ask you about something I meant to ask about yesterday and forgot. So they're saying he looks just like the character Nicolas Cage plays. And Bubba, you shocked me today when, and it's wrong on your video sheet. It's supposed to be Con Air, not The Rock. It's actually from Con Air, and this is the character that right here that Nicolas Cage.
But that's Aaron Rodgers.
Here comes. That's funny.
So he does look a lot like that.
Yeah, is this long hair look here? See, there's always the debate on what is a mullet, what isn't. That's not really. That's just long hair, isn't it?
Yeah, having flow.
Yeah, because he doesn't. He's not going business up front.
Yeah,
but
it's the California boy in him,
Yeah.
Rick. This is
This
is California coming through in Wisconsin.
So he has arrived for training camp. Everybody's saying, and because of the T-shirt, the tank top white T-shirt, that he is looking like Nicolas Cage in Con Air.
Do you have a picture of Nicolas Cage in that, or a side by side? Because it's really amazing.
It really does. And of course, how do we? Yeah, look at that, Greg. That's pretty close. That's pretty close, right there, gentlemen.
Yeah, sure is.
And here we go. And how we get back to Calhoun County here is that the character that Nicolas Cage is playing and his accent in Con Air, legend has it, and this has been confirmed at least that
the story.
Part of it's been confirmed.
Yeah.
Rick. Now we'll never know Nicolas Cage's true thought process, but what I'm about to share with you is a fact.
Now, there's a jump that gets made there that we can all certainly debate. Okay, there was a guy that we all knew in Calhoun County, where Greg and I grew up, Oxford, named Tommy Digby.
Yes.
Or as Bubba has always called him, Tommy Digsby. Okay, but anyway, so he
same guy.
The music was so loud in Record Park, I couldn't tell what he was saying.
You always would find him at Record Park. He worked with Greg and I, the various bands we tried to put together. He would be on a crew, not on a crew. He would pass through. I hate to say this, but this is also factual. I'm giving you nothing but facts. At one time, I was working for a station called K98, and Tommy was all about it. And we had K98 T-shirts. They were black and gold. Remember that? Oxford with a little red in them. The same colors we all use in radio forever. And Tommy was late. Now this is before Redemption. That Tommy would be seen hitting the various bars. Impersonating me, right. Because I also had the long hair and all that then, and we looked similar as far as body size and hair and all that, and he would play the card that he was me. So,
but now he could put in a car stereo, and you could.
That is correct. That's when you knew who you had.
Yeah,
that's right.
But all you had to do is hand you a Pioneer and see what you did with it.
Yeah, I was heard on the stereo. Tommy could actually install it.
So, Rick, to your point, from the Anniston Star, which was the local newspaper, there was a story done called "Look Back to the Day Nicolas Cage Came to Town in 1996."
I remember the original story.
So remember, Oxford sits off I-20, connecting a large part of the country, but in between Atlanta and Birmingham.
And can I give you a part of this story?
Right off the exit, and Nicolas Cage, trying to get the dialect right, came to Alabama, came off the exit in Oxford. It was either Huddle House or Waffle House, one of those two.
I think it was Waffle
Can I
House
give you
right
part
there
of this
by the
story?
mall.
Right here?
I know exactly what you're talking about.
Yeah.
We're talking about May the 30th, 1996. Tommy Digby of Anniston. Digby. That's what they say in the article.
Well, that's the way. That's actually his name.
Was just minding his own business in the pre-dawn hours of Mother's Day.
Wow.
Recently, when he went into the Oxford Waffle House to get something to eat, maybe a cup of coffee. Anyway, who should he see but Nicolas Cage, who invited Digby to sit down and chat with him and his trainer and a screenwriter. Cage explained that he was studying for a new movie that starts filming next month. The characters from Anniston, so he decided to visit the town to get a feel for the character's background. And then it goes on to say that he interviewed Digby, even making use of a tape recorder to have a sense of the authentic speech pattern and all of Anniston.
So the character in Con Air, as legend would have it, is based on Tommy Digby.
And I will give him this, Tommy. I think Nicolas Cage missed the accent, but the hairdo was dead on.
He did. And if you've ever met Tommy Digby, you would say
back in the day he had a roaring mullet.
So keep in mind, the meeting at Waffle House is not disputed.
Right. I mean, that's documented.
Okay.
Right.
And what he was doing is not disputed. The only thing you can dispute is really did he literally say I'm going to be that guy?
Yeah. How much of Tommy?
How much Tommy's in there?
And the timing, just to happen to be there that
All
particular day.
So many things have to happen for that to work out.
Wow.
Yeah. But
Great
the fact
story.
the character is from Calhoun County is also funny.
That is.
Very funny.
Yeah.
Yeah, he exaggerates the accent a little bit.
A little bit, he does. Yeah, they always go a little further with us than they should. But that is an interesting story.
It is.
Yeah. So really loosely, I'm actually the character.
Rick and Bubba.
I said, put the bunny back in the box.
I'm talking about, you know how you love great TV characters?
Oh, absolutely.
Missing this guy was a big miss.
I've heard people say that show was good. I don't know why I never watched it.
Yeah, if you like The Office, it makes fun of all the things involving city government, which is fantastic.
Yeah.
And it every now and then it'll get a little blue, but it gets blue about as often as The Office did.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? But maybe even a little bit less. But I'm talking about this character, Greg. For you to miss him and your favorite TV characters of all time, it's a big miss.
Rick, I love the one crying. Acceptable at funerals and the Grand Canyon.
Your phone calls are next at 866 We Be Big. We'll chat with you.
Come on, give it a try.
It is lit up. We've got a wheel of meat. We've got bright lights. Put the load right on me. I wish I'd had this song when you grayed out that time, and I had to hold you up and you put the load on.
That was a long time ago.
you put the load on me, Bubba.
There he went down.
Let me hold you up. My goodness, put somebody's dead weight's a lot different than them putting some balance on.
It is. It is.
How
are you?
I'm good. I'm just trying to look through all the stories today, and if there's one thing that you don't, if you don't want, you can't really do a show if anybody declared, please don't talk about Trump. There's always going to be Trump stories today. The new president, and then we got some of that going on today. Some of it even in the NBA. We've got more stores pulling the Ivanka Trump line, and people getting mad saying I'm not going to shop there again. That's the only thing. If it goes back to. And I know we've talked about this before, and our show violates this, and I'm actually proud of it. Look, whatever you do, don't talk about politics or religion, or in our world, football, because it can be very divisive. And the people who kind of take the stance of, now look, there's always lines that can be crossed where you say I can't go there.
Right.
Now, I guess for some people they think that's a Trump, so I don't know that it is or it isn't. That's their decision. But a lot of people in business kind of take the attitude of what? Hey, we're in business.
Yeah, yeah.
And based on the map I saw in all the counties, Ivanka Trump's clothing probably sell pretty good. So, hey, we're not making a political statement. She's in business. She's got a line of dresses and clothing that we either look at that line and think it'll sell or it won't.
Yeah.
And we put it in there, and when somebody says something about it, go, hey, man, we're just selling clothes. Yeah. Now, to me, that just seems to be the better business plan.
Yeah, if you don't like it, don't buy it. But there's people who will.
Right. Don't take it off the shelf where the people who want it can't get it.
Yeah.
It would be like us declaring, here in Alabama that we only want to sell to Alabama fans. And everybody would go, well, I'll tell you what. Why alienate anybody who might be a potential shopper if it's not really a stand of, I mean, to me that's a weird place to land.
Right,
if you're a department store.
Right.
It
well,
is.
the thing is
because I don't know if he did win the election. There are people who actually
bunch of them,
a lot,
bunch of.
I would say this: is it selling? Is it not? That's really
that's
the key.
it.
Now I know the retail people. If things don't turn over, they move it out of there, and maybe it has slowed down. Maybe half the population is not buying it anymore. I don't know if that's the case. That's fine. Nobody understands that reasoning more than the Trumps do.
Right, and we do too. But we've done it before, and if I was, they'll find some way, to do it, I guess. But the game gets played, and that's the reason why sometimes I'm not sure it's the right thing to do. And there are times you should. Don't misunderstand me. I'm just talking about you really need to think it through. We've had things before because of things that we make a stand on, advertisers that have said, just like Chick-fil-A, just like Duck Dynasty, just like Hobby Lobby. Mm-hmm. And so what we will come back and do is say, okay, well, we will tell the people that you're not sponsoring this show anymore because you disagree with our stance on blank.
Mm-hmm.
Well, all the people that agreed with us on the stance on blank now are mad at the advertiser.
Right.
And then what the advertiser has to decide which one of those is the better business decision for you.
Well, see, I think as
Duck Dynasty, Chick-fil-A.
Most advertisers don't want to get into that choice. They want to sell to everybody.
I understand that.
And, that's the thing. Who knows? I mean, is their clothes good or is it not?
I'm not.
There's very few things I boycott because of something. There's one or two, but not a whole lot.
Yeah, well, 6 minutes now past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. Come on with it. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler, they're all here. And welcome back for a brand new hour. Number 12 on his jersey, number 1 in your heart. The pride of Cedar Springs, Alabama, Mr. Bill Bubba Bussey.
Rick, glad to be here. Thank all of you for joining us on the little party we call Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba. A couple of things that we have to talk about. Bubba, a story that you were telling me about as the show ended yesterday has ended in tragedy.
Well, Rick, we did. We had a rapper from Florida who was shot and killed at his apartment Friday, just minutes after he called out his enemies on social media.
Minutes.
The rapper, and I'm not familiar with this particular rapper, Raleigh Bands. Is that how you say it?
I'm not familiar.
He's based out of Tampa, and the shooting happened in the parking lot of the IQ Apartments in Tampa, Florida, around 3:30 p.m. on Friday, according to the county sheriff's department. He was taken to a local hospital despite receiving life-saving measures. He died from the injuries. They said that the shooting did not appear random and that the suspects and victims possibly know each other. No arrests made so far. But shortly before the shooting, the rapper had posted an Instagram story saying that he was on his way home if they won't smoke, quote unquote.
Mm-hmm.
He was reportedly shot about 5 minutes after that post.
5 minutes. Sounds like they were already on their way, and he just...
Yeah. Well, I will say this. He let them know where he was going, and apparently they did won't smoke.
They did. We got the official verdicts in on
If
that.
y'all think y'all can kill me, I'll tell you where I'm going. Apparently they could.
Now, 5 minutes later, I thought I had a little longer than that.
Right. Thought I'd at least maybe get to 15 minutes. But, I mean, apparently the people who said that they could kill him, apparently they were correct.
They were actually following me.
And Roland Band maybe was a little off on how safe he was.
Did you see, too, this story out of San Francisco? A man gets a red zone parking ticket after the curb was repainted while his car was parked
that's
there.
a foul. We can't have that. I'd have to act up on that one.
Yeah,
Greg claims he had a similar experience back in the day with power company.
It makes me mad. Don't get me. They hauled my truck off, and there wasn't a no parking sign. It was on the building, but when they moved it over to where my truck was and hauled it off.
You think they moved the sign to
I
where
know
your
they
truck-
did, Rick. I don't think. I know.
Rick.
I mean, that guy got a bad argument about it.
Well, now, you remember that time that I caught you on the dance floor not getting with it, and I had to give you a ticket. Because there was no parking.
There was no parking on the dance
dance floor.
Let me ask you this.
You got to get with it.
You had a guy pull an Alabama power truck?
No. I was meeting. It was my own personal truck.
Personal truck.
We were meeting somebody, and then we were going to carpool.
Oh, an
Parking
enemy.
ride.
An enemy.
I don't know.
Well, there's some people that don't like you.
No, it wasn't that. This was a long time ago. Around the back
a long
of the
time
building,
ago, there was even more people.
They had a no parking sign on the building. Like, don't park up against the building. Well, I was across from it.
I got you.
Well, they hauled it off. Fine, if I'm in error, but why did you have to move the sign?
He's claiming they took the sign from one side of the road,
They did.
stuck
Put
it
it
where
down
his
by the
truck
truck
was,
and then
and hauled his truck off.
Now, there was discussion in the kickoff hour.
He don't pay attention to details,
just
Rick.
missed the
Time
sign.
out. No, back then I paid
Rick, I
attention.
ran by him during the kickoff hour this morning. He had no clue.
Sprinted by. I knew you ran by. I just thought he was going to your seat. I didn't think nothing about it.
He was
but
full
no,
sprint.
There was a big cuss fight. I'll tell you that.
I bet there was.
Elderly gentleman too.
Oh, did you object?
Oh, did I ever? Didn't do me no good though.
I didn't. you pay your fine and get your little car?
Yeah, I
Little
thought,
Greg
but I let
laugh.
them know what I thought about it.
I understood.
Did you start off nice?
No.
And that was probably it.
So you didn't even start nice.
Well, no, because they moved the sign.
Okay, so you stick with that like this guy. Well, at least they didn't paint it while you're parked.
Yeah, well, now that's even more.
Y'all, they painted around the wheel, the tire, and
That
I mean,
is good.
That's amazing.
And then gave him a ticket. That's crazy. Yeah, it wasn't even painted.
Greg,
when they
Greg,
left.
y'all gonna cause me to act up in here. Somebody's been.
How much not know about me?
That's right. Don't make me act a fool now.
Up in here.
But speaking of that, you were talking about. First, I don't know why this reminded me of this because I look down and see that that Shaq's one of his sons.
Oh yeah.
Has got a 6-figure contract for the G League in Vegas, but he was unselected in the NBA draft.
Yeah.
So is he a pretty good player? How big is he?
Well, who did he play for in college? He played and then he transferred to LSU, didn't he?
I don't know.
I'm just trying
I
to
didn't know he
remember.
had a son that played.
He didn't
so.
start out at LSU, but I think he transferred to LSU. Gosh, I'm speaking way out of school.
It said, although Sharif did attend LSU like Shaq,
Yeah.
so he did.
Foot and
He's 6'10".
Okay.
He cannot match his father's size of 7 foot 320. But he said, or even his athleticism or production. So apparently he's a pretty decent player.
Yeah, he's a good player, but he's not a great player at this point.
Right.
So who
So
knows?
he did start
may
off.
be a late bloomer.
Did y'all say this? He started off at UCLA.
No,
I said he went.
Okay.
He was
He
somewhere
started
and
off
went to
at
LSU.
UCLA and ended up at LSU.
Okay, I got you. So anyway, G
Played for
League's
the
gonna
guy-
get. Is that good? Is that like minor league?
Is that what we have here in
The
Birmingham?
G League,
Yes,
yeah, it is.
yes.
By the way.
Gotcha.
G stands for Gatorade.
Yeah.
They're the big sponsor.
It was the D League for developmental, but Gatorade bought the naming rights.
That's
for
good.
it.
which is
Smart.
good because
Smart marketing.
and they've been able to pay these players a little
I
more.
like
That's right.
that.
So it is
I'm,
good.
That's right.
I'm all right with that. But this reminded me. So there's every kind of. I've noticed I don't watch a lot of normal live TV unless it's a sporting event. So I'm not aware. I didn't. First of all, I've noticed that game shows have roared back to primetime television.
Oh yeah.
I mean, all the
With
ones
celebrity hosts.
all the ones we grew up with celebrity hosts.
Michael Strahan's got about 4 of them.
Yeah, there's the Pyramid, there's Password, there's Press Your Luck, whammies and all this. But anyway, so I was just one of those nights I was just kicking around, and I came upon some reality show that reminds me, which I never got into. It just never drew me in, this Big Brother format.
Yeah, I never watched
Yeah,
that.
I never liked those shows. I never found them to be entertaining. But this one is that same format, but everybody in there, and I can't think of the name of it, everybody in there is connected in some family way to a celebrity.
And you got to figure it out.
And you got to figure it out. Well, the problem is, this is our age with these kind of shows. The people they're connected to, most of them, I don't know who they are.
See.
And like, but what they do is even when people figure out who they think you're kin to that is famous, and I use the word famous loosely, they still have to get in a position to call out who you are. So, and the reason I'm bringing it up is apparently there's one on there, and I don't know how far along this show is, and it's clear with the clues and everything that it's one of Brett Favre's daughters.
Yeah, I'd heard that.
And so they figured out who she is, but they can't. She keeps shucking and jiving where they never get a chance to guess.
I've seen the previews. I
And,
can't figure out how it works.
Well, I only call
got a couple of the Jonas brothers are hosting.
They're
it.
hosting.
The one Jonas that's not famous and one of them.
Well, really, Greg, it's the two least famous Jonases.
That's true.
Okay, the one that was actually in the band and the one that never was in the band.
Exactly.
The baby brother. But anyway, baby Jonas.
Yeah.
But I don't.
why they picked them for
it's
this.
hard to figure out how they get around. Like they do. They do like
They're trying to figure out who you are. Is
yeah,
that what it is?
Yeah, and they do challenges in order to get the chance to pick. And I know I did figure this out. If you pick and miss, you're out. If you pick and get right, they're out.
So if I say, okay, you're kin to whoever, and you go, no, I'm not, I'm out.
Right, you're out. And then we still don't know, and the game continues.
That's
and
more
I'm
confusing
still
than
in
the
out.
Masked Singer.
But it's interesting because it's obvious with the clues, cheese heads and scrimmage and football, that she's one of Brett Favre's daughters.
Okay.
But she keeps eluding being put up to be guessed.
Everybody knows it, but they hadn't. She's not. I guess
Right.
you get on the pedestal where
Yeah.
everybody gets to guess.
Well, then I got to looking at
by
some
winning,
of,
she wins challenges. I
Yeah,
guess.
then I got to looking at some of them, and I haven't even watched this show ever. And I just caught about 3/4 of an episode, and Sherry's like, "So you're already trying to guess them? You don't even know the clues." And I said, that girl right there, she'll set Jeff Goldblum in the face. And
You're just going by what they look
like
like.
that. She's not ready. I said, over here, Winona Ryder. Sherry's like, you're out of control. You don't know anything where these people are.
You ain't listened to one clue.
No. Well, I'm telling you, that one woman, she's got facial expressions of Jeff Goldblum to me. But tell you how old we are, they guess one person, and to get it right, I have no idea who they are.
If it's anybody,
I've never heard of it in my whole life. I mean, I'm like, I don't even know who this person is. I don't know who they're kin to. I don't know who they are. I don't understand any of this.
Yeah, there's a lot of famous people now that I don't know who they are.
Yeah, but I don't truly understand the way they get factions and it's Big Brother and some of that format. But I do know that everybody was saying, look, get up there and guess. Throw Brittany out. She's too smart. She's a good player. It's Brett Favre's daughter. We got to get rid of her. And the person that put themselves in the position to guess, double back and guess the other person and got them thrown out. So she'd cut a deal back there. Nobody knew about it.
Right. Face the wheel.
She can play the game. Well, look, think about it. I mean, she's a Favre.
That's right.
But
She's a competitor.
But it's a weird. I don't know enough about it to know. I don't.
Yeah,
think,
I just saw the previews and I was like, well, that's weird. There's a couple of Jonases and a celebrity guessing show.
Was I entertained for about 40 minutes? Sort of.
Not bad.
Yeah.
See,
it's no Skinwalker Ranch.
If I see one of Brett Favre's daughters, if I don't see her, do I stay with it? Probably not.
Yeah.
That's true. That helps.
You know, so it was what is it called, Adam?
Claim to fame.
Claim to fame.
ABC's Claim to Fame, and evidently, like Whoopi Goldberg's granddaughter and Chuck Norris's grandson have been revealed on the show.
Really?
And Laverne Cox's identical twin brother.
See, I don't know who that is. That's who got kicked off.
I'll tell you what's pretty much. Well, never mind.
You don't want to know. You don't want to know who that is.
Yeah, no, I did unfortunately find out.
Rick and Bubba.
I say I'm not a chick,
And I'm not out protesting.
Yeah, I'm not a chick, and my wife doesn't buy Ivanka Trump stuff, so it doesn't affect my life, and so I don't really know the answer to the quality of it. Or
I may get Betty some of it now. Where's it at?
Yeah. I think though it's pretty
you
obvious.
better hurry.
It's pretty obvious.
There ought to be a lot of it for sale on eBay.
It's pretty obvious what's going on, though. I mean, I think a crutch is, it's a business decision.
Yeah.
No, okay, anybody can say that. But if you've got Nordstrom's and then you've got Belk and then you've got Macy's and now TJ Maxx and now Marshall's and signs of her products are being thrown in the trash and then products being hidden because they don't want anybody to buy it, and it's pretty obvious what's going on.
I got it. I just wonder how that is on a business decision. I mean, I understand. I understand you're trying to be cute and you're caving into the mob. Now I got that.
Yeah, and plus there's this hashtag Grab Your Wallet campaign that's going on. That's,
all that.
You know, so it's all there in there together.
Well, I go back.
What is that campaign? Grab your wallet.
It's just the anti-Trump boycott.
Don't spend it.
Don't spend.
Don't spend your money on
Look,
anything.
most of them ain't gonna buy anything anyway.
Right. Well,
Too busy out protesting.
Yeah, and to this, I really believe because of what we just described, and I try. Anytime a market decides they don't want to partner with us anymore, I really do make an effort to try to find out why.
Yeah.
Because we may need things we need to do better.
Mm-hmm. Right.
But I've discovered because of this, I think sometimes the reason why it seems like they won't give a reason is for this very thing. Because they really a lot of times don't want the audience to know why they really took the show off.
Right.
Because if they revealed why they really did it, the audience might react in a very negative way.
Mm-hmm.
And now, sadly, when you don't clarify it, the audience tends to make that conclusion on their own.
Because the TJ Maxx companies, they're like, we always reorganize things and but an employee said there's never been an order sent down from corporate that says pull everything off, throw stuff in the trash, get it off the floor. Never seen anything like this.
You know what this means, don't you, Speedy? Ivanka Trump stuff at Dirt Cheap Store coming soon.
Coming soon.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Okay, undoubtedly, this Charles Oakley story involving the New York Knicks, it's all over the news today. His behavior, he got very upset and escalated.
You just show up because I'm blowing the lid off.
And
Ricky, it looked a lot like he was still playing in the NBA. You remember? I remember him for fighting more than I do hitting shots.
Guys, I'm this thing escalates much. I mean, bigger than I'm at. When y'all told me about it, when I watch it, it's more than I thought. Because what's happened is Charles Oakley is very upset with the owner of the Knicks. They're terrible, and he's mad about it.
Yeah.
And of course,
Well, what's new about that?
Well, the owner keeps telling Charles, "Don't be mad with me."
Yeah.
But anyway, Charles Oakley undoubtedly was just sitting there heckling the owner, and the owner got tired of it.
Well, he's in a good spot there because there's a lot of celebrities around him. As I said, you see John McEnroe there, which was hard for me to believe McEnroe wasn't in the middle of it at some degree.
And because of their frayed relationship, you got to understand, former players, especially former stars and standouts like him, are provided free tickets courtesy of their past service to the team. Well, he was also mad because he had to buy his own tickets. And because of their relationship and his criticism for the owners, or the owner, I should say.
Well,
so they quit sending him free tickets.
Yeah.
Well, Charles Oakley, Malcolm Street Sr., first man to ever hire me, pay me to do radio.
Right.
Told me, do not offend the alligator till you get across the lake. And so what Charles Oakley, if you like getting free tickets, the last thing you need to do is dog the guy that's sending you free tickets.
Yeah.
Because,
a famous one-legged man said that.
Yes, he did. Right. So what's going to happen then? What? How about this? You don't get free tickets anymore. I'm not going to give you free tickets to let you sit there and dog me.
Right.
Okay, so I understand that.
So he's like the Eric Dickerson of the Rams.
Correct.
Yeah,
absolutely. But what I'm not prepared for, and we, like you said, we've had examples of this, I'm not prepared for security to come over to Charles Oakley and say, the owner has asked us to tell you to either sit here and quit dogging him, or we're going to take you out of here. And I'm not prepared for Charles Oakley to begin shoving the security guys, because
it's a big scene.
As you're watching it, the security guys are saying, we really would rather not tase Charles Oakley.
Right.
If there's any way we can keep from taking Charles Oakley to the ground, I'm for it. But then he just keeps on pushing everybody, and they have to make the call.
About 8 of them grab him in his jacket, and he
guys,
can't move.
There's one moment where he power pushes. I'm talking about face pushes one of the main security guys.
He put his finger in his ear. It looked like.
And I'm going back. I think it's right about here.
Minutes past the hour. Rick and Bubba. Thanks for being with us today. We'll get to more of your phone calls before the hour is done. If you don't like awkward moments, Speedy, you might want to find somewhere to go. Cory Booker is about to be putting one.
All right.
Now, we just had the other day, what's his name, Byrne? Who was it said that, look, I'm just calling it straight up, Biden hadn't done anything for the black community, and it's been a what's his name? No. Vance?
No.
Yeah, Vance on CNN.
What's his name?
No, it was Don Lemon, wasn't it?
No, it wasn't.
Lemon has said some negative things.
Yeah,
Van Jones.
Van Jones. Mrs. Jones. But anyway, so but anyway, so now
he got in and couldn't get out of it. Once he started, he couldn't finish.
So anyway, well, if you start that song, you got to go. You got to go. But anyway, the Cory Bush is about to be. I like when the Democrats, you can tell the reporter like they didn't check with them. Wait, you don't do this to us. Don't ask us these kind of questions.
Yeah.
So
we're not prepared for that.
So we do have some pretty, as we just mentioned, prominent Democrats that are starting to say, let's just face it, this Biden thing it hasn't gone well.
Right. But they don't want to.
Important that we look
They
stupid.
don't want to really answer it because they don't want to be on tape saying that they don't want him to run.
And Greg
again,
by the way, Casey Kasem's younger brother. But I will say this.
Oh, wow, that's pretty good.
Listen, I will say this.
Not cool.
Greg just hit on it. They're getting in a position now where they're going, for me not to be in trouble with the party, I have to look like an idiot.
Exactly.
And I'm trying. And there's a certain side of me that wants to save face a little bit, but yet I know I'm going to be in trouble with the party. So here is Cory Bush being asked if he wants Biden. She is going to ask Biden.
Cory with an I.
Yeah, Cory with an I. She's going to be asked. It's going to be very, very awkward. Do you want to see Joe Biden run for a second term? I love this kind of stuff.
Do you want to see Joe Biden run for a second term? She's going to go.
Yeah,
That's an easy question. That's not going to take long. Do you want to see Joe Biden run?
I don't want to answer that question because we have not. That's not. Yeah, I don't want to answer that question.
Okay.
I mean, he's the president, and he has the right to run for a second term. Absolutely.
But I
don't want to. I don't want. I'd rather you not do that.
Okay, so you got like 2 minutes to be in the car.
Yeah, I know. I got to get to the.
Did you hear the handler the minute the question was asked? She's got to go.
Yeah. Gotta go.
She's got to go.
You're talking about a loss for words.
Yeah.
How about this? How about it's common sense when I go, well, to be honest with you, with his age, and he's still got 2 more years before he'd even be there. And I mean, just be honest. Go, no, I really don't think he needs to run a second term.
Please listen.
What's wrong with
can
that?
I hear the handler how quick he says she's got to
Not that
go?
hard.
Listen to the
Anybody
handler.
time that
Yeah,
from the time of the question?
Listen how quick her handler says she's got to go.
Do you want to see Joe Biden run for a second term? She's got to go.
Yeah.
It's
That's
less
an
than
easy
a
question.
second.
It's not going to take long. Do you want to see Joe
I
Biden
don't
run?
want to
I
answer
couldn't
that
even get
question
1,000
because we have not. That's not. Yeah, I don't want to answer that question.
Okay.
I mean, he's the president, and he has the right to run for.
We
a
all
second
know
term,
that.
Absolutely.
has
That's,
the right
but
to
I don't
run.
want to. I don't want. I'd rather you not do that answer.
You got like
I'd rather.
Yeah, I know. I got to get to the.
I got.
No, she acts
got
like
this.
she
I
was
got
asked some offensive question, like it wasn't fair. What are you talking about? It's a simple question.
She wasn't getting on a plane, was she? Because her carbon footprint. Was she
No, it
getting
says-
on a bus?
I think it was car, plane,
Car, okay,
somewhere.
good.
I hope she's not driving.
Yeah.
If it, really anything she's got, if it has combustion, it better be electric.
Yeah.
Even though it's got some issues we'll get to at some point, and everybody will panic. But
You mean the fact they're charged with coal?
yeah, that's it. Yeah, batteries and grid and all that. So I want to bring this up. Why can't you just answer the question this way? And Greg, this is a way like you're talking about. Serious. They got to have a saved face. Now you're still going to be in trouble with the party.
Yeah.
But at least you kind of kill the other enemy, and you go. Let me tell you something. This is not me saying this because
You're playing a role.
I'm playing a role. I'm a Democrat right now, which is going to require incredible acting.
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't think you're that good an actor.
Right. Hey, let me just say this. I'm so thankful for Joe Biden and what he's meant to our party, and I'm so thankful that he's the president right now because where this country is being taken by evil Donald Trump and all of his insurrectionists. And here's what I say. I think that, President Biden has served this country for a large portion of his life, and we are thankful for that.
The large part of all of our lives.
But there's a certain part of common sense that tells me he's 79, and I would say that he probably is aged out. We probably need to go with someone younger. We thank him for his service, and I also want to make a point. We certainly don't need an old evil man like Donald Trump either. I think these men have had their time, and it's time for us to go to some new voices. And the party, we've got some great young people in our party, and we need to be able to take America where we need to go. You don't have to go
because
you're going to see Gavin Newsom move to the forefront of this. If you look at the things that are being done and the fundraising, he's already in full mode to launch a presidential campaign. Now remember, he survived a recall election in California, and I think if he can just do for the country what he's done for California, what a blessing that will be, right?
Yes. Oh, yes.
So I think you're going to see him, and it's going to be such a contrast to Biden because he is so much younger and can speak and everything. It's just going to be it's going to be just mind-boggling when you see them side by side. If Biden runs,
Gavin Newsom would also be much easier for the right and for the Hannitys and all the different shows out there because he's destroyed California so clearly. Yeah. They'll be real easy because Hannity loves to run lists.
Right.
He'll have a list of Gavin Newsom disasters that he can quote.
Yeah.
I mean, it will be easy for the right for him to run because you can just point to so many things he's done wrong and go, is this what we want the rest of the country to look like? I mean, California has turned into an embarrassment. And we said this the other day on the show. You can't. There's plenty of places in this country where the left has gotten their way for decades, and I just take a look at it and see if you think that's
there you go. Yeah, is that what you want?
Is that the country you want to live in? And if not, you vote against them. If yes, you embrace them. You have the choice to do either one.
Yep.
Yeah. So, but it's not like you don't know, and you can look at that now. It's I don't understand it. I think look at the difference. These two right here.
Is Newsom gonna have to run against which version of Biden?
Right, the non-blinking
Dave version, non-blinking version, or what do you think?
That one on the left is
they're
not real.
going to find a way out for Biden. I don't think he'll ever campaign.
But it's not physically.
You're right.
It's not physically and mentally possible. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
But he goes back.
Well, he tries to push him with his body.
Coming up
Look,
here.
his finger in his ear.
Oh, my
gosh.
gosh.
Right there. And, I mean, they're trying to say, hey, look, you got to come with us, chill out or whatever, and then he wasn't having
Oh,
none
my
of it.
good. Y'all, Charles is really, I mean, he's literally about to fight. All that we're missing are punches.
I've never seen
hey,
McEnroe that close to fisticuff, and he wasn't the one causing it.
How about this? Charles Oakley, everything happened but a punch.
Do you think?
I mean, all the other things are there.
Do you think McEnroe was screaming, "Hey, act right"?
All right, now let me.
Calm down. I think McEnroe was saying, "I'll tell you one thing, you wouldn't treat me this way."
Yeah.
Look, here's up close to. Y'all look, this guy's simply trying to talk to him. I will credit security for keeping their heads for a lot longer than I probably would have.
Now, if you'll see when they
go
take
around
him
the corner,
when
they
they
go ahead and put him down.
when they take him away here, I want you to see one guy.
the corner.
All right, you see this guy right here, right there.
Yeah.
Okay.
getting
So I'm gonna
Texas.
stop it, Ad, and then we're gonna go back. See that footage he's taking right
Yeah.
there.
He's got him laying
All
on
right.
the floor.
Oh, we have that footage?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
And
I
let's
love
see
smartphones when they're all everywhere. And by the way, people got a pretty good upfront view of this too. There's a lot of folks who get a good view of it.
Rick, you're
Yeah.
in Madison
Where
Square
you at?
Garden. It's a pretty busy spot.
It is a busy spot. And y'all think about it when you're security and you go, well, we got to take down Charles Oakley.
Yeah, boy, this is going to be uncomfortable.
All right. So now we're picking it up
And
here.
he's big.
All right, is this the guy that?
Yeah, this is his view, and he is down on the ground, and they are literally trying to and part of them out of respect
on
to
his
him, they're
back.
really trying
Yeah.
to talk to him and go, man,
They
could
really
you
are.
please chill out?
He's not. He brought this on himself. I mean, as a matter of fact, I don't know whether Charles Oakley has ever heard the song "I Fought the Law and the Law Won."
Yeah.
Yeah. But I mean, they're trying their best to say, look, we're giving you a lot more grace and mercy than we would someone else.
Anybody else we would be hitting.
Yeah, and you're making us look really bad, so we're going to have to do something at some point. Would you please walk out of here with us and let's discuss this? And he won't do it. And how does he think this is going to end? When you have 10 people around you and they've all got you and they're law enforcement.
10-01 is a bad matchup.
Yeah.
No matter who you are.
Right.
You
And
can be a raging bull,
they're
gonna
trying
get
not
you.
to put like cuffs on him and stuff. They're like, could you please could we just get out of here? And he wasn't having nothing of it. And-
he left.
At
didn't he?
at what point are the security people and the owner declared racist?
Right.
Don't forget that.
Yeah.
That's coming pretty quick, I bet.
Right. Now the team did release an official statement and said that he did come to the game and behaved in a highly inappropriate and complete abusive manner.
Yep.
He's been ejected and he's currently getting booked and arrested by the New York City Police Department. They say he was a great Nick, but we hope he gets some help soon.
And he will not get refund for his tickets.
No, he will not.
Yeah, let's see, what were
Who
the
would have thought
charges?
Charles Oakley would have had anger problems?
Right.
What
Guys,
Rick, he played just like that.
That's what I'm
he
saying.
fought every game.
Guys,
it
he
seems
did
like.
not go quietly.
No, he didn't.
What about when you're the first one? Hey, somebody go over and talk to Oakley.
Hey, Oakley's a little out of hand.
Yeah.
Somebody-
and Rick, and not just one of you, about 4 of y'all go over there.
Hey, no, Bob. Hey, Bob. Bob.
Hey, go with me and I'll
Hey,
do it.
Bob. No,
Yeah.
Bob. No, Bob. Take them with you. Don't go by yourself.
Greg, I'll go with you. Helmsy, come on.
Because let me assure you, the first person there is going to have Charles Oakley's giant hand on your face, pushing you down the steps. So take some other people, so that when you get pushed back, you
can jump in.
You're right, and you bump into them, you don't fall.
Yeah. When the index finger went into the ear of one of the security guards, I bet you they went, okay, this is elevated a little bit.
So he's not going quiet.
Okay, so he's not going. This ain't going to happen.
You know what he said when he got pushed? He turned around and said, "Phil, I owe you $50. You were all over this."
You know what?
And we said, "What? Oakley you don't go quietly." No, I think you'll be okay.
A lot of the
I bet you
fans-
$50 he's not.
You know, a lot of the fans at the Garden said it was the best action they'd seen all year.
Oh, really? Yeah. Yeah, and they did lose last
I
night.
fought the law and the law won. So Oakley is being
A lot of people think they should arrest Carmelo Anthony.
Yeah.
Just get him out of there, too.
They've been trying to
Well,
trade.
they've really got two sides, it looks like, shaping up. Those that love Anthony and those that love Phil Jackson, because the two are not jiving now, and
Yeah.
it's been very open trade talk.
Oh, look, hey, Greg, he just did the rough shot.
He did.
He just run rough shot.
Rough shot him.
And here's
now I'm
another
looking at
thing.
all the other fans.
back-
watching.
Thank you, Speedy.
Yeah,
Go
he
back and
bumped him.
watch.
He
There are
bumped
2 or 3 fans that are sitting there like nothing's happening.
Right.
What are they thinking about
This is
at this
New York.
point?
Well,
Yeah, this is New York, and there's Oakley.
Well, Oakley's a pretty big
Greg,
guy.
watch him do rough shot right here.
yeah, please look
I
at
mean,
all this.
he does that thing we do in
Yeah.
the kitchen.
Look at that kid right there. He does it.
Greg, watch right here. Greg. Rough shot!
And then he goes to the ear to the finger. Whoop!
Yeah. See, let
Look
me
how
give.
uncomfortable that guy is.
Let me give everybody in that security detail. I want to give them props because I have already punched Charles Oakley.
Yeah.
Now I may got beat down,
Right.
But I'm going to tell you what. 35 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show, 866 We Be Big. Don't forget Wednesday Bible study back today, noon Central Time, 1 o'clock Eastern. If you want to watch it live on the YouTube channel, the archive will be made available to you not too long after. And you can either listen to it on our podcast archives or watch it on our YouTube archives on your own time. Genesis 28 today as we walk through the book of Genesis. Been at that for about 7 full months now. All right, so Cook's Pest Control is a good friend of ours, and they do a great job for us and have for years, and they will for you. There is a difference when it comes to pest control, and you want to be with the best of the best. Of course, the termite protection, their Centricon system is fabulous, but they're day-to-day, month-to-month maintenance too, and this is that time of year, Bubba. Good gracious at the critters. Good.
Oh, I mean, they're in full bloom.
I mean,
it's like the jungle out there.
Everywhere you go. So why not minimize that? Wouldn't you like to enjoy going outside? Wouldn't you like to enjoy being in your house, your office, whatever the case may be? Put them to work for you. They'll handle it. Critters and pests are part of the fallen creation, but Cook's Pest Control can manage it so you can actually enjoy what you're doing.
The spiders are on a tear, Rick. I mean, they are spinning some webs.
Mosquitoes. I mean, you go, hey, let's go outside. Well, you can't even. So look at everything they offer. Cookspest.com. For a free evaluation, and then you decide if you want to use them or not once they've assessed your property. Also, the link at rickandbubba.com where you can sing with us. Looky, looky, looky. Here comes Cookie. Cook's Pest Control. All right, so we got a couple of things going on involving accidents, and I see we've got stolen cars, we've got deer, we got a gas pump blowing up. You want to start with the deer?
Rick, this was crazy footage of a bus driver that had a deer jump right through the window, and we have a package courtesy of NBC, I believe, that will describe it for us.
NBC.
All right, we move now to some heart-stopping moments for a bus driver in Oklahoma. A deer crashes through the front windshield. Take a look. As you could see there, the bus driver, Alicia Sutton, remained very calm considering what had just happened. All went down just 2 minutes into her morning route in the city of Lawton. Thankfully, she was not hurt. Passengers weren't on board yet. She says she stopped the bus, opened the door, and the deer ran away.
Wow.
So that is the definition of a happy ending.
Yeah, I thought we've had one before. I thought, but that's a different one.
We've seen people killed from a deer jumping through the windshield
You
of a
think?
moving vehicle. Yeah, I mean, I know we got documented cases.
How about
of
the
that.
fact the deer seemed to be unhurt?
Yeah. Did you say it went
It's
butt
amazing.
first?
Yeah.
Kinda, and how about the calmness of the bus driver?
Oh, I know.
Just to stop, open the door.
I mean, she hardly
know?
even flinched.
I know.
You know,
Must happen a lot.
I guess you're just after driving school kids all the time. You can can anything. You know,
that's true.
She's probably numb.
Well, I see her. She does do a scream.
Yeah, a little bit. But I mean, for that happening,
Oh, yeah.
I mean, I might have jumped out the window.
I'm telling you. You
That's
look
scary.
the deer. Look, they're a wonderful creation, all that, but they've got
scream.
Yeah,
Scream.
yeah, but the deer have got to start talking to each other about vehicles.
Yeah.
They just
Run from the
There's
light.
no communication.
Yeah,
whatsoever.
they're not learning. I mean, they're
It's like birds and windmills.
Yeah,
isn't
right.
it?
This stretch that I come down every morning.
Yeah.
There's a section in there.
Oh,
You better be on the wheel.
On point.
right.
Yep.
And remember, if it's does,
They're coming.
If there's one, there's always 2 or 3 behind them.
Oh, yeah.
It's always that second.
I
or
just
third.
stop. When one
Yeah.
crosses, I just go ahead and stop.
Yeah.
Is that your deer?
Oh, yeah.
Would you just do a deer noise?
He acted like he was a deer talking.
No, how does a deer talk?
Gotta watch out for us.
That,
In
are
the
you
world. So
chewing?
not only
something?
does he do impressions, he
chewing
does
cud.
animal voices.
He's
right
chewing
now.
cud while he does.
All right. Well, there you
No
go.
one will jump out.
Okay.
I tell you what.
So,
That's good, Speedy.
And Adler, I know you'll be standing by. Would you like to watch an exploding gas pump? Would you like to watch a police chase of a stolen construction truck?
Now, the police, we can go wherever, but the police chase in California is bizarre because they stole like some type of construction truck. And
They had a
and
trailer behind
and
it.
pulling,
Yeah.
no, it looked like an interstate sign they were pulling behind.
Yeah, it's one of those signs that's probably
They
where it
flip
tells you to
up.
move
Sparks
over. or
going
something.
everywhere.
Yeah.
They finally get the car stopped, and they had to send a canine to tackle the dude because he starts running down the interstate.
Well, let's have a look at that then. All right. So
now I don't know if you're going to see
that's
all that in
Speedy's
this
vote.
clip. This just gives you an idea of what's going on.
Exploding gas station is so much more than you think it's going to be.
Susie, you see the right wheel there is causing all those sparks as this continues
Well,
in
at
this
least he's got his
pursuit now,
flashers on.
going on I-10 eastbound. And this all began with a person wanted by police for stealing a vehicle. There was a pursuit. He got out of the vehicle and then got in and carjacked this construction truck.
Gosh, all kinds of lights on right now on this truck flashing. This person, certainly if they're trying to evade police or the CHP, not going to do a very good job of it, certainly just from the optics here. They've got lots of lights on, including the sparks flying out of the back there on the trailer that's barely hanging on to this construction truck. If you're just joining us here on KCAL 9 News at 8, this is breaking news. This is what happened. A stolen car in Ontario last night was reported. Police got behind that person, or the person who stole that car. Behind him at a stop today, ran the plates and discovered that in fact that car was stolen. There was a short pursuit, as Desmond was talking about. They crashed that car. Then the suspect carjacked this construction truck, as you're watching here.
Yeah.
Don't you know when he carjacked that, he thought if it could have just been a Ferrari or something.
You can't even have the darn
I mean, he
trailer.
left the lights on.
Yeah.
Stupid trailer in the back.
I'm telling
hitting
you.
everything.
Yeah, getaway car with
How
a
about
trailer
when?
on it.
How about when he gets out and just starts running down the interstate, and they send a canine after him, and the canine tackles him?
I like to see a dog take them down.
I do too. I do too. Yeah. So I know too that the other one is this exploding gas station, and
this is in Brazil, I think.
Yeah,
and you see a car pull up. I don't know how this even happened, but
It looked to me like the explosion was in the trunk of the car.
in the car itself, it doesn't look like they were filling up yet. But whatever it is, caused a massive explosion.
And this is in Brazil. Adler's looking for it, but I mean it's.
I thought we had it on the list. I'm sorry.
Oh, yeah.
We have a story about it, and it's a Daily Mail story ad I can send to you real quick. But the car does explode, and it says a 67-year-old man went flying and crashed to the ground. He's the one, I think, in the back. They rushed to the hospital, underwent surgery. His wife was admitted to the facility as well. But it destroys the entire gas station.
Yeah. While we're looking for that video, Rick, did you hear about Jerry Jones from the Dallas Cowboys yesterday? He had to do some backstepping after he used a word that is no longer allowed to be used. Apparently, the M word.
So did I know we've been through this because at one time it was okay, and then it was deemed not to be okay. But did we ever get the official word that it officially?
I guess
is
officially
over.
Over.
Well, but what about these marquee signs you keep bringing up, Greg?
Well,
about wrestling.
Yeah. Some of them have gone to micro wrestling.
Okay.
They call it that.
Okay. Well, you said you would.
Did anybody check with that group?
Now,
to
that-
see if that
you
was
know,
okay.
Boaz, Greg? We're watching Boaz.
Honestly,
Boaz is who's setting the pace on that.
Rick, I think again it goes back to any word you use. If you use it in a derogatory manner,
Of course.
it's going to be offensive to people. I mean, you could call them people a gold brick, but if you say it in a negative way over and over, nobody wants to be called a gold brick. So I don't know that micro is really flattering.
I'm just telling you, they're trying to keep the business going.
I don't know.
Little
the
people
term
wrestling. Little people wrestling just doesn't sound as good.
I don't know that the term little people is necessarily a positive either.
I never thought it was.
Little people of America consider it a slur.
And anyway,
is dwarf out?
Oh, yeah, he has the explosion.
I think there's some people who are classified as dwarfs.
Dwarfs. Okay.
I think, and it's something to do with the.
It's something
do
different.
you want the rest of Jerry Jones?
Yeah,
here
we'll finish Jerry Jones, and then we'll look at probably how his life feels right now.
Okay. He said earlier today I made a reference, which I understand may have been viewed as offensive in a statement. He says, "I apologize." He was paying tribute to a former Cowboy director of scouting when he used what Little People of America consider a derogatory slur, created as a label used to refer to short people of stature who were on public display for curiosity and sport, according to the 65-year-old organization. So he used the M word.
Was this somebody used to work for the Cowboys?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, and
who's evidently not.
He
very
basically
tall.
was saying I can bring
Lacewell.
someone out that's
he was a short
looks,
guy in
looks
stature.
like him, looks like
so-
him, and it could I guess be the same.
Look, nowadays I don't know what to say about anybody.
I'm reading this from the LPA. That'd be Little People of America. The word was never coined as the official term to identify people with dwarfism, but was created as a label used to refer to people of short stature who were on public display for curiosity and sport. Today, the word is considered a derogatory slur. The dwarfism community has voiced that they prefer to be referred to as dwarfs, little people, people of short stature, or having dwarfism, or simply, and most preferably, by their given name.
Well, yeah.
So there you have it. That's straight from the LPA.
I love it.
But you're always going to use descript terms to talk about somebody's physical appearance.
And they gave
somebody
you
that's
those.
tall,
They
short,
like that.
fat, and all that stuff.
Yeah, they gave you
I
those.
found the clip of him saying it, and Bubba, like you were saying, it's important. The tone, is important. Like you could be like, "Way to go, genius," but you're not, that kind of thing.
Like Greg's tone.
Yes.
Yeah.
Do y'all want to hear Jerry say it?
Yes.
Are we going to say it? We're going to let him say it?
Well, it's not that.
You can get me another conference call.
Okay.
Oh, I forgot.
Do I have to be on that
I
conference
forgot
call?
about that.
No, you do not. Play away.
All right, here we go.
Lace held court out here, and I've always, I'm going to get me somebody about a midget to stand up there with me and dress him up like Lace and think Lace is still out here helping us.
Jerry can't don't be make fun of anybody.
Who's aging quicker, him or Biden?
I'm telling you.
I'm still with Biden.
I am too.
Yes.
I am too.
My nose.
We need to set him up with Dr. Dudney. Them teeth getting a little dark.
I didn't know it was going to sound like that. Let me tell you what's going on right here. That's an old man that nobody's got the memo to. He's still talking like he used to talk down there talking.
You're all over that.
Rick, that's nothing. What he will, other stuff he'll say.
All right, we have the explosion at the gas station, too, which you ain't going to believe it. It's going to be similar to...
And it wasn't even, his delivery was terrible.
I got to come back and I got to back that up a little bit.
That's when not everybody laughed at him, so he laughed at
He was a beloved member of the Cowboys.
Delivery was terrible.
Dress him up like...
Yeah.
We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba.
Pop, Charles, because he's leaving
his finger to the face.
Yeah, he's left himself wide open. And you know what? I'm the guy that everybody talks to. And let's now stop the guy that punched Charles Oakley. Yeah, well, you're not had enough.
There goes.
I realize I can't go to work today and I'm on probation, but I couldn't take it.
And you could tell that guy's trying to hold back. He's like,
No, I give them props. How about they were very level-headed?
Yeah.
I give them huge props for that. I could not have been that level-headed, which is why I couldn't do their job.
Could you imagine people had those seats, and they're very expensive down there,
Oh,
and,
God,
and you got all that going on. You're thinking,
And
can
he
we
had to pay
just
for
please watch the Knicks get beat in peace?
Yeah, and you never realize how big some of these players are till they're like around normal-sized people. And he looks like he's on stilts
He's
around
gigantic.
everybody.
He's gigantic.
Yeah, looking down at him.
You know what it looks like? It looks like a wrestling match featuring Andre the Giant. Remember they used to put like 8 people in there and he'd just start throwing them around?
This will be in show notes for y'all. We'll watch it.
It's in show notes if you want to see it. It's worth the look. We'll be back. Hang in there.
Rick and Bubba.
I don't know how. And then we have this Steph Curry thing with Under Armour. The thing, I guess, and I know that I share the frustration. I definitely don't want to kick a dead horse. But I think what we're discovering on this whole deal, and Helmsy was laughing about in the break because we were talking about it. One of the favorite videos that Bubba likes to watch over and over, and he has his all-star videos, is the Randy Moss Get Your 84 Jerseys Out.
Are we going to play that right now?
No, what I was saying.
Could we hear
what
it
I
right
was
quick?
saying is
Just right quick.
Donald Trump is exactly what we need. Get your Donald Trump shirts out. It's gonna be a fun ride. I mean, this is going to go, y'all.
For old time's sake,
do
can we play it?
Do y'all realize it's only February?
oh my.
Oh,
Yeah,
Rick, he went in January 20th.
Y'all, we ain't a month yet.
They were just taking down the staging for the inauguration in Washington. It was still up.
Yeah.
You got to admit, it's been a breakneck pace so far.
It's gonna be a fun ride. So get your Donald Trump shirts out. And so this is, and it's really bizarre because most of it is based on feelings and just like when we get into this thing that Steph Curry, see if I have this right, is at odds with Under Armour because Under Armour is not making any political statements against
the
Trump.
CEO come out and said that he can.
That Trump was an asset.
And a good one on Steph Curry's part. He said, "I agree, but take the ET off of it." And then he went, "Well, that's a good one.
That is good. That is good.
But then Steph Curry says he doesn't like Trump because he has friends from what?
Well, first of all, it was because he said he had mentioned his faith and how
is this thing where he thinks because he's a Christian that you don't have borders?
There's almost a sentiment, Rick.
That's not biblical.
On a lot of things that if you're a Christian, you can't have any rules at all against anything.
He said that his faith demanded that he treat everyone with respect.
Yeah, oh yeah.
And he feels like Trump doesn't do that.
I agree with that.
Okay, so it has nothing to do with immigration.
Well, he did go on a little bit more about how the NBA is so diverse with foreigners coming over and playing and different
legally.
religions, races, nationalities, all this kind of stuff.
Yeah, but they're legal immigrants because they have a job and they're coming here. And I don't think anybody playing in the NBA has blown up anything, have they?
Are they even allowed to be here? And they're also allowed to be here if they're playing and they don't want to become a citizen. They do the paperwork to be here for a short period of time.
They get a green card or work visa, whatever they call it.
We have that process. I don't think NBA teams ride along the borders and saying who can shoot.
Right.
And I don't think that happens. I think, and then I don't think they just go off anywhere and find a basketball player and they just bring him into the country.
Well,
that doesn't happen.
Again, I've seen the Warriors go off the court and they have police officers that stop the crowd from following them. They have a locker room with a door on it. Why don't they just open that up and let anybody in? Because there's time and place, you don't do that. Same thing with the country, and he's smarter than that. I don't know. I really, really like him. I think he's been good for basketball. He's got a lot of people watching that had kind of fallen out with it. And, of course, what the Warriors have done with the three-point shot's a whole nother thing, that way they've changed basketball. But, I don't know. I'm shocked that he got involved in that. I would want Steph Curry to worry about 3 points and finishing a championship series and getting another championship for the Warriors.
Well, let me say this. Steph Curry doesn't have to like Donald Trump for me to think he's a great basketball player, because he is. But what I'm saying is I want him to clarify his narrative. If he's simply saying, I don't like the way he talks to people, I don't like the way he behaves, I don't think this kind of rhetoric is good for the country.
Well, there's some of that.
Okay,
but it's more this.
I still may not. But what I have to have when people do this is I have to have examples of that. Give me an example of what you're talking about while he's been president, and then he might have an example.
Well, it's really more about the ban, and out of respect to him.
Rick and Bubba.
Pass the gravy, please.
Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
Rick and Bubba.
I can't start another.
It is 8 minutes to the top of the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show, 866 We Be Big. Wrapping up this hour. Our apologies to Adler. We were asking about a video that we thought was on the video list, and we were wrong about that. It was just in a story that Speedy had laid out. And this is, but we were able to have the uncomfortable Jerry Jones moment, though, so that was worth it. Somebody right now, I guarantee the first thing that Jerry Jones said was, "You can't say that anymore. What are you talking about?" Mm-hmm. So he just said these old codgers, they've been isolated, and they're just living in a world like the quote we keep using. They've outlived their time, and they're just like, "What? What are you talking about? Ain't nothing wrong with that. They don't bother nobody. I had a buddy of mine. We called him out all the time." All right, so here's the moment. This is in Rio. Where a man is refueling and causes an explosion at the gas station, and buddy, it is a biggie. So here we go.
Not sure what caused it. Watch when he opens the trunk here, Rick.
Oh, good night. Did you see how far it blew him away?
Yeah.
Oh my goodness,
it's massive.
Guys, did it blow his shirt off?
I think it did.
Guys,
oh my gracious!
I don't know how he's alive.
Did somebody put a bomb in his trunk?
Took that one? Oh my gosh!
Because when he opened that trunk,
we don't know what caused.
Oh, another angle! Oh my goodness, another angle!
Wow.
It's like,
guys,
what in the?
It's
world?
almost like his trunk was the detonator.
Yeah.
All right, so it's not even a gas pump, is it? It's the car.
No, it's something in that car.
Rick, what does it say? Does it say they?
I mean, it's even the car.
Golly!
Good night.
I got to know more.
Yeah, how do you even survive that?
Yeah, there was something in that trunk.
It says that we've seen what they're talking about, and we talked about that, and you see the wife walking around. She's definitely been injured too. Mm-hmm. And there's nothing really in here.
He didn't die, though. He did not die.
No, he didn't.
No, which is shocking.
That's good.
Now, has he been released? Or is he hanging on to life? I mean,
know.
Has he survived it? He's at the hospital. Had a surgery, don't know anymore. She was treated for lesser injuries. There's nothing in this story that has started the process of here's what we think happened.
This is
It
funny.
just tells
here.
you what did happen. They don't really know why.
It says workers at the gas station have told local media outlets that the car explosion was reportedly caused by the rust in the gas cylinder.
Yeah.
Now, I don't. What do they mean in the where you fill it up at?
I guess so. It says the car was last inspected on August the 31st, 2021, and that the gas cylinder was due for service in January. But I don't know. I mean,
I've never heard it called a gas cylinder. I don't know what they're talking about.
I've never had one inspected.
No.
Don't open your trunk.
Is this a cover story for something bigger?
Yeah, maybe.
Guys.
Yes, I mean,
this is unbelievable.
I've never seen anybody like you can literally see him being the being blown backward,
launched.
Yeah, he goes way up.
And I'm with you guys. I think it knocked his shirt off.
Man, when it blows you naked, you know you got blown up pretty good.
Yeah, hey now. Yeah, there's no doubt about that.
Now, when they say gas cylinder, are they referring to the gas pump?
That's
or
what we're
are they-
wondering. We don't
the
know.
car?
Tank, the gas
car's-
tank.
the
It's gotta be
car's
the
tank.
car. It's gotta be
Car's tank. Okay.
I've watched this video so many times because, of course, the person that's injured and his wife, but everybody else is trying to figure out what's going on.
It doesn't even look like. Do they have the nozzle in the car?
Yeah, it looks like it's in the front.
Yeah,
of this car.
that's what's throwing me off.
So
because they're not pulled all the way up.
Good night. How is he alive?
Oh, my goodness
Blammy.
gracious.
Oh man.
They had to throw Blammy in there.
Yeah. If there's ever been a definition of blammy, that's it.
That's a blammy.
But
man,
does the trunk opening have? Was it going to
I know.
explode either way?
That's what I'm
like, does the
wondering.
trunk opening have anything to do with it?
I was wondering the same thing.
That's so funny. Earlier today, when the fire alarms went off, it started the moment I touched my mic stand, and so I thought for a split second I did it. I was like, "Meh."
we all thought we did
Yeah,
it for a second.
What did I do? I ruined the show.
What did I do? I've ruined the show.
What's that in there?
Is that little voice inside of you? Is that what it sounds
I
like?
mean, it was this. I moved my thing and it goes. Meh, meh. I'm like, I didn't mean to.
Wait a minute. Is that what the little voice inside of you sounds like?
Yeah, some people have different sounding voices
Oh, yeah.
inside their head. That's what mine sounds like.
That's scary.
I love that. Yeah.
I'm generally panicked on the inside, just in all things in life. So considering that, I do a pretty good job of keeping it together, guys.
Because you ignore that voice a lot.
What did I do?
You've ruined the show again.
Rick, can I just declare to Speedy that I am going to give Shark Week a little something this week?
I don't want you to.
He is so he's tried to bring it up about every hour, and no one is giving
If
him
he brings
anything.
up Shark Week one more time
I'm
to
not
try to
gonna
get us to talk
Well,
about
the
it,
good news is I'm not.
It seems
I'm gonna watch it.
It seems like
Watch
it comes up a lot, though. It's not.
I'm
a
done with
1 year
Shark
thing.
When them great whites though breach, they boom.
Oh, yeah.
Don't
that's
you can't
crazy.
talk about it
Big
now.
fish.
but we've seen it so many
That part
times.
I like.
It's like I used to get so jacked up for Chart Week, and they started doing too much science. Let me tell you the science of here's what we want to see. Give us the attack stories one after another.
Yeah.
And then
video of big sharks.
Yeah, and let's see a lot of big sharks. Let's see a lot of not interested in the smaller sharks.
No, I don't care nothing about the sand shark.
No, I don't. I do not care about
The
that.
nurse shark. Don't care about it.
Don't want to know about that. If
Give me
one,
the bull, the great white, and maybe the mako.
I'm not that crazy about the hammerhead because he can't bite nobody.
Yeah,
What
he
about
don't
the
bother
tiger?
nobody.
Y'all don't give the
Love
tiger.
Yeah, the tiger's rough.
Okay, it's a big one.
Tiger, yeah.
I'm all about the tiger. Bull sharks, all about that.
Look at that. Unreal. That's a scary
Speedy, I
shark.
just want you to know you're not alone. I'm gonna
Look at
get
that.
in. If
Look
you
at
want to
that.
talk sharks, come to me this week. We'll
Okay,
chat it up.
Thank you.
The great white don't even look real.
It really doesn't.
And you think that's a bad son of a gun, then a killer whale comes along
Yeah.
and says that ain't nothing.
Right. No.
The orca.
Yeah, that's why they call them killer whales.
Yeah, and it's right there in the name. They're so much smarter too.
Yes,
they're smart.
and mean,
Big,
mean-spirited.
Oh yeah,
Mean-spirited.
They're mean-spirited.
Hey, we might think a seal pup is cute. They don't.
Yeah,
Oh,
they don't.
yeah.
Look,
Well, I could tell
They
you,
think dinner.
I could tell you some of the
appetizer.
stories I've heard so far this week, but I'm not.
Well, I bet we've heard a lot.
I've got
of
another Tesla story. You
What's that
remember
got to do
last
with
week?
sharks?
Well, it just made me think of telling y'all stories.
Right, yeah.
You wrong
I
again.
started to say, what kind of shark? is
Tell
it?
it. Let Bubba blow holes in it. What you doing about that?
Is Elon involved with Shark Week?
Oh, that would be a good one.
Yeah,
That would be a good one. That would be. It just made me think of telling y'all stories that y'all don't care about.
Well, no, we cared
care.
about it. I mean, we shot
kinda
holes
wanna
in
hear it.
Yeah, I mean, you're not going to bring a story up on this show if you don't think it's going to get a whole shot in it.
Yeah, but Shark Week's happening right now, but it's all right.
It's kind of like what Helmsley told an emailer. He goes, "You got 50%? I don't get that."
Yeah.
That was funny, by the way.
Thank you.
Top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Hey, thanks for watching Rick and Bubba live on YouTube.
We're here live at 5 with a kickoff hour, bright and early, Monday through Friday.
Don't forget to subscribe and click the bell for notifications on our YouTube channel.
And catch a commercial-free Best of Hour on Blaze TV every day.
Rick and Bubba, it's must-see TV.
Or radio.
Well, yeah.
Rick and Bubba.